Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Ayé wo la ò jẹ rí? Tell them, let them know, say, won't lay back. Then they see us as they emulate. Then one begin, they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know how far, Baba, I see they go. Oh, well, ọmọ gbàgbé òṣì. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Aha! Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Àríyá rẹpẹtẹ. Come on! Ìjẹ̀bú jó dáadáa. Ìjẹ̀bú jayọba. We done the ball with the represent. Olówó lọmọ ṣe yóò. Ìjẹ̀bú lọmọ kò sóṣì. Ayé wo la ò jẹ rí? Tell them, let them know, say, wọ́n lè bá. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀. Kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Come on! Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. Egbe! Ó pọ̀! Come on! Mo fọ́ kó yínú.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zude Kari Party. Ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone ɓorni boke e so parti an winam bedda o min garti min gari zuude kadi parti ko domin moni domin darti yo goto fone ɓorni boke e so parti ay cuwagam ne weli fof ko souvenir film hanki wona hande hanki jamma mbale sim min ñalla fije nangue jamma lengi mbaɗa tinde on saha courant ala wura men ko ƴaro finde sifti nammo ala cifti ala inde idi
Ayanda ba Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Ejemo, Anamana. Ejemeje, Anamana. Wana mejemo, Anamu. Karatuba dodiri chukuma duku tuba dodiri ndimmawu. Egu mawego. Karatuba dodiri chukuma duku tuba dodiri ndimmawu. Egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubosi erona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am. Hopefully you can hear me, by the way. You must always have to sound check these things. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever you are. And all together then here we are. So here we are, another day, another session. Of course, another day, another session. When has it ever been any different? So good day to you and all of that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. How are you? So there is that. Get the greetings out of the way. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. You must always wish that, although the day is always in the past. So if you are saying if you are saying hope you've had a good day, then that doesn't really influence anything because the day has been and it's gone. But I'm not quite sure what that really means. But whatever does mean, good tidings, essentially what it is. So yes. So good day to you and all that. The usual protocol, and the protocol always remains the same. So you don't even need, if you do it, then you don't need my invitation to go on and do it. It's only the people that need persuading that the protocol is repeated for. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as you're hearing me make that invitation for you to do it. So do that now. Click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. So those things are very important. So when people like myself, people on this YouTube space, or people on the social media space, when they invite you to like and subscribe, is for reasons of the algorithm that drives whatever platform that is. So it's all a numbers game, as you know, and those numbers, subscriptions, and likes. So click on like and click on subscribe. And then if you want to be an active participant, if you want to be part of the cut and thrust of the conversation, click on this hyperlink right there that I've just sent into the comment section. That will bring you into a studio space. As soon as I finish describing what we're going to talk about, I'll let you onto the screen, engage you in conversation. So do that. If you want to be an active participant, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will put you in what essentially is a green room. And as soon as I finish that fleshing out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. So it's as simple. Can it be any simpler? So it's that simple. So just to recap, click on like if you haven't done that already. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and participate, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And one more click, there's a $ at the bottom of the YouTube stream. Click on that and then super chat, super sticker towards the stream. So we have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats per stream. So you'll be the first one to set us on our way. It's a low bar, so there's no reason why it shouldn't be reached. 5 super chats per stream. So click on that $ super chats towards the stream. And if you do all those, your body will be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. That warm, cozy feeling will suddenly wash all over you. So do that and experiment with it. So like, subscribe, share the link, click on the $ to super chat, click on the hyperlink to come and participate as a panelist. So all that, pardon me. So all that. So as ever, it's a myriad of all sorts, an intermix of readouts and clips. So we do it as we always do. So let's just kick it. Enough of me rambling on nonsensically. So let me bring you this nonsense instead. So so this is the headline piece. We will get to, actually, let me start it off with this one because this one a more germane story. 10 Goodluck Jonathans will not defeat Tinubu in 2027. This is the APC. So we started off with this one. So now, over the last 3-4 days, the movement towards the narrative of the 2027 election somewhat starting to take shape. And as we've been tracking that space all the way through, we've seen posters put out with so many permutations. Like I said in previous sessions, we've seen posters of Bukola Saraki for president, Peter Obi as his vice. So that one's somewhat nonsensical. We've seen posters of Abdullahi Ganduje for president, Hope Uzodinma as his running mate. That one to the point of being clownish. And the real mix, the real permutation that people really traditionally permutate to is Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, to do 2019 Buhari, Oshibanjo Fane and see if they can wrestle power this time around. So that was the permutation. But over the last 3 days or so, this permutation has now come to flesh. And this permutation here, with a Goodluck Jonathan straddling a principal position for the PDP one more time, this one is the most potent yet of all of the permutations being permutated towards the presidential race 2027. This is the most potent of all of the permutations. So this is the most potent of all of the permutations, and it has already gotten the occupants of Aso Rock agita, or yes, is that even a word? It's gotten them agita, it's gotten them jittery. 10 Goodluck Jonathans will not defeat Tinubu in 2027. So this is the APC. So, like I said, there have been a lot of permutations that they've not even acknowledged, never mind running commentaries. So for them to run commentaries on this one, that should tell you then with some categorization that this one is the one that somewhat it bothers them. So this one bothers them somewhat. I think Goodluck Jonathan will not defeat Tinubu in 2027. This is the APC. So let's not see what tone we can hear from them. Pardon me. The ruling of Progressive APC has mocked the People's Democratic Party over reports of planning to field former President Goodluck Jonathan as his presidential candidate in the 2027 presidential election. So whether they mock or I'm expecting to see the accent of Bayo Onanuga because it's their main attack dog, isn't it? So yes, the ruling of Progressive Congress APC has mocked the People's Democratic Party over reports of planning to field former President Goodluck Jonathan as its presidential candidate in the 2027 presidential election. Correspondents understand that some northern elites and politicians who are displeased with President Bola Tinubu's administration have been calling for Jonathan to return to the presidency. So yes, like I said, this is the most potent yet. And this potency can unseat Tinubu. It can. And by the way, there's a lot of movements in the shadows going on, especially in the north. We saw El Rufai at Tambuwal, even Nuhu Ribadu at Atiku's house are purportedly going to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage for one of their friends, etc. But that certainly is a political movement because they've put it out as a political movement. So I suspect that that visitation is to persuade what's his name, Atiku Abubakar, to sheath his sword and let Goodluck Jonathan go, because Atiku Abubakar cannot unseat Tinubu. Peter Obi obviously cannot unseat Tinubu either, because it's a southerner with a two-term complement if he becomes president. The only person that can unseat Tinubu and hold the country together is Goodluck Jonathan, and that is why the Aso Rock is a jitters. They're spilling their coffee out from all the orifices on their body. So let's take it from top again, run all the way through. The ruling of Progressive Congress APC has mocked the People's Democratic Party over reports of planning to field former President Goodluck Jonathan as its presidential candidate in the 2027 presidential elections. Correspondents understand that some northern elites and politicians who are displeased with President Bola Tinubu's administration have been calling for Jonathan to return to the presidency. However, APC stated that the opposition was showing signs of desperation. Speaking in an interview with correspondents, the National Director of Publicity for the party, Bala Ibrahim, warned that should Jonathan accept to run against Tinubu on the platform of the opposition party in the next election, he would taste the bitter pill of defeat again. He said, for us to start talking about 2027 is not only premature, but a calculation that is doomed. Less than 40% of the mandate given to the president under the APC has not yet been consumed. there is just no way the APC as a party will be jittery. If at all, there is such plan to enroll former President Goodluck Jonathan into the race. The APC defeated him when he was in power. Defeating him when he is out of power will be a walkover. It is something that cannot even give the party a sleepless night. So whoever is making this permutation, if the intention is to scare the APC as a party, I think he needs to go back to the drawing board and think again. We are not worried. Of course, you would say that. Of course, you are worried. Of course, why are you preening and peacocking when you're not? Of course, you are worried. Right. As I said, let's get to the river before we start thinking of crossing it. It is too early to start talking about 2027. But if you bring 10 former President Jonathan, they cannot defeat the APC as of today. When told that a larger section of the political analysts believe the APC defeated Jonathan only because former President Muhammadu Buhari's cult-like followership across the country in 2015, Ibrahim laughed. The truth is that the APC defeated Jonathan when the president Tinubu was the leader of the party. The APC will defeat him again now that Tinubu is the president and leader of the party. It is not the Buhari cult followership that matters. It is the party arrangement. Buhari did not contest on an independent candidature status. Forget about the shenanigans that are on display now. When it is time for election, the party will readily package its candidate and matches them for the consumption of the people. I assure you that the people will buy it. But it is too early to start discussing this. But you know politicians for who they are. They always want to hit up the politics so that they keep seeing things as relevant. But in a 4-year term, the president has just done barely above 1 year, and you are already thinking of somebody to bring in. No problem. Democracy permits people to test the waters, but we will do things when it is time for them to be done, he stated. So there it is right there. The one thing I will say, a Goodluck Jonathan ticket, a Goodluck Jonathan Bala Mohammed ticket can defeat Tinubu. So let's just put that up front right there. Because the North will coalesce behind that ticket. So it can defeat Tinubu. But what are Tinubu's strengths? Tinubu's strength will be, one, his performance towards the election, not his performance now. His performance now is not a determinant of anything. So these are the first phases of an administration. His performance towards the election will be a big determinant if it's returned or not. Another determinant is the power of incumbency. And then another factor that people don't realize, Mahmoud Yakubu, the chairman of INEC, his tenure actually expires before 2027 election. So whoever is going to superintend the 2027 election is going to be appointed by Tinubu. That is not to say that he's going to appoint somebody that is going to rig him back in, but what's not to say that he will appoint somebody that will rig him back in. But and another thing that you have to consider as well, Tinubu, in all of his contentions, he has never ever lost an election. So maybe this is final election will be his first loss. So and the guy is not. Look at the way he fought all the way through to get that seat. So now that he has all of the instrumentalities of state, when he was a complete rank outsider, when people like Yemi Osinbajo were mocking him, Rotimi Ameti were preening and peacocking, Buhari was stabbing him in the back, something Abdullahi, the chairman of the party then, was pulling the wrong under his feet. the was it Malabudi? It was just Emefiele was changing currencies to subvert this guy. You know, they created that. So all of that is surmounted all of that as a rank outsider with no potency other than sheer guts and will. Now that is president, it will take some doing, you know, but if it can be done, this is what can do it. Yes, Mahmoud Yakubu's tenure actually expires next year. Maybe they will reconfirm him. I don't know because it's the master riga, isn't he? And by the way, you do know that Atiku Abubakar won the 2019 election, so he was rigged out of that. So it's the master riga, isn't it? Um so anyway, so that would be interesting. But the one thing that we know is that the North, it looks as though they're slowly turning their back on Tinubu, and when the North turns their back on the candidate, it will find it a real struggle. I don't know. The one thing that that he may well have to do is to go and make peace with El Rufai. If he has El Rufai back on board, then he has a fighting chance because El Rufai is a real battle axe within. There's a lot to play out, but this is the most interesting permutation yet. This is the most realistic possibility yet of unseating Tinubu. There is nothing that's unseats Tinubu outside of this candidature. Of course, Peter Obi is not going to unseat Tinubu. I think everybody knows that. Atiku will find it a struggle, but good luck, Jonathan. He can unseat Tinubu if he gets the backing of the North. And it looks as though he may well have that backing. So the game is afoot. The game is on. Game on, as they say. So game on, as they say. Let me take you to the headline, please. So this guy now, Omoyele Sowore, forever looking for clout, forever looking for relevancy, and it looks as though he has not even straddled, but happened upon a strap line that gives him the clout and relevancy that he has been chasing. Somebody is saying I'm overhyping the people from the North. The North controls about what, 50-55%, at least 47 to 53% of the voting sway. And then the Southwest has about 25% or 20%. The Southeast has about 15%, 10% that way. Whoever the North goes will often instances win. So you don't have to, you saw all of the permutations. If you don't put up a performance in the North, you cannot be the Nigerian president. But if you don't put up a performance in the Southeast, you can easily be president, as tested by Buhari and Tinubu. So this is in reaction to this guy saying I'm overhyping the people of the North. The North holds the sway in Nigerian elections. It's just there is no getting. Look at this guy. Sometimes I don't want to pay attention to the comment section because I could get locked in there. So look at this guy now. He says Tinubu was overhyped. The man has nothing upstairs. The man has nothing upstairs, and it's the press. It's always funny. This sort of comments make me laugh because these people clearly don't get anything. This is why they'll tell you that Buhari is a dunce and whatnot. To Buhari was military head of state, 2-term civilian president, but he's a dunce. Well done. Well, you are Einstein. You must be a clown. So let's start. So let's go on then to Omoyele Sowore, who, like I was saying, the guy desperate for clout and relevancy because, of course, traditionally always a joke figure, but he has happened upon these demonstration protestations now, which seems to be giving him some sort of currency. So he had somewhat I'm not sure that we will say the days of rage protest, 1st of August to the 10th, I'm not sure anybody will say it's a success, but it's not a total failure either. I wouldn't even call it a qualified success. The days of rage protest that we just saw, I wouldn't call it a qualified success. I would call it a qualified failure. So which is to say that it wasn't a categorical failure. So it was a failure, but to a degree, but not a categorical failure. So buoyed by what he saw in that protest, which he called for, Omoyele Sowore, he wants to repeat it almost immediately. So here is Sowore right here as he begins it again. So from Days of Rage to Fearless October. So was that in 2 months' time? Yeah, so here he is. It says, for too long, Nigerians have been taken for granted by at Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his gangsters that hijacked power in 2023. So how can it be for too long when Tinubu has only been in power for a year and 3 months? So I'm not quite sure. So, but Adesh whatever with the hyperballs as we know him for too long, Nigerians have been taken for granted by at official ABAT and his gangsters that hijacked power in 2023. Fearless in October is the restoration of people's power. So here is Sowore now, back to his cloud chasing nonsense. I'm not quite sure. It says, Fearless in October, End Bad Governance in Nigeria, Protest 2.0 from October the 1st till we win. So in perpetuity is this one now. So this one doesn't have a cap. This guy must be a clown now. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So what he wants is what happened in Bangladesh. This is what he wants. And he stated that in his own words. He says, a tale of two religious countries, Bangladesh and Nigeria. The first photos show Bangladeshi students embarking on a massive revolt against their leaders, which led the prime minister to resign and flee the country. The second photo is of students of University of Ibadan in Nigeria during an upper room religious event on August the 16th, 2024. The Nigerian students shunned the nationwide hashtag End Bad Governance in Nigeria, whilst the Bangladeshi students led their own version of hashtag End Bad Governance revolt. Nigerian students still got a chance to fully partake in the Fearless in October. So here he is then trying to rally the troops, the students. I don't know, man. We've been seeing him a lot on Twitter Space, by the way, Omoyele Sowore. So we've been seeing him a lot on Twitter Space, Omoyele Sowore. And by the way, the room needs populating. Like as I always say, if you want the conversation there, you have to jump on. There's actually 0 persons in here, so hopefully the room will populate at some point. And in that same hope, we'll start to see the super chats come in as well. So this next piece now goes to the narrative of next piece goes to the narrative of this vexatious to some but necessary to others presidential jet that Tinubu bought. A misery, a derisory, a negligible $150 million for $150 million for a presidential jet for one of the top 30 economies, certainly the most powerful Black African nation on the planet. So I would call that derisory, almost irresponsible. Even they should be spending $1 billion, certainly, on a presidential jet of a country of the prestige of Nigeria. But this goes to that space. This is Reno Mockery, of course. So you know the inflection that comes. So this is Reno Mockery. So you can anticipate the inflection. Daily Trust, in trying to incite the North against a Southern president, failed to inform their readers that the United States has ordered a new presidential jet costing $3.9 billion, which is over 300 times the cost of Nigeria's new presidential jet. They also failed to inform their readers that even the annual cost of packing and fitting the current Air Force One equals the cost of Nigeria's new presidential fleet. Daily Trust has an agenda. That is how they also misled the public about the Samoa Agreement and the COP28 UN Climate Change Conference in Dubai. The purpose is to turn the North against the South. So if we do a comparative sort of match up, then you have to say that the $150 million is an underspend. For if the Americans are spending $4 billion on a new on a new aircraft, it's not saying a fleet. Or it says contract formalizes agreement reached in February with Trump. Boeing to field two new 7.7 for White House by December the 24th. So $4 billion for two jets, as opposed to $150 million for a jet. So I think I'm not quite sure. It's the bitterness of the politics anyway. That's really what we're saying. The bitterness of the politics, and it's going to get even more bitter. Just the race towards 20. And by the way, this Good Luck Jonathan story, I think it's a good move, but again, too early, because they've given the Tinubu administration 2 years and about 8 months to tackle that narrative. So, because all of the potency is being permutated now, and this is the most potent. All of the potency for contention for President 2027. So, all of that being permutated now, but this permutation the most potent. I think the Aso Rock space was actually waiting in anticipation of an Atiku Obi ticket to rival them in 2027. So this one cuts them off the left field. So that, let me say that. Let's go on to this. I'll stay in PDP and fight battles. This is Wike telling them that it's not going anywhere. My people are shouting Ebim Kwawa. Who are your people shouting Ebim Kwawa, George Blue Shell? Don't worry. All that narrative is not going to wash. The political space is a bit more sophisticated than you guys are playing it, than the way you guys are playing it. I'll stay in PDP and fight battles. Wike on our APC defection. So Wike is probably the APC's greatest strategy in terms of counterweighting the PDP. If they can keep him in the PDP till the 2027 election, then that's part of a winning formula right there. I'll stay in PDP and fight battles. Wike on APC defection. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemson Wike, has vowed to remain in the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Wike said he prefers to stay in the PDP and fight than defect to the All Progressive Congress, APC. He spoke at a media parley to mark his 1 year in office as FCT Minister on Wednesday. He vowed to fight to correct the injustices within the party and ensure that the rights of members are protected. According to the minister, I will not leave PDP even when the fight at home, Rivers State and at the national level gets tougher. I will fight to the last. I am not prepared to join APC. I have said it and I want to repeat it again. The work I am doing here was handed over to me by the president, and I am focused on achieving the task before me. I will not fold my arms and allow the party I have suffered for over the years to continuously do injustice to members. I will not accept it. Wike had ensured stiff opposition in the PDP from the party's former presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar and Governor Sim Fubara of Rivers State. Amidst the opposition, President Bola Tinubu had appointed Wike as FCT minister. So yes, Wike. Anyway, it'll be interesting to see how they manage Wike. I'm not quite sure why they cannot just remove him from that party. But if they want to remove him from the party, then they have to have grounds to remove him from the party. But if it's a functionary of an opposition, then that's a conflict of interest right there. So that's sufficient enough grounds. But if they remove him, of course, then they'll be held to pay. Ghana begins construction of $12 billion oil refinery for regional dominance. So when it rains, it pours for Aliko Dangote. So poor guy, if you can say that about the richest black man on the planet. Ghana begins construction of $12 billion oil refinery for regional dominance. So how far into it are they? This is coming from Africa Business Insider. Ghanaian President Nana Akufo-Addo has officially launched the construction of a 300,000 barrel per day oil refinery, which will position Ghana as a key petroleum hub in the region. However, critics have raised concerns about the potential flaws in the project. Ghana, known as the world's second largest cocoa producer, began producing oil in 2010 and currently outputs about 132,000 barrels of crude per day, along with 325 million standard cubic feet of natural gas daily. The project promises to be a cornerstone of the nation's development. Akufo-Addo said they don't even have sufficient. They want to build 300,000 barrels per day capacity refinery, and their full capacity of oil output 132,000. So they want essentially to be refining Nigerian oil. Right. The project promises to be a cornerstone of our nation's development, Akufo-Addo said late on Monday at the site of the project in the southwestern city of Jomoro, which will also include petrochemical plants. Phase 1 of the project, with an estimated cost of 12 billion, will be financed and constructed by a consortium including Touchstone Capital Group, etc., etc. So I'm not quite sure why they are even doing that. Dangote will crush them, of course. I don't know, man. That makes absolutely no sense to me. All right, so back to PDP, and they're going on 2027 presidency. PDP fires Atiku, speaks on preferred candidate. You can't decide for us. So yes, Atiku will just have to step down, isn't it? It's just as simple as that. The People's Democratic Party (PDP) has said that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has contested for the president several times. It was time for him to drop his ambition and allow the party to decide its direction. Ibrahim Abdullahi, the Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the party, made the comment whilst supporting the call for former President Goodluck Jonathan to run against Tinubu in the 2027 presidential election. In an interview with correspondents, Abdullahi said Atiku cannot be single-handedly controlling the direction of things, adding that the PDP is a national party. He maintained that the former vice president cannot dictate to the party who to field in the 2027 presidential election. The PDP leader acknowledged Atiku's efforts in running for the presidency, but suggested it is time to support someone else, particularly if the odds favor that person, which he believes is the case with Goodluck Jonathan. He highlighted Jonathan's past achievements as president, including stabilizing the forex and achieving single-digit inflation. He emphasized the need for a nationalist like Jonathan to salvage the country's current situation, which transcends party lines. It is not the place of Atiku to decide for the PDP. We are running a national political party, for crying out loud, one that has governed this country for 16 years. We cannot be expected to have one person determining the party's direction. So there it is right there. So they're clearing the deck then for Goodluck Jonathan to come in. Let me give you this. Oh God. Okay. Let me give you this one. This one speaks to corruptions within the Tinubu administration and how they are self-serving. Let me give you this one, and then we'll do a few clips, see if anybody turns up for the conversation. So Sons of Nigerian president and his tycoon friend owned a company together. So I think this is the narrative of that high tech space. Uh, The Nigerian president's son owned an offshore company with the son of a tycoon who recently received the contract to build a 700-kilometer highway spanning the West African country's coast, leaked corporate document review. So this is coming from organized crime and corruption reporting project. So I don't quite know who they are. The contract was awarded without any public bidding process, and a minister told the correspondent the government is now facing a legal challenge. In May, the government announced the first phase of building by High Tech Construction Company Limited, which is a subsidiary of a conglomerate owned by the brothers Ronald and Gilbert Chalgori. High Tech Construction has been awarded the contract for the entire project, which will cost an estimated $13 billion, with funding to be secured as it progresses. Activists and opposition politicians blasted the deal, arguing that it violated regulations, but because it was not done through a public tender. Minister of Works David Umahi said the government is fighting a legal battle in relation to the highway. The entire process is before the court, he said in a text to correspondents. Critics also highlighted the long-standing business dealings and friendship between the Chalgori brothers and President Bola Tinubu. Umahi said the relationship played no role in the construction contract. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway procurement followed due process, and the president hasn't any hand in the award or execution. Instead, the association between Tinubu and the Chalgori brothers is well known to Nigerians, but correspondents had discovered that the younger generation also had a corporate relationship. The president's son, Oluwaseyi Tinubu, was a majority shareholder in an offshore company alongside Ronald Chalgori Jr., who shares a name with his father. The firm was incorporated 8 years ago in the British Virgin Islands. The British Virgin Islands offers corporate anonymity, but the involvement of the two men was revealed in the company documents leaked to the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. The current ownership of the BVI firm is unknown. Oluwaseyi Tinubu and Ronald Chalgori Jr. did not respond to requests for comment, nor did the Chalgori Group. Ayotunde Abiodun of SBM Intelligence, a Nigeria-based risk consultancy firm, said public officials and their close relatives are expected to avoid conflict of interest in order to uphold public trust. He added that the business and personal relationship between the Tinubu and Chalgori family fuels suspicion amongst Nigerians due to systemic corruption and pervasive lack of accountability within the country's governance. Nigeria last ranked 145 out of 180 countries on an annual index measuring perceptions of corruption, which is published by the advocacy group, etc., etc. Right. Graft has long plagued Nigeria, and Gilbert Chalgori was convicted in Switzerland in 2000 of money laundering for the country's former military dictator Sani Abacha. The relationship between Nigeria's current president and the Chalgori brothers go back to at least 2007, when Tinubu was governor of Lagos State. That year, Tinubu's administration granted the Chalgori Group title to 10 million square meters of land on the seashores of the country's commercial capital, Lagos. high-tech construction is now building a co-Atlantic city on that land, which is held by, so I'm not quite sure if this hangs together, but there it is, conspiracy theories and shady dealings within the Tinubu administration. So let's start. Chinese company take over Nigeria's guesthouses in Liverpool in bid to recover $70 million arbitration award. So this one has gone viral somewhat. I think we're still with those people that are chasing the private jets, the presidential jets all over the place. So I'm only really bringing you this storyline because I know the guy that pursued it to get to this result. This shows you the power of social media. So this road construction here was pursued by a guy called Segun Olo, who is a social media sort of a minor personality, but has taken on this particular road and forced the state governor into a performance. Ogun government begins reconstruction work on Lagos-Ota Abeokuta Expressway. So this is the power of social media right there. So that's the power of social media right there. Is there anything else that we've missed before we come to the? Is there anything else that we've missed before we come to the? Oh, all right. I think that's sufficient enough of readouts anyway. So that's sufficient enough of readouts. All right. So let me play you a few clips. Hopefully the panel turns up and then we have a conversation. All right. So talking about things that have gone viral, this one here has gone absolutely viral. It comes of the theme that we were going through yesterday. So that theme of that guy's anyway, watch this. So this is on the borderlines now of hate. So people say we shouldn't be highlighting these things, but it's all over social media. So it's a recurring decimal now, and it's being churned out so aggressively. So look at the latest inflection of this of that particular sort of storyline. Watch this.
These other Yorubas, they're just fucking lazy. We, the Easterners, will come down all the way from East and make money in Lagos. They will be there still begging us money for food. They don't work. You know, they don't work. Most of them, he knows what I'm talking about. You know, they're just like that. Yoruba, they're just like that. You know, they don't like accepting their fault and they don't like working. Even in Lagos, we that come all the way from East, we met most of them in Lagos when we came. And we started doing well more than them. We started feeding them.
That's in case people want to join the.
So there it is right there. It's becoming too often a recurring decimal. It's becoming too often a recurring decimal. But let me play you this clip from the Sierra Leonean First Lady that speaks to the heart of what holds Africa back. How much does this apply to Nigeria was the question I was thinking when I saw this. But this lady here, very intelligent, certainly more intelligent than your First Lady, who just goes around telling you that Mama Chinedu and whatnot. But listen to the Sierra Leonean First Lady that speaks ultimate sense. Listen to this, and then you see that Africa is in a gridlock, in a vice grip that it will struggle to escape from. So watch this.
The kind of mineral resources we have in our country is enough to take care of everybody in that country. We should not have a single poor person in Sierra Leone. But unfortunately, we are not given the free will to make decisions on our own mineral resources. There's always Big Brother who decides. And when you fight and say, no, we are not going to do this, they use the system to stop you. It's either they set you up with the opposition and they'll be supporting the opposition against you from the back, or they cause unnecessary chaos in your country so that you are not able to even govern your own people. They will do things to make you not to be functionable. And of course, any country that don't have peace cannot develop. You have to have peace before you talk about development. I'll give you a simple example about Sierra Leone. Every mining company that is in Sierra Leone today is owned by a foreigner. Every mining company. If it's not the Chinese, it's the American, it's the British. Our electricity, Bumuda, is run by the British, and we still don't have light. We're looking for light, electricity. If you don't have electricity, how can you talk about education? How can you talk about health facility? How can you talk about improving the infrastructure of your country? We don't have electricity. Now, do we actually even have proper water, pipe-borne water, so that our kids will not be sick? We don't have those facilities. Why? With all the minerals we have, there is a cap you put. Before my husband became the president of Sierra Leone was benefiting, they said, what's the word? 0.000.1%. What is that? Basically, a company can take as much as $100 million out of the country in terms of minerals, and then they can just give the country $10,000. Now, what will $10,000 do for our health system? What is $10,000 do for our educational system? And these are the things I believe that are stopping Africa from progressing. We don't have a say. The sense about us celebrating independence, I don't know why we celebrate independence, because we are not free. That is my own take. I'm not speaking also on behalf of the government of Sierra Leone, nor am I speaking on behalf of His Excellency the President. I am speaking as Fatima, as a citizen of a country who believes that things need to change.
Right, so she's speaking as Fatima, the citizen of a country who believes that things need to change. And certainly things do need to change. So that's the narrative of so many African countries, isn't it? These people lock you. Do you remember when we were signing deals with the Chinese, and the deals were written in Chinese? That was during Rotimi Amechi's phase when they were trying to build all these rail systems that we don't even know if they're still functioning. We are locked into deals that we don't understand. Our resources are taken virtually for nothing. So that narrative that lady just gave you there, something worth $100 million, and you that own it, they throw $10,000 on the floor, and then you scramble like a bunch of baboons, you know? So, and that's take that story, take it to Congo, and take it take it to Niger, take it to Chad, take it to Mali, the same thing obtains. So we are locked in some sort of vice grip that will struggle because they bind you. Look at what is going on with Nigeria now, with all these Chinese people going around the world, seizing our assets and auctioning it. So they lock you in this slave binding sort of contractual arrangements. And if you try to untangle yourself from it, they'll just auction you off like slaves. So there it is right there. So talking about auctioning off like slaves, watch this one.
I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo boy. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo troublesome daughter.
I'm not MC Lomo, but MC Lomo is my boss. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo lawyer boy. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo loyalist boy. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo lawyer boy. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo loyalist.
I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo's project supervisor. I'm not MC Lomo, but I'm MC Lomo's adopted favorite daughter.
I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo loyalist. That's MC Lomo boy. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo chancer. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo realist. I'm not MC Lomo, MC Lomo is my mentor.
I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo adopted son.
I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo boy. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo lawyer boy. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo brother, no going back. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo lawyer boy.
I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo mother.
I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo lawyer boy.
I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo little daughter.
I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo latest international PA. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo loyalist. I'm not MC Lomo, I'm MC Lomo loyalist, 100%. I'm
I'm loyalist MC Oluomo.
1 million loyalist Oluomo. Oluomo 1 million loyalist.
Oluomo Lonso.
Oluomo 1 million loyalist.
I'm not Oluomo. I'm Oluomo's stubborn daughter.
I am not Oluomo. I'm Oluomo's brother.
To my age, I'm not MC Oluomo. I'm MC Oluomo's stubborn boy. I'm not MC Oluomo. I'm also chief of staff.
I'm not MC Oluomo. I'm MC Oluomo friend. Loyalist. This is King MC Oluomo.
All right. So what struck me when I first saw that was how many people are on this guy's payroll. Did we count about 30, 40 there on this guy's payroll? So the money must be gushing from Bodilon. So the money must be gushing from Bodilon. But somebody that is already satiated in money and is now looking for accolades. You know how Nigerians love titles. Even being a king is not sufficient enough titles, a title for Nigerians now. They want more. So this is this guy's pursuit for even more appellation behind his name. What this?
College project and as an activism and also feminism, Muslim feminism.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Liebe and Daud, thank you very much. So I'm in this very fortunate position to be the very first to congratulate Emir Sanusi on having passed the examination without any corrections. So the thesis stands and is passed by the 2 external examiners as it was submitted. So there is no further work to be done. This is a clear pass, which is one of the options as of the results of the PhD. So congratulations for Dr. Sanusi, I can say, Dr. Emir Sanusi, as a preliminary. This has not as yet been confirmed formally, so there's still going to be the award ceremony. And I want to congratulate your supervisors, in particular your first supervisor, Professor Mashoud Badran. Well done to the two of you. So in terms of process and formalities, the examiners will complete a joint examination.
So there it is right there. So yet another appellation to his name. So it's now Prince Dr. Khalifa Emir Sanusi. So he'll probably take a full A4 sheet just to read out his titles. I'm sure there's an allergy in there as well. But let's go on to the next clip. This clip speaks to why the police want the leader of the Labour Party, or not the Labour Party, or he should be wanted by the police as well, but of the Labour Union. So watch this.
W joins us live here in Abuja. So thank you so much, Muyiwa, for joining us tonight.
Good evening. How are you? Good evening, Nigeria.
What was the police doing at an ungodly hour at the NSC headquarters in Abuja?
In the security business, we don't have any ungodly hour. I don't know the meaning of ungodly hour in this context.
That means in the wee hours of the day and the late in the night. Why did the police have to raid NLC headquarters at night?
Well, Phil, let's clarify certain issues. Misuse of words is the greatest cause of error. The NLC as a body, as a property called NLC, that is Labour House. And I'm sure you know the NLC sublets some of the major rooms, major shops and outlets within the complex to individuals.
So it's a complex.
It's a complex. It's a complex.
Well, how many floors are you? I understand about 10 or 8 floors.
I've been made to know it's 10 floors.
It's about 10 floors.
And the NLC secretariat is on the 10th floor.
Or on the 10th?
The 10th floor. That's 10th floor. And we are discussing national security. We have been working on a particular man who has been a global criminal, not only a threat to Nigeria, or African continent, but to the whole world. And incidentally, with our scientific analysis of certain information about this man, we discovered that he's on the second floor of the Labour House. And with the nature of the case, whether there is any authority or no authority, is a coordinated or a
all right. Apologies. That's not actually the clip that I wanted to bring you. I think that one may be out of sequence. I think that one is more to do with that terrorist sponsor from the north. But this one I certainly want to bring you. Here is Peter Obi with Yemi Oshibajo. They've been putting out clips in America. Here he is doing his usual bulabaloo and bulaba.
Declaring millions as their running costs. How do you feel this represents Nigeria on the international stage, or on the international stage right now? How do you feel we're being represented by our leaders internationally?
Very, very shameful. We shouldn't be talking about buying jets today with the level of poverty. We can't be poverty capital of the world and be buying jets. It shouldn't be. Even when I'm still questioning, how much was the cost? We said we're replacing the old one. What is the age of the new one? Why did we need to replace the old one? What is far wrong with it? For me, that shouldn't be. Every penny today should be directed about pulling people out of poverty, in health, in education, because this is where we're lacking. These are development trajectories where we are lacking when compared with similar countries that we are supposed to be at par with. We are low in human development, in education. Our health is worsening every day, where we've even overtaken India in infant mortality, despite the fact that people are hungry. They don't know where the next meal will come from. So every penny should be directed to that. And that's what I hear everywhere. I've been speaking to people from other countries who are talking, listening to the Prime Minister of Kosovo speak this morning in a meeting, listening to former Prime Minister of Denmark speak. Everybody is talking about the people, and the ordinary people. And you could see what I'm telling you about ordinary people, where chairman of VNC is a son of a single mom who was brought up by the grandparents.
Similar to Obama.
Everything. So we want to create a society where a child of nobody will rise up due to productivity and be somebody, where people's talent and hard work will match up their opportunity in life.
So that's Peter Obi saying the usual ding dong diddly diddly. You never quite know what he's saying because obviously it's pitch impaired, but that's the usual. It's just it's like mantra chanting, isn't it? I say, oh, I saw the president of XYZ speaking about the people, and the prime minister of ABC speaking about the people. Which leader of any country is not speaking about the people? What else would they be speaking about other than the people? So that's all they ever speak. I've not yet seen a leader or a leader of a country that's not speaking about the people, but that will be, of course, doing it ding dong diggly, just so okrika something. All right. The next clip that I'm about to play you now, I want you to prefix this thought before I play it. So have this thought as a prefix before I play it. So it's from a Fela song. You be thief, I know be thief. So that's the prefixed thought that you should use to engage with this one now. So this guy now unbundle what he has to say and see if there's sense in there. You be thief, I know be thief.
I am not thief. I am a businessman.
You guys contribute largely to crude oil theft, and then the nation is losing so much of its wealth.
For me, I am not thief. What about those that are using vessels, mother vessels from the ocean, loading? I am just taking a little jerrycans. This is a jerrycan. For whatever I am seeing there, those are saying this. They are using biro to thief. They are the people even contributing from those bunkering. Our own, this is not bunkering. We are supplying kerosene to the filling station. No filling station, no place they have kerosene. And the government does not matter. What about the North? They are doing their gold, doing this. What will they call those people? Okay, those people are not thief. Because when the poor man do, they say thief. But when the rich man do, they call embezzlement.
There is no job in this Nigeria. Niger Delta, we are suffering. Since we are suffering, this oil is our own. What if the federal government, makes an attempt to employ you? Would you quit this job?
What kind of job did they want to employ me for first? This thing I'm doing is okay for me. It's okay to my people. The people that are giving job now, most of them now, till today, they've not paid them. University lecturers, they are on strike. They want to give me job. What kind of, is it the job you give me, then you not pay me?
We don't care whether we die. Like me, I don't care.
The whole of Nigeria, you cannot see kerosene to buy. We, the Niger Delta boys, are the one producing kerosene and supplying the filling station. If you give us the opportunity, we will do more. Then they say they want to stop bunkering. How? Are they giving us job?
So yes, he said, are they giving us job? But in a previous breath, he told us that he's not interested in a job. So yes, a lesser thief, but still a thief. You may want to conclude, but he presents an argument. But what's the strength of it? So you'll be the judge of that. Tell me in the comment section. Let me play you two more clips. The last one will land on Obama, but this one, I've titled it "And His Money," so I'm not quite sure what it is. So many clips, I forget the theme of it. Let's watch it together. I must have brought it up for a reason.
I want to tell you that today God has revealed this.
Oh yes, this is Pastor Fufunwa or something like that. Pastor Fufunwa for Fufun. So that pastor from the creeks, finding a new innovative way. You remember how some of the pastors asked them to go and be eating grass and rolling around in mud. So he's putting. Remember how Justice Suleiman or what Apostle Suleiman, he used to tell them to hold up a phone and wait for an alert. So he's given a different inflection on that particular strap line of Sakama J. So this is the latest inflection of the Sakama J of the Nigerian holy man.
I want to tell you that today God has revealed this secret to me for you to now to succeed again. Life is all about targeting. So in order God to now assist our target, so I want you people to now, your blessings shall never ever. The things that you never get targeted last 4 months, you couldn't get before. Through this stoning of your enemies, now you're going to now have what you are looking for in life. I will tell you what to do with the stone when you come. Because we have just rolled away the stone, but this one we're going to stone our enemies. We have rolled away, the 4th month we rolled away the stones away from us. But today, I want to tell you that the enemies that now who plan evil against us, because we follow according to the word out. Give what belongs to Caesar to Caesar. Give what belongs to God to God. So, brethren, come and stone your enemies. Come over to Mercy City and stone your enemies. Your enemies no need to be stoned and to let them kill them. So you come and now carry your stone in order to now, and I will tell you what to do with the stone. Your life will never ever remain the same. As you stone your enemies, your life will never ever remain the same. God is going to help you out, and God is going to bless you, and God is going to fight for you. Stones means a lot of things. We use stone to prepare war against our enemies. The Bible says in the book of Joshua 10:11, it says that hail stones from heaven. God sends stones to now help what is called Joshua. God, the same stone, God will use it to help you to fight your battle. He used these stones, he sent them from heaven to now overcome the plan of the Hamorite. So today, whatever you have, whatever you are watching me, whatever you are following up, it's time for war. Don't keep quiet. Is your marriage stagnant? Is your business stagnant? Is your promotion stand still? Is you're going to abroad and your document have problem? You have to come over, and those who are watching me all over the world, you come and grab this stone. Your fingers are number 5, so you have to use to now grab your blessings that God has released unto you this month, it will not pass you by. Come and release and take your stone. It will be powerful. And your enemies this time, they will never ever escape. God bless you. Shalom.
So so let's auction those stones. Tell me how much you think this 419 guy is going to sell those stones to the gullible desperados that will no doubt stream towards wherever his establishment is to go and purchase one. So how much do you think this 419 chancellor is going to sell those stones to the gullible desperados that are going to turn up for it? So a fool and his money. So yes, so that's why I titled this "And His Money." So a fool and his money soon to part, and that's the that's the one verse that applies to the Nigerian largely Christian space. A fool and his money soon to pass. So now this is our last clip. This was sent in by somebody to be played. It's just an Obama clip. I've not really watched it, but Obama is good copy. I think this speaks to what is going on in America at the moment. Watch this.
It started on Chicago's South Side. Tracing back the Obama story takes you along the shores of Lake Michigan to the corner of 53rd Street and Dorchester Avenue and the Kissing Rock, where it got romantic. Theirs is the African-American story still being written.
We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
At the Democratic Convention, the first black president, the man who made history, spoke of the woman he said could make it again.
I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse.
DNC, turn out for what? They rolled out the celebrities for the roll call. Kamala On a presidential stage, there was, some say, the best president America never had.
Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs?
Please tell me the truth. I'm up at 3 a.m., no snooze.
Across town, we found them rapping in Obama's neighborhood. Here, their influence has been felt through the generations. As times change, so do the issues.
In terms of inspiration, I think it made a difference in terms of involvement. With him being there, it gave most of our people, and especially the young people, a reason to get up and go to the polling place and cast a vote.
Has he made a difference to your life?
I want to say yeah, but unfortunately, outside of the traffic around here, when he comes back, not much has changed, man.
Be nice to see an African-American woman be president if they weren't funding a genocide. So, yeah.
And that's your priority?
That's my priority.
There's been a cotton wool wrapping around the launch of Kamala Harris, presidential nominee. The endorsement of a party in Chicago was a given. So too from the Obamas of the South Side. It will get tougher. Her running mate Tim Walz has been doing a walkthrough before his conference address. He'll be joined by another former president, Bill Clinton. They are day 3 headliners with a tough act to follow from day 2. This crowd had shown adulation for the local boy done good, and with enduring influence. The history maker who came with the message that history shouldn't hurt. James Matthews, Sky News in Chicago.
So there it is. Yes, we can Mark II. So yes, we can Mark II. So the American politics is heating up. So I suspect we may be having conversations around it as they go closer towards their elections over there. You know what? The one that I would have loved to have seen is a bit like Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua. The fight you want to see that almost actually would never happen. I would have loved to have seen Obama take on Donald Trump. That would be box office viewing. Obama will beat the living daylight out of him. That would be my contention, because Obama knows all the put downs. He can cut you to the quick with a withering quip. So cut you to the quick. Cut you to the quick with a withering quip. So cut you to the quick with a withering quip. Let's play the K guides. See if a panel turns up, then we have a session. First, we're not seeing the super chats, by the way. What's going on? Usually we would have seen at least a couple encouraging the space. So do that as you listen to the K guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Pardon me. And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe may just have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us at Kene, so good to have you at Kene. Joining us sponsor right there. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. So those are the people so far. So anybody that wants to join, hop on. We did have Izon, he just dropped now, but I was going to start with him actually, but let's kick it off in the absence of Izon with Ekene. So Ekene, Alpha, Megida.
Honorable one man.
How about it?
I just would they manage Nigeria now.
Yeah, they manage, if you they manage Nigeria, we can make poor man come talk. Eh?
Nigeria is not a smile now. It's only the supporters of APC that I don't. Even most of their supporters, I know they hear their voice much. It's only one man and few people that we used to meet here every day. Yeah. This interview of OBS Ekwesile that I wanted you with Shewo Kimbala, is it 2 days ago? When I came, I couldn't come in last night and a few nights because I was very tired. So I wanted you to play part of that interview. But I don't know. I know you will not like such interview because
I saw it in the passing, but it's not that I don't even like it. It's that it doesn't really offer anything. She was talking about the presidential jet, wasn't she? And she was doing the usual fake indignation and shaking the head up and down and talking loud. She didn't. What did she have to say that had any meaning?
Well, I know, but that's one of the things I would have loved to discuss because all this praising of the government and all that is not what I am, especially the situation of our country. When I see people like Obieze speak, I listen to her because that interview was very good for, even if the president will only take a little of what she said and act upon it in that interview, I think you will get some things right. Because most of the time, for a president to perform, you don't really need to listen to people like One Man, Ulata, all these praise singers. You really need to listen to your opposition. That's how to survive. Even in business, in any form of life, what makes you progress is not the people that praise you. You progress through your criticisms from the people that criticize you. That is where you draw your strength. Then perform better in every areas of your life. But if you listen to people like just like the people I mentioned.
Okay, take us to that interview then. What were the outtakes? What struck you in watching? Like I said, I saw it, but I didn't even bother because, you know, I've listened to Madam Obi so many times that it's just a predictable indignation.
Yeah, in that oil sector, he really made a lot of senses there. The what is needed, the kind of restructuring that has to happen in the oil sector, and all that the government don't have anything to do with NNPC. All the bill they signed was just to deceive themselves for that, because the NNPC don't have any business. She don't have any business to do with the federal government. So she
It's
laid out.
the federal government parastatal now. Why would it not have anything to do?
Yeah,
the government is the majority shareholder, the sole shareholder.
Correction,
Yeah,
woman. It's a private corporation now.
Yes, owned by the government.
Not owned by the government, partly owned by the government. But supposedly, it has shareholders that haven't been announced. We don't know who the shareholders are.
We do. The Ministry of Finance and
no, it's not official. NNPC is a ghost corporation where you have shareholders that we don't know who they are. Supposedly, it's the Ministry of Finance, but who within the Ministry of Finance? We have no idea what's going on. As Lamido Sanusi said, it is the most opaque organization in this country.
Just hold it, settle down. We do know who the shareholders are.
Who are the shareholders?
I just told you, it's the Ministry of Finance.
No, it is not. Has NNPC released its documents of the official shareholders of that corporation?
They are not owned by private individuals.
That's my point, though, one man. It can't be a corporation if it's owned by a ministry that's within the government.
Aizan, do you know it's easy to know? You know, if you go to the Corporate Affairs Commission website.
Let's stop with that. Corporate CAC, they will not tell you anything. Supposedly, this government entity. Wait, guys, let's be honest here. This government entity is supposedly being a private corporation with shareholders that we don't know who they are.
No,
suppose the shareholders
guys, don't say that owned by ministry, as one man is saying. It's solely owned.
It is not the ministry of okay. Who owns the Ministry of Finance? If you have shares within a corporation, you identify individuals.
It's not just talking at speed. Let it be conversational. Just steady
down. Okay, let's be conversational. Go ahead, make your point.
We know who owns it. The shares of NNPC are held by the Ministry of Finance Incorporated and Ministry of Petroleum are incorporated in equal portions on behalf of the federal government.
Then it's not a private corporation. If it's owned by ministries of government parastatals within the government, then you cannot call it a private corporation. It is not private.
All right, that's your legal.
That's an oxymoron. So think about a woman. No. Don't look at what I'm saying as an opposition to what you are saying. Let's look at it for what it is.
I agree with you, Aizan, on that.
Yes.
So they keep saying it's a private corporation, but the entire share is solely owned by the government.
Exactly.
Ministry of Finance. So what are they telling us?
Hold on. Are there not companies owned by institutions?
No, one man, you can't say that.
It's owned by the federal government.
Yes.
You might as well just say it is owned by the government and we'll accept that. But you can't tell us. You understand?
That is what we said. I said it's owned by the government, and you are saying it's owned by some shadow.
Yeah, that's woman. Okay, let me make the main
that
point
is
of
the
my.
point one man said earlier. But you are trying to say we don't know who owns it.
No, Ajani Koko, I'm trying to say that Ajani Koko, I'm trying to say that they are identifying themselves as a private corporation, but the definition of a private corporation does not fit the character of what they are saying the people that own the corporation are. You cannot be owned by the you cannot be owned by the government and then at the same time claim you're a private corporation. You are not.
You have to be opening the window for people to engage with you.
No, I'm trying to make my point and you keep cutting me off. What I'm trying to say is this.
No, you've said it. Don't repeat it.
Okay. I've said it. And it's a valid point.
Hold on. I want to ask you a question. What is your understanding of a private company?
A private company is a company that's issued an IPO that is owned by private individuals who have bought shares within the company.
Right.
In this case, that is not the case.
What about a limited liability company?
No. You asked me, now you're moving the goalpost. You asked me what a private company is. I answered that question.
Yeah,
a private company is a company. Wait. A private company is a company under the auspices of a capitalism, is a company that's issued an IPO who is now owned by shareholders who are private individuals. In this case, you are saying these guys are a private company, but they're owned by the government.
I never said that. You said that. NMPC
okay, no. NMPC said they're a private corporation. You are saying they're owned by the government. How are they a private corporation owned by the government?
Can you let me speak with you? It's NMPC Limited. What does limited mean? Limited liability company.
Liability company. Okay, go ahead.
So that's it now. It's not a private company. It's a limited liability company.
Oh, so now it's not a private company.
Well, it's a limited liability company. That's
a limited liability company is what? Let me ask you this. What's a limited liability company?
No, I don't want to get bogged down in the
No. Let's get bogged down into it. One man, let's get bogged down into it because this is a key conversation. Because this conversation serves the ground for any other conversation we have after that. So let's get bogged down into it. What's a limited liability company?
It's
limited liability. That's what it says. What's a limited liability company?
Well, we have to look it up, but my broad understanding is that it's limited by the amount of shares available and whatever it's a limited liability.
Who owns a limited liability company? Is it public or is it private?
The shareholders.
Exactly. That is the point I am making. The shareholders own a limited an LLC, and in an LLC, the shareholders are private. So in this case, you're saying an LLC exists.
No, sorry.
Jesus have mercy. You're saying an LLC exists.
What do you mean they are private? What do you mean they're private?
It's limited liability.
Yes.
It's a private company.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, that's my point. Right. You can't say you're a private company owned by a government.
No, they're owned by institutions within the government.
It's the government, one man. Come on, that's semantics. If they're owned by institutions within the government, it is the government.
Yes. So
yes. Now, come on. Now, let's not do this.
Owned by the government. Government.
Yes. Now.
Yes, but so where is the divergence in the conversation?
My point, my woman, we agree on a certain point, but what we're trying to do is shift the goalpost. And what I'm trying to say is, let's not try to paint this corporation as a private corporation. It is not.
It is
because it does not practice the tenets of a private corporation.
It has shareholders.
Who are the shareholders? Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Petroleum.
Yes.
Those are not private shareholders.
Yes, but they are shareholders. They're institutional shareholders.
And that is the point I'm making, one man. Unless you can identify private shareholder, it's not a private corporation.
I'm not sure that's how
it is owned by the government. So it still falls under the umbrella of government doctrines, is the point I'm trying to make. Which means private individuals do not determine what happens in NMPC. If it was a truly private shareholder company, it would probably be more efficient because it would be accountable to its shareholders who are not government employees. You see my point?
Right. It's a private company because the shares are not opened to the... just hold on. Because the shares are not opened to the public. If the shares were... hold on. If the shares were opened to the public, then it would be a PLC. And the shares are limited to the institutions that hold those shares, which is the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Petroleum Resources.
But,
it's a private
one man. One man, any business owned by a private individual, they go to the market and look for their customers, not necessarily.
Thank you, my brother.
So,
They
what
go
is
to
the activity?
and where is
You
the
don't need a
They don't
PhD
go
in
to the
economics
market.
to
They don't
figure
look
this
for their
out.
own purpose.
I'm not sure what point is being made, but maybe you've
He's
lost
making
me.
the point that if you are truly private, you're owned by private individuals within an environmental space. You cannot be saying you're private, but you're owned by government institutions. Who runs those government institutions? Those ministries are run by whichever ministers are appointed,
Don't let us
depending
even
on who the
don't.
president is at any given time.
Don't let us even argue too much on this.
No,
Is just
I don't go.
one
No,
of those.
because
This is
I don't
one
go
of
because
those.
the reason why
I'm with you. I agree with you in totality. I agree with you in totality.
Yeah.
You see, this is the government magic that fella was telling us when he was alive. You see, they are painting it as if it's a private company now, but the shares is solely owned by government. What are they telling us? Just it is government is still. I mean, the chairman, the finance director was telling us yesterday that our company doesn't pay. We have never paid copper for the past 8 years to a single marketer subsidy. What happened is that when we import the gas, when we import the petrol, government will tell us, listen,
the price to sell
government
it.
will tell us half that price. So I don't want to talk it's a private company. It's government that is controlling it now.
Exactly.
Government appoint every guardian person directing the affairs, running the affairs of NNPC.
Even the NNP chairman
Everybody.
himself is an appointment of the government.
Exactly.
It's just government magic. These people are fooling us.
Okay, I keep quiet. I can my brother. I hello. I beg no vex. I just say make I talk this thing. I beg no vex.
You did not make
No,
a point by the way.
you to talk. You can even take this.
Omar, let me come in. Let me explain LLC to these guys, man. It's just standing blah 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 blue. LLC simply means standalone entity, meaning we can't sue the shareholders. You understand? If you want to sue that LLC, you can sue as a standalone entity. So if you want to sue that LLC, you cannot sue the federal government. If something goes wrong to that particular entity, you cannot sue the government. You will sue that particular LLC. Like as an individual, if you own a company and you make it an LLC, if something goes wrong, someone cannot go after your property or your own personal assets. They have to go after that asset of that company, not yours. So if someone wants to sue that LLC, you can't go after government property. You go after that whatever is assigned to that LLC. So that's what it means. So it's not a government owned. It's a standalone entity. That's what that LLC means.
It means limited liability. That's what limited liability means. It means you have limited liability. If anything goes wrong with the company, your liability is limited. That's what it means.
Exactly. So what's the problem here? What is these things about his own by his government entity?
But the argument here is that NNPC is a private corporation that has shareholders. Who are the shareholders? Ministries of the government. Therefore, it is not a private corporation.
You are not even getting it because you are just talking.
No. You are not getting it. I am stating exactly what it is. You understand what I'm saying?
Let me make a point on that.
Hold on, Pansat. A limited liability company limits the losses and the liabilities to that entity. So that company stands almost like an individual, separate from the owners of it. So that's just what it is. It's a vehicle. That's what it is. And the shareholders are known. They are the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Petroleum Resources.
And then it's owned by the government. If the government owns 100% of the shares, then it's owned by them.
The government does not own the profits.
No. If the shareholders are the ministries, then those ministries determine what happens within that entity. Shareholders have votes, and shareholders determine what happens within corporations. You are not going to change the law of what shareholders do.
But that's not in dispute, though. It is owned by the government. But
exactly. So we agree.
Yeah. So what was all that?
But it's not a government entity, though.
The point is not about it being a government entity. The point is about it saying they are a private corporation. That is the argument NNPC is making. Okay, but they are not. If they are owned by the government, they are not. You can't be owned by the government and call yourself a private corporation.
You don't even listen. That's just the
No,
thing.
I am listening, my brother, but what I'm saying to you is this. If you say you are a private corporation, then your shareholders are private individuals,
No,
not
they are
government
not.
ministries.
You are wrong, though.
No, I'm
If you
not
are,
wrong. I am
can you
not
just
wrong. There is not a private corporation
all
in
right?
this world that operates as
Let's
a
just carry
private
on.
entity
If you don't want
that is
to,
not owned by private
guy,
shareholders.
can you even hear anybody? If you don't want to hear a counter narrative,
It's not a matter of me wanting to hear. I'm trying to make a point to you.
yeah,
You
You
understand?
just make an unnecessary argument. That's what we are saying.
No, I'm not making an unnecessary argument. I'm making a
It's the
point.
driver of a
You
car
can't call yourself. Okay, so my central point is this: you
all right.
cannot call yourself a private organization.
Let me mute you for a moment. You said that severally. So can somebody disagree, or you don't
Owned
want
by
to hear?
government and it is
Okay,
private,
still
then
talking.
you don't understand what a private corporation is.
All right, you've made that point. Can somebody present a
Okay.
counter narrative without you jumping on them?
I'm not jumping on. Go ahead and present your counter narrative.
All right. So just stay steady. You know, it's not a boxing match. You know,
Let me intercede
just you be quiet, man.
No, you shut up, idiot. Shut up.
All right, there it is.
Get rid of this.
Yeah, I don't know. He just comes here to say "shut up, idiot" all the time. I'm not quite sure. He's a 70-year-old man, you know. But anyway, let's just abandon that. Can I carry on? If they're just going to loop around endlessly on that one.
Kenny, my brother, no vex, I beg. Now your time, I beg. Sorry.
No, I don't even have much. It's just that
No, you
the
were
point you
talking
make.
us through. You were talking us through OBS Equathele, and then we got lost in that funk, you know. But
Yeah, that's the one of the strongest points he made in that conversation with Sean Walking Baloye. But you would have made a better conversation of it if you have played that conversation instead of allowing us to argue unnecessarily. But even though I know that you will not agree with her in most of the point that she made, but she was talking based on somebody who has served under government, because when she was giving those narratives, she was using the communication sector, that is the telecom and all those stores of that they privatize under their government, to give an example. So he said that is how the NNPC has to look like if they lately say they are private company. So they should go out there and look for their customers. The government don't have any business with Miri Kalaye and all those people he's having meeting and using NNPC to borrow money, all those stuff. So he still make a point that but the reason why it is like that is because the government most of these are leaders don't want to leave that oil sector alone, and that is the major reason why they come to power, to corner everything that is in that sector. Their eyes is always focused on there. So if not because of that greediness in them, they would have allowed that sector to operate as a private company that they said they are. And it will benefit the Nigerian the more than all these Yahoo Yahoo and Yahoo Yahoo policies that are given out there. So it's just like the more you look, the less you see. So that's the explanation. So after saying that, he said that the government is really the bandit terrorizing the people. I think that's the statement that she made. They are the bandits against the Nigerian people, and so if not,
is that the new appellation that you guys are running with? Is from Agbado to Rono now bandits? Is that the new currency?
oh, she became so aggressive, and she made that statement that the government is the bandit terrorizing the Nigerian people, and many people buy to it, because if not, why would the government be feeding on the resources that are meant for the development of the nation? So he made mention of the private jets, uh, unnecessary expenses, and all those that is happening under this government. So especially when we know that this economy is in shambles. So, and people are saying, they ask her And these people met a mess. Buhari put the country into a mess, and Tinubu is trying to fix it. Oh, even though she disagree, even me, I also disagree. She disagreed that Tinubu made a mess because all of these individuals were the people standing behind Buhari, even when he was printing money, he was borrowing money, he was doing all those stuff that he was doing. A lot of people campaigned for him, say that he's doing the right thing.
Ekene. So are you saying that she said the Tinubu did not meet a mess?
Tinubu, whether he meet a mess or whatever.
You say, hold on, hold on. I'm asking a question because you said you agree with her. I mean, with her, rather, yes. So did she say on that? In that interview, that Tinubu did not meet a mess.
She did not say that Tinubu did not meet a mess.
Okay,
but the point she's trying to make is that this government don't have any right to say that because they are in support of every policy of that Buhari government.
Okay, I got what you mean. Okay.
You understand? So they are and even when they were campaigning, they are telling you that the economy is in good shape. Tinubu, Buhari did this. We are the largest rice producer of the in the world. You see them making those things, supporting those things. Now they came into government and begin to tell you that those things they say are not like that. So it's like playing with Nigerians, making Nigerians look foolish at the end of the day. And that is what they are doing. And how long are we going to continue like this? To say that maybe after Tinubu now, you are telling us that the next government, Tinubu will be better than it. Babaja, check it now. If the next government, if Tinubu government is going to be better than the next government that will come after him, how will Nigeria look like? Because nobody ever believed that. Nobody ever believed that anybody will be worse than Buhari. The indices are there.
All right. Let me take you to this place because I'm not stopping you from speaking, but you say that pretty much every session. Let me take you to because nobody can be worse than to Buhari, but this guy is worse than Buhari, you said, and they are looking very quickly to replace him now. But who replaces him? The politics of 2027 is already in discussion, Ekene, and they are trying to put permutations together to see who can unseat Tinubu. So this is the latest pace that the PDP are in, and it looks as though this is how they're going to go forward. 10 Goodluck Jonathans will not defeat Tinubu in 2027. So all of the Northerners are in the PDP, and outside of it, they are coalescing behind the Goodluck Jonathan narrative. So what are you then making then of this new champion being brought forward?
Well, I'm not going to say much because if APC said that 10 Goodluck Jonathan will not defeat Tinubu, we know where their hope is on, where they lay their hope on. Yes, they have the power, they have the money, they have the police, they have the army, they have the judiciary. They can make use of it. Even they have the INEC, so they can make use of it however they want to make use of it. So, but it is not up to Goodluck Jonathan. It is what I'm preaching to Nigerians today is that it is in their hand to resist these men, especially at the point in that polling unit, and that should be the agenda.
You need for Nigerians to resist these people, they have to be able to present something credible, that they have to be able to present an argument that actually defeats the presidency. So that's what they can use against rigging. So the argument that they can present is Goodluck Jonathan is the most viable option to replace Tinubu, as far as a lot of political analysts.
I never doubted Goodluck Jonathan's capacity as a president. I never doubted his capacity. It was just propaganda. Because I'm always, whenever I support something, I know the reason why I support that. So if Goodluck Jonathan happens to be the next president of this country, nothing will stop me from supporting him. You understand? So, but the problem is,
Let me
you
ask you.
know,
Let me ask you a question. If Jonathan is coming out on the ticket of PDP, and Obi is on the ticket of Labour, who are you going to support?
I will support I will support. If I look at Jonathan, I know that he has the capacity to defend the mandate, because what I'm looking at now is somebody that will defend the mandate, not necessarily the person
Which
that will
mandate?
get the highest.
Which
The mandate
mandate?
that the people is going to give to that person. You
What do you
understand?
mean?
So
Cannot
if
answer
Goodluck has the yeah,
because
if Goodluck tickets, if his ticket look very very strong, that I know that the mandate can be secured, I'll vote for him, because I have nothing to lose for in him becoming the president of this country.
you will
You
abandon, you will
understand?
against Obi just at 360 like that.
Forget about anything.
You're not saying the truth. You're not saying the truth. You're not gonna ban Obi. Stop it. You're not gonna ban Obi
Forget
for good
about
luck. Come on,
you are
stop.
not me now. You are not me
Big
now.
Daddy.
I've supported him. I've supported him even when
Prince
he
Daddy,
lost.
you caught him, oh, you caught him. Let's keep on
Forget about
listening to
Prince
you.
Daddy. Let Prince Daddy face his American this thing, because they're trying to defeat him. I don't know what he's doing here. Go and do your campaign very well before they will defeat you, Prince Daddy. So,
Okay, I hear you.
so I see a lot of this going on in your space. I know you're having a sleepless night about that, but don't worry. Just go and do your homework very
Prince
well.
Daddy, you
So,
caught it. You see the way his voice was shaking. He couldn't answer the question. He was shaking. Oh, if good luck can defend his mandate, he doesn't want to understand. He doesn't know what to say. So, but you caught him, sir. I don't know.
If PDP just present Goodluck Jonathan, would you recommend that Obi collapse behind him?
I'm already saying that Obi should just look in the next election. If he's not capable to defend his mandate, let him just cool down and find a better way to support a good northerner that will in return maybe favor
Because
him. Yes.
if Obi,
I already said it here.
No,
so why won't I support?
Even the Northerners don't want. Even the Northerners don't want a Northerner to replace Tinubu. That's what we're hearing at the moment, just for the balance of it, because Buhari served 2 terms. But if
Nobody is talking about Northerner now or Southerner. If there was a video, you know that you play. What I always say it here, you play the videos that suit your narrative. So, but if there was a video circulating everywhere on Twitter where market women is saying that nothing like we are not going to do tribalism again. Just give us anybody from anywhere that can solve the problem of this country. These are market women. The video is everywhere, but it's quite unfortunate that when I come here, I want to see those videos, but I don't see it here.
The first thing is you don't send it to me. You see all these videos that we play, people send them in. So that's the only way. I don't search for them. People send them in. The second thing is those sort of market women. Oh, even I vote for Tinubu. I am a Yoruba woman. I am a Yoruba man. They don't add anything to it. It's just nonsense, isn't it? I see them as kids. It's just kids. It's just kids, isn't it? Really, you know. But yeah, it doesn't. Why does that even? Does that then mean come 2027 Tinubu is out? It's just there's kids. People just want to be on social media, but no. If Peter Obi can gift Goodluck Jonathan the Southeast in 2027 and he surrenders any ambition of being president, then that will give the presidency a very tough time. Because if the North present Goodluck Jonathan and Peter Obi surrenders the Southeast to him, then who's going to vote for Tinubu?
Yeah, if the North support Goodluck Jonathan, I think is the best thing for Obi to do is to surrender his ambition for him. I wish I know that he can do, because they have a good relationship. So, but I've never seen Goodluck Jonathan speak. Just like what you guys were saying before the 2023 election that Goodluck Jonathan is going to contest. At the end of the day, he told you guys that he has no ambition to become president in 2023. So, and I'm not seeing his body language going towards that direction. It's just Nigerians permutation and all those stuff. But in terms of his capacity, I don't doubt him. I don't doubt his compassion. I don't doubt his love for this country. I don't doubt his intelligence because most of the things that happened under his regime was just propaganda and lies that they use against him. Because that confab report, if he had achieved that, that would have been the best. Because he was the only president that was able to carry that act. And this current administration and their supporters work against him, and he was not able to fulfill it. So I still want him to come back and fulfill that ambition.
Okay.
Because that is what I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Well, a question for you. What if, because these Northerners are hedging their bets on the fact that Jonathan will come in and play nice, and in 4 years you'll give them back the reins and they'll run the country for 8 years. What if Jonathan continues, like what you just said, with the report from that confab as his priority and then implements it? That will change the country. And those Northerners don't get their 8 years that they're looking for. What do you think about that?
I know, that I know most of those, that confab reports, I know that the Northerners are very well against it. And they will not support him in that agenda. But for we in the Southerners, that is really what we want. I really want it. I really, really want it. So if he can play nice to get into that power again, to be able to fulfill that ambition, I'll give him all my support. Because right now, we really need to change a lot of things in this country to know if we can move forward. So he was the only president who has taken that bold step and was stopped by the cabals. So Jonathan meant well for this country right from the onset. And that is why I always supported him in every of his ambition. So you talk about every region, he did well in the north, even in the south. So he did very well in the north. But because of propaganda, they feel as if he didn't do anything. But check in the history of every president that has come into play in Nigerian space, who have delivered what Jonathan delivered in the north. Who? So trying to solve illiteracy problem in that environment, but they stop him. So who else? And these are the things we need to educate our people. So I never doubt his capacity. Forget about the propaganda, forget about the lies, forget about whatever even this administration use against him.
Do you think they are putting his name forward too early?
Maybe the reason why I think they are doing that is because of what I just told you. They now understand the lack of education which Jonathan is trying to solve in his regime.
No. That's not what they understand. Ekene, let me tell you what I think is going on. Tinubu is going through at a decent speed, going through a whole raft of reforms, and Tinubu is also showing the North that he's going to do what he wants with them or in spite of them. So we saw it. We saw it with the treatment of El Rufai. We've seen it with the way he's running his administration. So what their fear is that if Tinubu serves for 8 years, it will permanently change the influence that they have over that country permanently, especially the Fulani stock. So the people really are moving it. It's not the North, oh, by the way, it's really that subset of Fulanis that don't want it. Because if Tinubu gets the second term, it will break their hegemony permanently. And I think that's where their fear is.
I don't think he needs to get to second term to do anything that he has to do.
Then
Because
you don't know how
if you
politics works. Yeah, but carry on.
no, forget about politics. Because any if Tinubu really love this country, let him forget second term. You understand? Let it be on the history that he became the president that changed the structure, put everything in place for this country. Let him forget about his ambition. It's all about sacrifice. After all, he's old. If he didn't go for second term, he will not die for it.
Sorry. Forget that one. Let me ask you this. Do you know the power structures, the internal structures within the North? Do you know how the power tussles between the North? Do you know how it tussles power in the North?
I know how they love the power. I know how they want to always
All
be
right.
in power.
No, let me explain because these are things you should know. And when I tell you, go and do a bit more research. You see, in the North, there are more tribes and more ethnic stocks in the North than there are anywhere else in Nigeria. So I think we all know that. But in the North, there are three power structures really. They have the thieves, they have all of this they have the Nupes, all of this. But there are three main power stocks within the North. The main power stock in the North are the Fulanis, who have the hegemony over that space. Virtually all of the emirs, actually, all of the emirs in the North are for Fulani stock. But then the mass of the population in the North are the Hausa people. That mass of a number it makes them a power stock within the North too. So now the closest thing that gives fear to the Fulanis are the Kanuris. Do you understand? So that's the trilogy that are tensions within the North. So you have the Fulanis, which are the hegemonies that have straddled centuries. You have the Kanuris, who have been fierce oppositions of the Fulanis. The Fulanis never been able to conquer them. And then you have the Hausas, who are the major stock of the North. So now the vice president is a Kanuri man. So that already do you know that I cannot recall a time that the Fulanis did not have a power base within the top 3-6 of the Nigerian structure does not have a Fulani power base there. So that rattles them. So, and the way Tinubu is also governing, especially the treatment of El Rufai, that's now put them on high tension. If Tinubu gets that second term, their greatest fear is that he might hand over power. He will hand over power to the North, but he will hand over power to the Kanuris. If he hands power to the Kanuris, that is the end of the Fulanis in perpetuity. And that's just my own permutation. And I think that is what we're seeing playing out now. They cannot afford a second term because his second term will be the end of them permanently. I'm talking about the Fulani stock. So there's a lot of moving parts in what's playing out other than just what we see on the surface.
Well, that is your own argument. I don't disagree with you, but for me, the reason why I don't listen to those things you are just saying, because I'm not concerned about it. Whoever you hand the power over, whether Fulani, whether Kanuri or whatever, what I want is any region that want to present a president, let them present a competent individual who is able to solve the economical problem we have in this country. So all this your permutation and the Kanuri, I don't listen to it. Even whenever I hear it in the news, even as you are speaking towards that, I don't care. I don't listen to such. You understand? So, and if I see it on the news or in a paper or in wherever, I don't read such news, and I don't want to read it. So what I want to see and what I want to read is to make sure that from every part of this country, even in Yoruba land, when you want to present us a president, present us somebody who is capable to lead this country. Not necessarily because this one has money, has influence, can do all this magic stuff and has power to play politics and all that. That's not how it should be. Do you understand? And that is what I want to be reading and setting my mind on it, because I don't want to consume my mind with all this nonsense politics we are playing and filter my mind with it. I don't like such. I want to filter my mind with good politics, good characters, people that has good mind. Even if they continue to fail, I will always shift my support towards them to know that at every given time I'm always supporting a good candidate, because I always say it. Whatever that is happening in Nigeria today, I'm not part of it. I never supported the BC right from day one that they came in and said they want to govern this country. Even when I know that good luck is facing insecurity challenge, I know that he is still the best option, if not for cabals, to lead this country. Then I supported him and I voted for him again. So if anything that is happening in this country today, I know that if judgment is to be given today for every citizen of this country, my hand is very clean. You understand? So I don't want to filter my mind with all those Kanuri, Fulani don't want to Kanuri to take over government, this and that. That is not my problem. It's not my problem. If Kanuli will give a competent individual that will lead this country, so be it. If a Fulani man can give a competent individual that can lead this country, so be it. Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, wherever you come from, just have the capacity, the competence, the fair mind to judge what is good and what is not good. That's what I want. And I don't listen to that politics you are trying to teach me, one man, and I will never learn it. And I'm not ready to learn it. Even if you pay me to learn it, I'm not going to learn it. Just teach it to people that want to play that kind of politics. Let me keep my mind how I want to keep it, so that whenever I want to speak to people about politics, I will tell them.
If you want good governance, then you have to understand politics. And for you to understand politics, you have to understand the vested interest of all of the competing parts that are contending for power. Because, all right, I was listening to the after hours, I think a couple of sessions ago, and Simba was describing how he commissioned somebody to come and work for him, and that person is from Niger Republic. So there's a huge influx of all of those people over 8 years of. You have to understand this thing. So otherwise, anyway, you have to understand them. It's just as simple as that, you know. Otherwise, you'll be overrun before you know it. But
well, I don't have to understand it, because if you say that policy has all these things are not produce anything good in our space, we continue. Well, if people come and say Tinubu knows
all
how
right,
to
let me feed you one. Let me feed you one more thing, and then I'll let you go. Do you know that do you know that all of the competing spaces that are contending for power in Nigeria, they are contending for it for different agendas? Do you know that? So forget corruption. Corruption is standardized right across the board of that space. But all of the competing spaces contending for power are contending for it with different agendas. The Fulanis, they are contending for power for dominance. And that is what you're seeing with the influx from Niger Republic to overwhelm, all the way through. So they have that. The Yorubas, not essentially Tinubu, but the Yorubas, they are contending to create a nation that will stand itself globally. Maybe the Southeast as well are contending that. And those are the two competing spaces. A lot of moving parts. You have to understand the underbelly of the Nigerian politics. So otherwise, you're just a voice, just shouting. You have to
It's
understand
not
these
as if
things.
I don't know. It's just that I want to have a close mind towards it. Not that I don't know what you are saying, but for me, even if I know it, I don't want to discuss it. I want to close my mind towards it. Because if you come out and tell me that Tinubu knows how to play politics, Jagaban, I don't even want to discuss it. But people that have interest in it can discuss it. I know that he knows how to play politics. I know he knows how to favor his loyalists and all that, which can gain him power in return. But I don't want to look towards that. I want to look into his capacity, his economic intelligence, trying to solve the problem of this nation. Just as what you said that he did in Lagos, is he reflecting it in the national space now? That's what I want to see. You understand? Not the politics he played, not the people, not the MCA Lomo he gave power to use them to win election at the end of it. That's not what I want to see. I know that he did all those stuff. I know that they do all those stuff. I know that they create those spaces for political reasons. But I don't want to think it. I don't want to learn it, and I don't want to discuss it. People that want to discuss it can discuss it. If it gives you joy, pleasure doing that, it never did to me. I don't have joy discussing it. I don't have any pleasure discussing it. So that
All
is
right.
it.
Let me take. All right, let me take you to another conversational space then. So those Chinese that seized the Nigerian presidential fleet, they are not. I thought they said they are only owing them 70 million, but they've now gone to the UK to be seizing houses belonging to Nigeria. So has that been? Did that make the news where you are? Do you have any thoughts on it?
Well, it's making the headline everywhere. You understand? I see it on social media circulating. People are discussing it. But what do you want me to say? I don't have anything to say. The point is that what I'm seeking now is how are we going to get out of this mess? The mess is already there. Everybody knows that. You understand? Everybody, do we own the Chinese? We own them. Is this causing us problem? It's a lot of problem to us. And these are the result of playing politics. Nobody cares. The problem we are putting ourselves into, what we care is politics. So the problem is already there. So am I going to be blaming Tinubu? I don't have to. Because all these things might not have happened in his own time. You understand? Probably a former governor of a state put Nigeria into this problem. But the federal government must know something about it before those Chinese companies were acting on the federal government properties and all that. There must be something fishy because we have a lot of secrets in this country, in our political space, that needs to be unbundled so that we know what is happening. In the politics today, we don't know what is happening in our governance. You just know what they want you to know. That's how it is. The ones they want to keep for themselves, they keep it and they seal it up. Then they expose the little to you for you to understand. So there is a lot of things going on that we need to just what you have to do just to abolish this government and look for another level of government to be able to move the country forward. And that is my campaign for the next election. My campaign is not who is going to become the president. My campaign is deal with APC. Anywhere you see APC, deal with it. Deal them, remove them out of our system. It's a cancer to our economy, to our security, to whatever you want to think of. Even in that politics we are playing, they are cancer to it. So that's my campaign. Deal with APC. Kill it before it kills Nigeria. They have gotten us into enough problem. And that's what it is. I don't have time to be explaining this is what APC did, this is what they want to do, this is what they are doing, this is the indices are there. Starting from when they left office. So whatever explanation we want to give to them, debt to GDP to this and that, we know how Nigerians are feeling today. You understand? You take something from 2,000 naira, that thing jump from 2,000 naira to 10,000 naira. At the end of the day, it remove 1,000 naira. APC will come and tell us to clap for them. That is what they are doing.
But the prices are falling in the prices are falling in the east now.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. The prices are falling.
So that doesn't please you. That doesn't please you.
Let me tell you now. The prices are falling. That we are buying a yam 2,000 naira when this current administration came in. They took it up to 9,000, 10,000. Now the price come down to 6,000 or 7,000. They want me to clap for them. That's what they're doing. And I don't have time to be explaining all these things again.
All right.
Don't even have their time. You took a bag of cement from 2,000 something, 2,700 or 3,000 something to 15,000, 14,000, 11,000. Now you brought it back to. Let me finish now before you interject me.
No. Yes, you will finish, but it's almost tiring somewhat. There's so much. It's never a binary situation, isn't it? It's never black or white. We all know the journey that got us to where we are, and we know the journey out of where we are. We are now embarked. The prices will start to fall. It will fall heavily. Anyway, just all right. Bring it home, and then we go on to Prince Daddy, because it's not that I don't want the conversation. It's just that if you don't want to look at the underbellies of what is going on, then carry on.
Okay, so that's what it is. Just bring the price up, remove something from it, let them clap for you. That's what APC is doing. And the dollar is still rising every day by day now. We no longer talk about it. But today I know the price of dollar, everything is just every day by day increasing. So, but me, I don't have to even come here and tell you that this is the price of dollar today again, and tomorrow this is another price for it. All the abokis they were purchasing, both they were chasing around. They were all this is it Binance and all those stuff. They don't pursue those one finish. They are tired. The naira is jumping again.
All right. Bring it to me. It's not that.
Tell them to bring real policies, real economic policies, physical policies.
No,
that is going to deal effectively.
Listen. They have real economic policies. The fact that you don't understand it doesn't make it not real. They floated the naira, which subjects it to the vagaries of the market. So, and if you understand that more than so forget all of these things now. It's somewhat tired. It's not a nuanced conversation. It's just mantra chanting. But bring it up in a couple of sentences.
It's not mantra chanting, because who wears the shoes know where is biting him. So me as a businessman knows what I'm saying, because as of today, I still buy. If I still, the price of things are not how I used to get it. You understand? The quantities I buy, after selling, making my profit, I still add my profit to still buy, to replace. That is a situation that we are dealing with as a businessman today. And it's affecting so much, even as of today. You understand? I take my money to the market to restock. I still add money to buy. It's still a menace to me as a businessman. But I'm dealing with it. As I don't have to be coming here every day to be telling you all these things. I cannot you cannot tell me as a government you cannot maintain a stable economic policy that will sustain growth Every day, every day, I have to roll out my profits and add it to go and buy goods.
All right.
So and at the same time, inflation and the high cost of
All right,
living.
bring it home, Kenneth, so that we can.
So,
You still
that
stay
is
there.
a
I'll come back to you. Yeah, but bring it home.
that is a problem. Government, first of all, you have to put a stop to all this rising and falling inflation that we are having, staggering inflation. I don't care. I don't care. I used to say it here. If dollar should be 1.5, let it be 1.5, so that there will be stability. Keep it one place at least for 1 year. Let's have a stable economy for 1 year, so that you can be able to count your profits and know how much you gain. That is it. Thank you, one.
All right, thank you. Can I stay with us? I still want to hear from you about Sowore, who wants to repeat the protest in October. But let's move the conversation around so that people are not held for too long. I was going to come to you, Izon, but let me come to Prince Daddy first, and then I'll look to you. Prince, you're up next. Prince Daddy, the MAGA man from Ijebode.
Let's try Abeokuta. Anyways,
Yes.
Yeah, well, I just got a quick minute.
So are you an Egba man? Are you an Egba man?
Yeah, well, yes, my ancestors, my dad, yeah, my parents.
All right, okay, then let me bring you in properly.
Tell them, let them know, say, one lay back. Then they see us as they emulate. They won't begin, they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know about Baba. I see they go. Oh, well, more bad news.
So that's the theme song for you, Ijebu people. So there it is, Prince Daddy. So you now have your own theme song, yeah?
Okay, I thought I was strictly for Ijebu people. But anyways, I was going to tell you like...
Is it not the same thing?
You might have to ask about T for that.
All right.
Can answer that question.
It's a bit
no,
like somebody from
quickly.
Sorry, go on. Yeah.
I was going to say quickly, regarding the conversation you guys were having with our eyes on. I thought that was a good conversation, and I wish we get to the bottom of it, because your show is not just to come and banter back and forth. Also, it's an opportunity to learn, and I really want to learn, especially on this topic regarding the NMPCL, how it is structured. And we didn't get to the bottom of it. So if later, maybe in Izon's session, you can bring it up to get to the bottom of it, exactly how the NMPC is structured, and what is the distinction between, having a public, rather a private company, by the government, using two of its agencies or ministries to constitute that private company, and how does it really work in terms of sharing of the shares, and it sounds complicated, but it shouldn't be. I was listening to Izon, and he made a good point about, if it's true the government forming a private company, not public, because I don't think it says shares to the public. It's a private company, and how can a government agency do that? And even with the shares, who gets the percentage of the shares? Do they pay to the public? Or it sounds complicated, but I think at the same time, it would be a good opportunity to learn. If Coletta can chime in, if it's around, so we can actually get to the bottom of it. We shouldn't be frustrated about having.
I wanted to have that conversation, but Aiza was just steamrolling me a little bit, so I had to bail out of it. My understand, a limited liability company, we all did the economics from 3, whatever. It's just basic stuff. It's limited by the losses and liabilities are limited to the company. So that's one. And then a limited liability company also is a standalone entity. So as a standalone entity, its losses and liabilities, it doesn't transcend into the shareholders. It stays within the assets of that company. So that's the purpose of it. So for it, for it to be a limited liability company, it has to have 2 or more people, because otherwise then it'll be a sole trader. So and a limited liability company also it does not preclude institutions. You have all of these fund asset management companies with heavy shares in however many things. So you can have institutions as shareholders or private individuals or a combination of the two. So in this particular instance, when that company was formed, the shareholders were the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. So that's how it was structured. And the government, of course, those are parastatals within the government, which then gives the government overarch over it. So that's the. I'm not quite sure that there was any complications in it, and I'm not sure that there's any conspiracy embedded within that.
Okay, well, I
Look,
see, but
look,
so how can a government own?
Prince Daddy, you see, Aizon is not there. Is it there? You see
No,
what
it's
I?
there. But I think it's.
I'm listening.
Yeah, you see what Aizon is saying. I think both of you are saying the same thing. But what Aizon is saying is that company that is solely owned, we agree that yes, the liability, the owner cannot suffer the liability of the company. It's only the company that will carry that liability on its head. So, but what Arizona is saying, the point Arizona is making is that Ministry of Finance is Nigerian government parastatal or ministry that is functioning today for Nigerian people. So, meaning that Nigerian people still own NNPC because Ministry of Finance own it. And, you know, for the fact that Ministry of Finance works for Nigerian people, paid for by the Nigerian people, the function for Nigerian people. So Nigerian people still own it. That is the point that Aizon is making. And Aizon is making is saying that they should have done
So it doesn't make it
allowing the
private then.
Hold on one man. What I mean, please, Daddy, let me land. What Aizon was suggesting that it would have been better if they have allowed the shares to be owned by the public and not by Nigerian government.
It's been prepped to be floated. By the way, I'm sure you know that it's been prepped to be floated.
Well, you are right on that. That is what they told us. But that is over a year now. They have not taken any steps in that direction. Maybe Tinubu will do it, but we are still looking forward to it. So, yeah, you are right on that. Yes, been prepped.
So, Walmart is it an LLC? Do they have LLC in Nigeria? They have LTD, but is it an LLC?
No, it's an LTD.
Is it an LTD or a PLC? Because
when they float it, then it'll become PLC. Then
exactly.
It probably bought by Saudi Aramco. It won't be for you and I, by the way. Institutions will probably just buy it up.
Okay, so as it is right now, if that what Aizon was saying, that structure or the formation of that LTD is still a government owned. It's not owned by private people or the public. It's still owned by the government. You can't have two government what do you call it ministries owning shares in a company, so-called private company, and call it
not
public.
owned by the government. The government is an overarch, but the shareholders are the parastatals. So the government overarches those parastatals, of course, but in terms of the legalities of it, it's just owned by those two institutions.
But the two those parastatals are government. They're not private. the government. So I mean, what is the distinction?
Thank you,
I
Prince
don't see the
Daddy.
distinction.
Thank you. That's my point exactly. Thank you so much.
The distinctions would be in the liabilities, wouldn't they?
You see, one man, let me tell you this. You see Nigerian state. You see Nigerian state. Nigerian government that represent that state like to mix things up, make it so difficult for us to understand. That is what is responsible for this to say, oh, you know, Nigerian government is not under Nigerian government control anymore, but Ministry of Finance. Who is Ministry of Finance acting for? Who are they acting on behalf?
I tell you, Coco, it has to be a limited liability company for it to be floated. So that's the first thing. So the intention is to float an NPC, and it has to be a limited liability for it to be floated. And for it to be a limited liability, it has to have shareholders. So you can even consider finance and petroleum resources parastatals as just space holders.
Well, if you're saying floated, I'm assuming you're talking about selling to the public shares,
yeah,
right?
to make it a PLC, yes, a public.
No,
yeah.
They have to be PLC. So an LTD I don't think they can float shares. It has to be an LPC and a PLC to do so.
Yes, but
anyway, that's my point.
It has to be a limited liability company for it to be floated. So that's the first step towards floating. So you can't go from a government parastatal. I'm not sure. Somebody can correct me, but my understanding is that it has to be a limited liability for its shares to be. It cannot go from a government parastatal to a PLC. But maybe it can. Maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah.
And one man, here's the
before
thing.
Islam comes in, I was going to say one of the issues I guess we have when we have the conversation, especially a good conversation that you guys were having, is that people don't now anticipate an interjection. You know. So it makes it sound like a grind, trying to have a simple conversation. So if the panelists can just try to anticipate if somebody's trying to come in and acknowledge if you want them in or not, at least they know that somebody is there to say something. Anyway, thanks, one man.
You know, that's the never-ending something. There are two things that we're still struggling to get right on this platform: managing the interjections and then allowing people to speak. You know, voices cascading over each other, which then makes it rowdy. But you know, that interjection, for it to be conversational, let somebody pause you, press a point, you pick it up, expand, agree, and then there's a smooth flow to it. That's how it should work. But you know, but people are so passionate sometimes it gets lost in the funk. So that's my new word now, funk. So yes, stay steady, Prince. As we hear from Aizon, are you still back home? Are you still rollicking it with the mama put? Have you even been to a mama put, or you've not taken that risk?
I don't know if my stomach can handle mama put now.
I don't think I could do it either. You know, I don't think I could.
My body has been.
I want Jebota.
Pepto-Bismol. Did you take Pepto-Bismol?
Mama put to be the best, yo.
You are no more Nigerian Jebota, right?
I don't know if my body can handle that thing again, no.
You know, my greatest fear with that Nigeria, that's why I couldn't go to Mama Put. My greatest fear in Nigeria is to be in transit and then needing to use the loo or something.
Man. Let me explain something to you that most people don't understand. So I've stayed in different parts of Lagos. I'm in Eko for the most part. So I've been in Ogudu, Ikoyi, Maryland. And the thing is, you won't believe a woman. I cannot. The water in Ikoyi, when we wash plates, right? I have to use, after you clean plates with the faucet water, I have to use water that you bought from the store to rinse over that plate again. before you can now eat with it. Because the water in Ikoyi is so...
you are taking it too far. That needs to
No,
look
no, woman. The
No,
water
let
in
him land.
Ikoyi...
It's true. Let him land.
You
woman,
agree with him? You agree with him?
Yeah, let him land now. Let him land.
woman, the water in Ikoyi is so bad. I won't lie to you. You see all these people that are saying Banana Island, Banana Island, Banana Island. Go and look at the water that comes out of their faucet in Banana Island. It will scare your life. It has color. So see, this thing, there's something that's has been rich in poverty, where you have money to buy these properties that are worth millions of dollars, but you turn on your tap and dirty water comes out. That shows the real rot in Nigeria, because you have money, you bought this beautiful property, but your water is not good. You now have to, unless you go and get a personal water treatment installed within your water system in your house, then you now have water that at least you can turn on the faucet that you or your child can drink. Otherwise, you now have to go and buy water to clean your pots and pans. For instance, if you want to cook, you want to make eba, you can't use water from a faucet in Ikoyi. God help you. You have to use water you have bought, treated water, to make that eba inside your house. You see my point? So this public works and things that typically a private individual can't.
It's not only there, only Ikoyi. You know, Lagos has water, but mostly I don't know why their water is like that.
Yeah.
Because even me personally, I don't drink Lagos water.
Yes, now.
With Dangote set to add further contamination, God help you, you know.
No, but woman, the larger issue is that why does a state as water, as Lagos, right, surrounded by water, not have public water works, where the water that comes in is either, if it's from the Atlantic, is desalinated and moved forward, or if it's from fresh water, is treated and then sent out to households. These are the things. These are the foundational things. But the other day, I was going into Parkview. I saw these people cleaning gutters. Oh man, I felt bad for them. And I told the driver, stop the car. And I sat there and watched them. They were reaching into the gutter. They had removed all the black stuff inside the gutter. You know, they were trying to pack it. Manual cleaning of gutters. So we don't have a sewage system. We don't have a water works system. Right?
We do have them. They're just moribund.
That's my point now, one man.
I don't think any of those things, they've not paid attention to them since
Yeah, exactly. These are foundational things. Before you build any other thing, the foundational things you do, proper water works, proper sewage. So you don't have an instant of the possibility of diseases spreading. You understand? So you see things that make you resonate. And the one thing that sometimes we talk about the North, but we don't understand the spillover effects of the Almajiri system in the North. Oh man, do you know the number of Almajiris I have seen on Lagos Island?
This is what I was trying to explain to Ekenena. But
if you drive around, woman,
if you speak to them,
in fact, the next time you're coming to Nigeria, you know what? The next time you come to Nigeria, I will come with you. If you drive around, you will see anywhere where you have traffic lights, you will just see Almajiris. In Lekki, I went to Lekki today. What did I see? Children on the road, sitting down, begging, everywhere. Ikoyi, Victoria Island, Oniru. I've seen it everywhere. There's so many of them.
It'd be interesting to find out if they are Nigerians, because I suspect they may not be.
I don't know, one man. I don't know whether they're Nigerian, but what I know is, you know, when you see them and you hear them, they're speaking Hausa. You see how they're dressed. you start to wonder, like, look, this thing that we see in the north is not a northern problem.
Sorry, it's on. How did they make it to Lagos? Has always been. If they are that impoverished as they appear to be, how did they make it all the way from Katsina, wherever they are coming from, to Lagos? So this
Haven't you heard about?
They come in a truck.
Yes, now.
But they are being sent. Is what I am trying to suggest.
They come in a truck with those malu, with those cow and food stuff and all the rest. And sometimes some of them they pay those truck driver. They will cover them up, and they drive through the night, and they come into Lagos like that. We have seen a lot of them that have been a lot of trailer that were stopped and on their way to Lagos and Ekiti or those states at Oyo by this what is our
Ajale Koko, do you remember once when I said these people, they should be quarantined and made to go through some orientation, and you guys got very upset.
No, woman, you can't do that now, because
you can't quarantine them.
No. You have to understand this thing. This thing in the north is not a northern problem. It's not a Hausa.
It's Nigerian problem.
Exactly.
Yeah. So those people are escaping from the war zone and running to Lagos. And
it is a Nigerian problem. It is our problem. If you think by any chance, if you are in Lagos, Ondo, Delta, Akwa Ibom, and you are shielded from this, you are sorely mistaken. The worse it gets up there, the worse it is in the south, because they will come south and they will beg.
You know what concerns me as well is the cultural mesh. Because Lagos has a particular culture which has a Yoruba inflection, which is a particular way of life, and then these people have a particular culture which is peculiar to like that habit of clearing your throat and just spitting anyhow, or defecating, and all this unseemly behavior. I don't know, man. It's just...
Oh man, there's an image I saw today. I wanted to videotape it and send to you. I said let me not do it, because first of all, my wife would have yelled at me if I had done it. There was a police car parked, and this guy just stopped by a house and just started pissing inside the gutter. And the police car was right next to where he was pissing.
Look at that. Try that in London.
And I was just, I swear, I was just looking. I said, that is right there. That encapsulates our issue right there. I mean, I'm not talking about the regular, these police cars, there's like a pickup truck where you see police guys inside, AK-47, siren on top of the car.
And you are saying it's a bad idea to take them through orientation camp before they're allowed to be to fully enmesh in the Lagos.
In Lagos, my solution in Lagos for this pissing thing is just start finding them. Lagos will make so much money. Find a way to just say, okay, you are doing it. Okay, you have one of two options. You go to jail or you pay X amount. And you start creating a system where you find them continuously. Same thing with the traffic violations.
My concern, maybe you can dissuade it or maybe agree with it. My concern is that it's not a concern, but my observation is that in 2-3 decades, the Yorubas will be a minority in Lagos, and a significant minority at that.
You know what? I will say this though. I won't say you're wrong, because going around Lagos, I think Yorubas still form a core of Lagos, but you can see the demographic change, and it's not in a good way. Okay, so, and I say that because, okay, if Lagos was demographically changing and the people coming into Lagos were entrepreneurs, building businesses, or people coming buying property. At least they are bringing dollars into Lagos. They are investing. They are doing things. But I see the opposite happening. I see liabilities coming into Lagos. You know what I mean? I see.
And those liabilities is on. They breathe very heavily. They don't do family planning or anything. They just
They don't.
they pump out children at like rabbits. You know.
A woman, it broke my heart. I was with my children in the car. We stopped at the traffic light, and I saw children younger than my children coming to our windows to beg for money. And my son was like, "What should I do? Should I roll the window?" And I said, "No, don't roll the window down." He said, "What do they want?" Because they were putting their hand to their mouth. You know that gesture they make.
Mm.
I said they want food. And he was just staring. My son is 8 years old. He was just staring. And I said, they're hungry. They want food. And when he got home, he asked me, he said, should I save my food and go and give it to those children? You know, and it just broke my heart when I saw that. And it wasn't one or two. Oh man, there were a lot of them. So I think what we fail to understand in Nigeria is that issue when they say Almajiris or whatever the case may be, or IDPs or whatever, it is a powder keg that's going to affect all of us. Because that child I saw on the road, no education, parents are not doing anything, the state is not doing anything to give them an outlet, there's no opportunity for education, for growth, for anything, no training. Jesus, what do you think is going to happen?
And there is no government strategy as well. That's the thing.
There's no government strategy.
There is no Lagos State strategy for. They're busy doing Wambe projects. You know.
Speaking of Wambe, I went for one. Right, one of our friends, her sister got married. We went. Nice event. Oh man, we came out. The number of people that surrounded our car. Sir, it's your office. It was almost like they were going to mob us. My wife said, please lock the door. They were on our window, breathing on the window. Sir, give us something now. Nobody to give us something. Sir, yard, give us something. This is what our society is turning into. This is not a game.
May I interject you, please?
Yes,
just
Baba.
for 30 seconds.
Yes, Baba. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, salutations. I don't know the kind of observational is it skill, I would call it, or whatever. What you are seeing is not new. It's just that it's becoming massive. It's been there. 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000. It's an organized thing. They have malams. They import them from the north. In those days, through train, bringing cows to Lagos. Now trailers come into Lagos in the absence of train. So it is deliberate. It is big business. It is mercantile.
Baba, when I left Nigeria, I knew it was here. But the level at which I'm seeing it now is disturbing.
It's a growing business.
It used to be in places like Idumota, and
yes,
I never experienced it significant. In fact, it's not something.
No,
it's not the backdrop of my experience in Nigeria.
On this platform, one man, a few weeks ago, about a month ago, I told you about Kano Street in Ebutemeta East. I've been knowing that place for forever, and they are still there. Because they serve some purpose for those who want to give sadaka, who wants to do sarah, or things like that. The place to go will be Kano Street or somewhere in Idumota, at Ujuolobun area, or Igakusoko, and things like that. So I don't know why we have this new sympathy for seeing them all over the place. It's been like that all along. As the population
Well,
grows, also they grow.
if we are going to turn this Lagos into this international city, which seems to be the plan, then that cannot be the site for, a lot of people are actually going to Lagos now independently. Americans, Nigerian-born, American-born, actual real Black Americans go quite a lot. And then Nigerian-born Americans, certainly a lot of Nigerian-born Brits that have never been before, they are going independently just to go and do that lucky lifestyle. In fact, I know even some of them within my own personal family, their parents will never go for fear of Nigeria, but these people, they'll just buy a ticket and go without supervision. So that's the sort of Lagos that is evolving, and you don't want this to be the sort of backdrop to it.
Yeah, Lagos is standout, but if you go to Ibadan, it's the same thing. Go to Abeokuta, they're always there. You understand? We have Songo everywhere. But the problem is, it is constitutional. Right here, we've had these basbos once in a while about maybe sending people back to their states. Oh, it's unconstitutional. It's against human rights and things like that. So the country needs restructuring.
But Baba, even if you restructure it, it doesn't fix the problem. You have ECOWAS protocol, right? Even if you restructure the country, right? Those people still have the wherewithal or the freedom to move anywhere in West Africa, right?
But you can mitigate against that, you understand, by asking your border people that, okay, one way or the other, try and send them back at the point of entry based on one excuse or the other if they are not meeting the regulations, because there are regulations too. You can't be a miscreant and they say they will allow you in the name of ECOWAS protocol to enter their country. They still do some checks and things like that.
But so let me ask you this. Based on my time here has made me realize that I shouldn't be as critical as I've been. There's been some reflection, right? Because governing this space is not an easy venture. You understand? It's not easy at all, but we need effort. If I see a politician giving effort today, I will celebrate him, right? Everything he wants may not be successful, but if I see the effort,
we're in a country where they're telling us cows are also Nigerian citizens.
I understand, my brother. But
it's frustrating, you understand? You are trying to repair your own space based on what fact actually allocated to everybody, and people are now putting pressure on your facilities and things like that. I mean, there's a country, so yes. I don't know.
But Baba, the reason why I'm saying this is because we need real solutions. As it stands right now, the country is not restructured. As it stands right now, why a system that is heavily controlled at the center, right? We're not restructured. So as it stands right now, we need to come up with a solution to the issue that is forcing this mass migration of people, right, from an area into another area, and they're highly impoverished. Lagos is trying to move into a new dimension, but that dimension cannot be achieved if you continue to have this situation of
that's
people.
My frustration.
It's not going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. So what do? How does the government tackle this? Baba, we have IDPs in Nigeria right now. I was watching Arise today, and I saw Dangote's ad about giving bags of rice to IDPs, and I was just thinking, Jesus Christ, we're not at war. We're not at war. Why are these people living?
No, but we've had IDP for decades, to be fair.
But that's my point, one man. You see what I'm saying?
I like your empathy, Ainzon, because you've been mentioning this for months on end. And I want to tell you, in the mold of our Almajiri system, the IDP too is a scam on the finance of the country. I'm telling you for a fact. It's organized. It is organized. And that's why these people don't want restructure by any means.
Baba,
Because I watched the Patriots. No, just let me make this point, then you come in, Ekene, please. I watched the Patriots on the
sorry, Baba. One of the secretary of the Patriots, Wale, he'll be joining us on the 1st of September. So he'll be joining us. I was speaking to him earlier on today. I shouldn't forget his name, but he'll be joining us on 1st of September. Yeah. Wale Okuniyi, yes, Wale Okuniyi, yes, he'll be joining us 1st of September.
What I'm trying to say is that Galadima, who was part of it, and one is it Yakasai, they attended that Patriots meeting with the president. They didn't raise a finger, or maybe the president didn't give them the chance. Less than 24 hours later, they were all over the television station saying they do not agree. And they say, why don't you agree with what the Patriots are saying? Oh, they want to achieve their Biafra by through the back door. And I was like, are you serious? Didn't you agree with your team when you went to see Mr. President? So these are the kind of challenges we are facing in that space called Nigeria. Ekene, you can. It's not my space anyway, but Ekene, you can come in. It's Aizon's space.
All right, come in.
Ekene can come in. Ekene can come in.
All right, then I'll take you to politics after that. Yeah.
I wanted to ask Baba because he said it's organized. I wanted to ask, organized for what purpose? So I want to really understand their purpose.
Profit. Don't tell me you until the last time they destroyed the Alabarago. Don't tell me you are not observing what is going on there with the Seriki and all of them. They have the Okada arm. They have the Okada arm, which is a kind of sleeper force for the north, and they have also the Albajiri. It's a system that is steep. Look, if you understand this thing, even the Southwest is under siege in a kind of covert way. Those Okada who don't know, they just come, they give them machine, and those are the ones that damage people's limbs and ankles all over Lagos. The only problem
I have with these guys is that let me just say this. Yeah, the only problem I have is that if you see them with their truck or with their machine, if they jam your car, they don't say sorry.
I'm going to say sorry.
If they tear your trouser, they will be the first person to tell you what can you do. Is their way. And a lot of us know them for that. So whenever they do that, just leave them and go. Because if you find them trouble.
That's what I was trying to say earlier, that Lagos has a culture and these people, they have their own way of living. So if you don't orient them into how Lagos lives, then you have this perpetual, like somebody, for instance, that didn't even know them, if they brush against you, you want to argue with them, and before you know it, they're bringing out the dagger. So it's just...
No, once you argue with them, if you don't know them and they're the first person to find the trouble, but if you don't know them, and once they start to beat you, you see all the Okada people come, this and that, nobody will save you there. Unless you have a lot of your people in there that can save you. But if they bounce on you, no matter how nice your car is, they don't even care. If they bash that car and you come down and say, why did you bash my car, this and that, you will tell you the way they will respond to you, you'll be annoyed. So that is the only problem I have with them, but I don't know how to. I don't know. Well, they are very. You are even saying Lagos Island that this is the place they are living in Ojo here. This is their zone.
They are everywhere.
All right. Let me play this clip to bring Izon back into the politics. Izon, watch this.
My problem with Wike is this arrogant attitude of playing God. That everything must be about you.
If you apologize,
and I've warned him in advance about it.
You keep saying, if you apologize to you, will it be over?
No, there is no apology. It's nothing to me. He should apologize to the people of Rivers. He should apologize to the people he is disrespecting. He disrespects everybody, including myself.
But what started the thing? Because at some point, I think you know your company was engaged to
yes, because at that time he was focused on his project, on his developmental project.
Yeah.
And I admired him for that, and I still admire him for that. But I cannot admire a man who, after God has blessed you, you've been a local government chairman, you've been chief of staff, you've been minister of state for education, you've been governor for 8 years, now you are minister of FCT, and you still want to control a man because you said you put him there. Some people also helped you to become governor. Did you listen to them when you were governor? So why don't you just face the new assignment given to you by President Tinubu? And I will applaud him.
So there it is right there, Nizon. So what do you do with the problem like Wike? It's a conundrum that we've been trying to untangle for. So now he insists that he's going to stay within the PDP and battle it out. The PDP are trying to clean house and present Goodluck Jonathan against Tinubu in 2027, but they have to leap over both Atiku Abubakar and Yemson Wike. So how do they resolve a problem like Wike?
First of all, let me give a shout out to Basharu Dele Momodu for speaking the truth there. Look, if you have a cancerous cell that's identified early within an organ, right? What do? What do doctors say you have to do? You have to isolate it, you have to treat it, and you have to cut it out. Otherwise, it metastasizes and spreads. And God forbid it spreads to other organs, and you have a serious case, right? That's what I see Wike as in PDP. The man does not bring anything of value. What did our elder, Paike Clark, what did he say? Right? He's dancing naked in the market with one foot in APC and one foot in PDP. That is not a person you can rely on as a party. If PDP is serious about elevating itself as a truly opposition party and putting forward a candidate that has some mettle of us sitting as Iwaju, they will cut out this cancer. Look, I'm just waiting. I cannot wait for when this guy will fall out of favor with Asiwaju. I'm warming the popcorn. Because when that happens, I'll sit down and eat the popcorn and watch. Because that is the only thing saving him. He has made so many enemies. In South, in Southeast, in the North, in PDP, there are people that are just waiting. They're licking their chops. They're waiting to see his downfall.
He has fallen out with Peter Odili as well, that who used to escort.
Yes, he fell out with Peter Odili. He has fallen out with the elders in Rivers State, the likes of Ada George, the likes of all those people that set up that state. These are people that are highly respected.
Even Bode George.
Even Bode George, he has fallen out with the PDP elites. He has fallen out. Look, in fact, if he sees Asiwaju, he should just bow down and kiss his toes. That is the only person that's saving him in Nigeria right now. And if that person
comes, is Papa Bekederemo a PDP card carrying member?
I don't know if Bekederemo is PDP. Is he affiliated with PDP?
You know, Clark is Bekederemo, right? From
Yeah,
Kiabodo.
Clark. See,
That's what I'm referring to him as Bekederemo.
Okay, Paike Clark is not PDP affiliated. Paike Clark, from way back, as he said in the interview, that he was a politician before Wike was born. And I know this because the part of Delta I'm from, the traditional rulers there, including the Oprodubo Way and all those people, may know Paike Clark well. Paike Clark may be the sole person in South that has the highest level of respect. And Baba, you know this. The level of respect that man commands, right? He's from Burutu area, right? He's from that area of yes, Akibudu. So he's from there. He has the level of respect he has. So he is not affiliated. The reason why he is speaking out against Wike is because he understands the damage that Wike can do in Rivers State if you have two factions fighting. That is what he's trying to prevent.
Are you sure it's not on Fubara's payroll?
No. You have woman. There are people that you can understand.
No, hold on, he's on. I think as an elderly person, he should have acted the role of how do I moderator, or a person that is not involved.
Ajale Koko, no. Ajale Koko, if I carry you,
this is politics.
Okay,
This is
go ahead.
Yes, this is politics. When is recommending that Wike should be taken out of the party, I mean, that means he has taken side. He is playing politics. An elderly person should not play like that, because Wike, whether you like it or not, Wike is one of his sons. It might be radical, it might be one way or the other. He should play a very independent role as a father, not taking side, and try as much as possible what he can do to settle the crisis in the state. Why is he going after Wike?
Okay, so let me explain. If you understand that space, that river space, in the context of
sorry, apologies. I'm not interjecting you. Can people push up the likes, please? Take us to 100 likes if it's possible. We have well in excess of that number watching. So if you've not clicked on the like button, click on it now, please. And if you're not already subscribed, correct us as well. Back to you, Izon.
Make an like now. Even if you don't like what we're saying, just click the button. You're listening. Okay, so that space, Ajale Koko, what Wike is trying to do is what they frown against. Keep in mind, Ajale Koko, Wike would not be relevant if certain people did not make him relevant. And what did Wike do with those people that made him relevant, including Patient Jonathan? What did he do with them? The people that gave him the opportunity. He did exactly the same thing that Fubara did, and he became relevant. And by the way, when he turned his back on Amici, the people of Rivers backed him, and he got power. And he took the power and he ran it for 8 years. And the way he ran the power, I can tell you, Ajaniko, if I take you to Rivers today, you can close your eyes and pick people around them, if they're not in APC, and they will tell you they cannot stand the way Wike ran that state. So when this thing happened, the number one thing people were saying is, you have done your 8 years. You are in Abuja now. Let this man run our state, please. Let's him run our state. And the elders of the state, who are very well respected, right, all came out. And the champion that said, look, let's see him run the state. Pa Ike Clark is the head of Pandev. He has typically, these sort of things, he doesn't speak about it. When Joe Diri was fighting Seriaki Dixon in Bayelsa, he didn't venture in. This case is different. Wike will destroy River State. He will burn that state down because he wants to control the coffers of that state because of his ambitions. Why should Rivers people suffer? Because one man in Abuja wants to continue to control the coffers of the state. That is the fundamental issue. It has nothing to do with anything else. This is wrong. And that's what people are fighting against. That's why Pa Ike Clark is speaking out, because he's saying no. Wike wants to destroy that state because he knows the level of violence that can erupt in that state. If he continues what he's doing, it will erupt. The state will scatter. And then what happens? The people in River State will be left picking up the pieces. People who, by the way, have suffered enough. And at this point, they need development based on the amount of money that state is generating. Why should one man want to continue to control it?
Okay,
for what?
Enzo, this is my own take. You understand? If we start from our dad George to Odile and all the rest, there has been a problem in River State about the Jaws taking over the government house. and all the time they've been dribbled. And when Wike was in his last year, the Jaws begged him. Let me use the word begged, that he must hand over, he should hand over to an Ijoman. The queries and all the rest and doing is everything. They were against it. They were against it. Wike promised them, I will make an Ijoman to take over from me. They backed him. They worked together. I'm one thing. Look, if you offended me, I don't just look at that offense immediately. I look back from where we're coming from. You might have done 10 things to me bad and one thing good. For that one thing, I will forgive you for the 10. That's me. And that's the way I would have preferred the elders to look at it. That same mouth, when I take Begam, when I take Coaxam to put an Ijoman there, that same mouth, can't you use it? Can't you use it to try and find a solution to this? I know Wike is troublesome, no doubt about that. He's somebody, only few people can stand him. But then we can live with anybody. We all are molded differently in character. But I look at all the elders, including the traditional rulers and the political jobbers. Most of them, except of late, are all Ijos. And they were backing Fubara. Do they know Fubara before? I'm just telling you my own truth. Maybe it may not go down well with other people, but this is the truth. They can fix this. The elders can fix this. That is my belief. Thank you, Izon, for the patience.
No, thank you for that submission. So let me say this. So River State, okay, let's just go back in history a little bit. When he was joined with Bayelsa, okay, that was the time that you had Melford Ekilo, you had Ada George, you had these people becoming automatic governors, because not only were Ijos the majority, they were the super majority because of Bayelsa.
Of course, of course.
Of course. When they divided the state, Ijos was still the majority.
Correct.
Right? But they conceded, they ceded power, right, to the uplands. They ceded power to the upland. They ceded power to Odili.
And Odili. Wicked city.
Wait now. So they ceded power to Odili. They said, no, it's okay. We have run this state for decades.
That's
right?
your home. That's your home state, isn't it?
Baba, my mother is Calabari, so so let me just say this: all three states, have strong family ties. My mother maternal side, is Brass.
Hold on for him, Baba. Yeah.
Baba, my mother maternal side is Brass. My mother paternal side is Calabari. My father's side is Delta Ijo. You see what I'm saying? So, so for sometimes I go Brass, go sit down for beach, or I'll go to Degema, or I'll come back to Patani or Bomadi local government. So what I'm saying is that after the breakup, they seated. He just said, no, it's okay. Let them govern Rivers. We have had power for years. Odili came in, they supported him. Even after Odili, Amechi came, they supported Amechi. During the time of Goodluck Jonathan.
So sorry, how is Amechi rated there? Is he?
At the time, he started good, but eventually, before he left, I know they didn't like him very much in the States. Amechi fell out, and especially when he started fighting Goodluck Jonathan. If you recall, Amechi was one of the key critics of Goodluck Jonathan during the
he funded Buhari now with Rivers.
You see, during the Jonathan administration. So Jonathan and through patience, they supported Wike. This is the genesis of Wike. Patience is Okrika. She's an Okrika woman. They could have supported someone from Ada George is Okrika. They could have supported someone from Rivers Ijo, easy. They could have supported Calabari person. Tony Cole is Calabari. They could have supported someone to become the governor. They supported Wike. They backed Wike. They put him in power. Wike will not be governor if not for Patient Jonathan. They put him in power. They supported him. He just,
You guys gave her trouble, but she was just a stubborn woman.
The woman is very hard, but she's Okrika now. If you know Okrika people, it won't surprise you. We supported them. They put Wike in office. They supported Wike. Wike will not be governor without the job people. So they supported Wike. They put him in office. So Wike leaving, they just like saying, okay, we have ceded enough. We are the majority in the state. It is time for us to have an Ijaw governor. That is where this thing came from. So Wike went and picked someone. Wike was not doing, let's be honest about one thing. He wasn't doing Ijaws in Rivers State a favor. Because keep in mind, Sim ran against who? Onyeko. Right? The only way Ijaws would have supported someone that Wike picked is if he was an Ijaw person. If not, they would have supported Onyeko, who is Calabari and is well respected in that state. So they supported Sim. And Sim went, he won. You see, it's not even the issue of Wike still getting benefits from Sim was never opposed to that. It's the fact of the level of control.
The majority in that state or the
yes, now they're the majority now.
I think the Equatorial are the
It's just the majority. It's people that don't know that think Equatorial. If you know River State or Krika, Andoni, Calabari, that's all Ijaw. That's all Ijaw.
Why didn't you people vote for Tonyeko, Sahara Oil?
No, Sim is from Opobo. They supported him. Some people were able to rally and say, okay, fine, Seminalai will vote for him. After all, he's also an Ijaw man. If Wike had put an Equiri man, that's where you would have seen a significant difference. I personally supported Tony Cole. I think Tony Cole has the capacity and the wisdom to take. Yeah, he has the pedigree, no question. Woman, I don't know if you've listened.
Sorry, who did you say the majority tribe is in River State?
It's your people now.
No, I think you may be wrong.
Or am I wrong?
Okay, correct.
I was just checking when you said that because I thought it was equated. It says River State in Nigeria is home to many ethnic groups, including the Ekwere, Igbo, Ogoni, Kalabari, Ijaw, Echi, and Ogba. The Ekweres are the most populous ethnic group in the state and considered one of the Igbo subgroups. So I think the Ekweres are the according to data.
I told you, it's Equere. They are
no. But
they claim Ijaw.
Exactly. See, that is the difference, my brother.
And then forget about that. Since
no.
Fact now. This is a fact.
Baba, I mean,
it before.
Ajaneko, did you hear what woman said? Woman said Rivers is based off of Equere, Calabari, Ijaw, Eche, Ogoni. But the mistake that whoever wrote that thing, the mistake they made is they separated Calabari from Ijaw. Make no mistake about it. Calabari people are Eastern Ijaw people. Right? And I know this because my mother is Calabari. Okay. In fact, my real first name is Calabari name. When people meet me, they think immediately that I'm Calabari. So that is the first thing. The people that made that don't fully understand the dynamics of Ijaw ethnicities and dialects. Calabari is Ijaw. Andoni is Ijaw.
All right, go back to where you were conversationally.
Okay.
If you can remember.
Yeah, I can remember. So at the end of the day, right, what Wike has been trying to do in that state is why people are revolting. And it's not just Ijaws revolting. Even in Ekwere local governments, they are against Wike. Because what he's trying to do is wrong. Like, most people can say what they want. We all know in River State, Tinubu did not win River State.
What
We know.
exactly is trying to do? Tell us.
Wike is trying to control the coffers because he has ambitions at the federal level. And he wants to use River State coffers to fund his ambitions. He was picking seminal lies commissioners. So essentially, he was trying to make him a useless governor.
Boy, he wants to make
Exactly. He doesn't have any say. I'm in Abuja, I'll pick your commissioners, I'll pick everything that you do, I'll do it. Well, come on now.
That is the practice now in Nigeria.
No,
When
no, no. But
Godfather,
that is,
hold on now. When your Godfather, put you there, you are representing him, and he will surround you with his own people.
well, I tell you, Coco, you know what they say.
Sanwo-Olu was carrying bags around.
Don't you see
but you know what they say. But you know what they say. All politics is local. All politics is local, Abi. In this region, where is local, we don't play with that. That doesn't happen in our region. It didn't happen. It didn't happen with Amechi. Wait. It didn't happen with Odili.
Hold on for a minute.
It didn't happen with Odili. It didn't happen with Amechi, and it's not going to happen with Wike. It doesn't happen in this region. When one man will come and say, because maybe it can happen in Lagos, because Lagos is Yoruba land, and is a mono-ethnic type of hierarchy of ruling class. Where we're from, they don't agree to that.
You are missing it.
You understand? It doesn't happen. That is why, Baba, wait. Baba, that is why you see the majority of people revolting, because they are making it clear that this is not going to happen. And mark my words, I see what is the only thing saving Wike. Mark my words, with time, you will see. You will see what will happen. I told one man a long time ago that nothing will happen to him in Alaye Fubara. And you will see with time, nothing will happen to him in that state. He will get a second term. Sim will get a second term. Make on hear Amo, I said it here. Sim will get a second term in that state. Make no mistake about it.
Let me
the people will vote for him.
Just to counter what you just said.
Go ahead.
All right. I'll move you to another talking point after that, just so that we can go on to Prince Daddy. But yeah, Baba.
Okay, right from Odili time, there has been a succession line. Amechi was Speaker of the House under Odili. No, am I correct? If
yes.
Yes. So he has been groomed by Odili to take over. Amechi, meanwhile, Wike was chairman of a local government and later became forgotten the post he held.
Wike was a motor parked out first. Remember that?
Okay, Agberu. No one.
He was the chief of staff to Amechi.
He was a motor parked out, a local government chairman.
Actually, it was Amechi that was a motor park guy, not Wike. It was Amechi.
No, mine is on.
Yeah,
no, mine is Aja. Let me continue, Aja.
Yeah,
you
so
understand?
Wike was chief of staff to Amechi before they fell apart.
And then before they fell apart, that is where that succession line broke. But Wike was clever. He fought his way through Patience Jonathan. You understand? And because of Amechi's politics, when he went with the new PDP into APC, that's where Amechi fell out with Aso Rock, Jonathan's Aso Rock. So Wike entered, and there was problem. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that there is a line of succession already, and the judges were not in the mix, but a kingmaker.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. So. Okay, I understand what you're saying, but you have to remember, all these names you mentioned, they all reneged against their principles, all of them, and it's because of the nature of that environment, and that's why Wike will lose this battle. You understand? He's going to lose, and he's going to lose very badly. I swear to you, Baba. Remember, I said this. So I am waiting for Wike's downfall, because in life. Baba, my grandfather taught me one thing: in life will force you to learn lessons you refuse to learn. And Wike is going to learn his own. I promise you. You see.
All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me take you to this space. So the permit it's almost unbelievable. Barely a year and a bit, and already, 2027 is in play fully now. We've seen all manners of posters coming out, but they've now landed on Goodluck Jonathan as the person most likely to unseat Tinubu. Do you see why they will land on him, and what do you think his chances are? Goodluck Jonathan versus Tinubu
Yeah,
2027.
woman, I like your theory that you put forward to Ekene about our friends in the Northwest losing their grip on power and their relevance, and the rivalry with the Kanuris, and how they want to push this so that way they can regain power and they want to see Waju out. It's a good theory. It really is. And I can see, obviously, that they're not happy with Tinubu, so they are upset right now at him, clearly, for various reasons. But first of all, the person that's pushing this Goodluck Jonathan, Bala Mohammed, is the same person that said that Eli Fulani in West Africa has a right to come and settle in Nigeria. Let's put that in perspective, right? So he is the person that wants to now become vice president to Goodluck Jonathan. My thing to our Ijo elder in Goodluck Jonathan is you have served your country well. You have some respect to your name at this point, where you go around the continent and you push electoral efficiency because of the way you were able to step down from power. That is a credibility in life that is worth holding on to and living this life with. That's what I'll say. Unless he's coming back to restructure this country, he shouldn't let these people talk him into something so he can become a tool for their bigger picture. You understand? If he believes he comes in and within 4 years, that confab he had, he finishes it and he puts us on a trajectory where we can then achieve our full potential, then yes, I will support Goodluck Jonathan. But if he's going to come in and let these people use him for 4 years just so they can have power for 8, at all, he should run away from it. If he's not coming to restructure this country, Jonathan should not run. What is he running for? What? No, let them fight it out. Stay away from it. And does he want to go through the rigors?
That is the biggest potency, that he does only have 4 years left, one term. So it's easily sellable to the North that, look, this Tinubu that has suffered this so much, let's give it to this guy. So the South won't complain that we cheated them out of their 8 years. But this guy has only 1 term left, so it's guaranteed to come back to us, and it will not be a nuisance like Tinubu. And that is a selling point to the North. And if Peter Obi collapses for Goodluck Jonathan, then Tinubu is out of office.
Yes, and the likelihood of Peter Obi collapsing for Jonathan are pretty high because of their relationship. You understand? But it doesn't mean it will happen because Obi wants to run. And if I'm Goodluck Jonathan, obviously he has a good relationship with Asiwaju now. I saw them during the Council of, I've forgotten the thing they had recently where they gave Tinubu a thumbs up.
Council of State.
Council of State, he was hugging and laughing with Tinubu. If they have that kind of relationship, then at the end of the day, I don't believe he would want to put himself through that process again. Allow Bala Muhammad and the likes to talk him into something that he had obviously walked away from. Jonathan, some people don't understand something, right? When Jonathan left power, people think he just lost. There are a lot of people from my section of the country that believe that Jonathan didn't just lose. Jonathan didn't want any part of that office again. That's what people don't understand. We believe that he fell into a position to run Nigeria. And he tried his best, honestly, based on his capacity, trying to make a difference and change things. But the politics of it and the things that were coming back to him were just too much for him to deal with because he wasn't seasoned. You understand? Jonathan meant well for the country. But everything he did was countered. He was fighting some strong political heavyweights who had experience, and he figured out a way to sabotage him and get him out of office.
It was too civilized for the landscape. I like Jonathan, it was too civilized for he wanted to be a gentleman. He brought a knife to a gunfight.
Yeah, he wanted to run Nigeria the right way in the 21st century. He was trying to, okay, people want to protest, let them protest. We're not going to sabotage them. Let them say whatever they want. Oh, no, let's do this. Amajiris, let's create a way. Let's build schools for them. Let's fix it. He was trying. He even went as far as to say, oh, no, I'm not going to try to do too much from the area of Nigeria I'm from because I don't want the perception that I'm trying to just serve Ijaws. Jonathan did that. Right? But at the end of the day, he was dealing with it. And I think the politics was too much for him. People have to, if you look at his rise to office, you understand that the experience level and the political savviness in this Nigerian space that you should have, he didn't have it.
He only ran 2 elections.
He ran 2 elections.
One, lost one.
Yeah, and people forget when Yar'Adua passed away and he did those 2 years, when the time for election was approaching, Jonathan did not want to run.
It was Obasanjo that gave him that.
Obasanjo pushed him, but not only Obasanjo. People in the South said, if you do not run, don't come back here. They made it very clear. I'll never forget. Ijaw National Congress, Ijaw Youth Council, all these entities came together and said, look, we will never get this opportunity in this country again, ever. If you do not run, you might as well just remove Ijaw from your name. You are no longer part of us. They made it very clear. You have to run. Because remember, the North were opposed to it because they said, oh, Yar'Adua needs to come, another person needs to come and fill in for Yar'Adua, this and that. They were pushing back on this. And they made it clear to him, listen, you are going to run and you're going to win and you're going to govern this country. So Jonathan reluctantly went into the office. Let's start there. And then when he went into the office, after what he encountered, people don't understand it. Jonathan did not want to run Nigeria again. He continued because he said, okay, I will run this election. And that's why when his signs came, first of all, look at the way the election went now. Which incumbent picks Atahiru Jaga, someone you have never met, you don't know.
That was his biggest mistake,
Yes, now. This is PDP we're talking about now.
He made 2 mistakes. Picking Atahiru Jaga and not acting decisively on Lamido Sanusi.
Exactly. PDP could have done anything they wanted. After all, it was that time PDP was saying, the sun will never set on PDP. They were bragging. PDP could have picked someone that was of their ilk to run INEC. They would have won the election, hands down. Jonathan did not do that. He picked someone he did not even know and never met.
In fact, Atahiru Jaga rigged against him. We saw what happened in Kano.
He rigged against him. And then as soon as the results showed that he was losing, he wasn't going to come, he called Buhari and congratulated him. Who does that in Nigerian politics? Till today, one man, till today, I can take you to places in Delta State today.
Certainly not Peter Obi. He will tell you he won the election, even though he didn't have a polling agent in 80% of the...
One man, I can take you to places in Delta State today. If you bring Jonathan's name up, in fact, you might not leave that place alive. There are PDP people there that are still angry at him. They're like in Nigerian politics, you never do this. You never do what he did. It's like he was trying to lose that election. That's the way they see it now. Asiwaju would never do that, ever. So he did all that, left the power, called Buhari, congratulated him, walked away, ran around Africa, and has been telling everyone how to do elections properly. So this thing Bala Mohammed is doing, I don't think Jonathan even wants to come back and go through that mess again. I don't think so. So Baba Mohammed is trying to talk him in, and these Northerners are trying to talk him into the office because they want to use.
If Jonathan doesn't run, then that guarantees Tinubu a second term.
It will be the first person that, the first
kind of
incumbent that wins a second term now. One man, we know, I'm not a fan of Asiwaju. I don't support him. I think there are things about him that I just don't feel is the best for this country. But at the end of the day, it's not going to surprise me if an incumbent rigs an election and wins again. Nigeria right now, the way it is, if they had a free and fair elections, I don't see how Asiwaju will win. But he's the incumbent, and given his history, there's no way he lets an election run against him. That's not just going to happen.
Yeah, being kind, giving his Agbero ways, Avi.
Yeah. I don't want to call him an Agbero. I like to try and deal in evidence, Baba. But Baba, you know what angers me the most about Asiwaju today is what he has done for these Lebanese people. I swear to you, the fact that there are people in Lagos I've met who are even his supporters, and they've said it. You cannot see him unless you go through Shaguri. Can you imagine? Who's in France? Shaguri is in France, by the way. You go through him to see him, and on top of that, one man. If you go, there's a part of Victoria Island near that Eco Atlantic area. If you go there today, you see these very nice restaurants, bars, nice things they've built on that street that's kind of adjacent to it, owned by Lebanese. You understand? Owned by Lebanese. Shaguri has just taken our land and given all his brothers to come and make money in our space.
But remove his color. He's a Nigerian.
No, well, Baba, look, Baba, okay, so this is my thing. This is why I was having the conversation with them before, saying that, South Africa, look, go to Lebanon. Go and try this in Lebanon. I don't care which Lebanese you know. These are the things I used to judge people, Baba. Our people that go there as house helps. Go and look at, not even us, Ghanaians. Go and look at what they do to those women. Go to Lebanon. Go and say you have a high frame Lebanese person and then you get all the benefits that they're getting in our land. It will never happen. Never. They will never give us anything like that. They come here, they become best friends with our governors, our presidents. Some claim that people launder money through them. I don't even know if it's true, but okay, let's assume it is.
It was Abata's bagman, yeah.
He has made more money than God in this country.
I'm sure it's richer than Dangote if we really look at it.
Where has most of that money ended up? Do you think most of that money has ended up in Nigeria? For where? You think he's not investing that money in Lebanon? Why are we talking like this now? I went to VI 4 days ago. There's a place in VI called Leila. I went there. Lebanese owned. You just see all of them inside, having a good time, built on prime property. Prime property. There's another place not too far off, Lebanese owned. This is our country now. Come on now. Nobody treats us like this.
Did you feel like a stranger?
No,
did you feel like a
they will not stop you.
Oh man, I was angry. I was angry because I was looking at it and I was saying, listen, when you've lived abroad and you know how you've had to struggle to get everything that you've gotten abroad. When I've had to compete with my white counterparts, knowing very well that my qualifications and my credentials are way more than theirs, and I still have to compete to try to get even close to what I believe I'm even more than them in. And I get it, but I know what I had to go through. I know now. So to think that, okay, in my country, we should not roll out the red carpet for any of these people. Under any circumstances. If I go to Lebanon and they give a black man this same sort of treatment, then I will shut my mouth and I will accept them. But I know
even talk to their girl. She go disappear within 24 hours.
You see? So why now? Well, Baba, that's what I'm talking about.
This is the things that I mean. I went there. Lebanese people out there laughing in there, saying, "Oh, my brother is talking
they're
to us, trying to
friendly.
speak pidgin," And I'm just looking. I'm just like, Jesus, man. And
Some of them actually speak Yoruba. The younger
of
ones.
course,
They
of
speak
course, and
Hausa well and Yoruba well.
yeah,
Most of them.
I heard in Kano is even worse. In Kano, the power they have in Kano is even worse than in Lagos. There's a place I went to, Leila, Lebanese. There's another place I went to, Moroccan, in VI as well, Lebanese. And these two places, very well built, designed. You see Nigerians, they're just spending their money, right? And it's owned by these people, prime property. And I was talking to my friend when I was in London. I said, oh boy, where these people get money buy all these things? The guy was laughing and said, boy, Dan, your boy or your president and best friend don't carry all of them concert. You know, hey, they just come to our country, they get access. Their guy is our president's best friend. They get access to top prime Lagos property that we can't get. They settle, they open businesses, they're making money. And it's not just in Nigeria, go to Liberia, it's even worse there. So you see all this, and then we go to go to Lebanon. If Hezbollah no cut your head off, you can't try nonsense there. These are the kind of things that piss me off. Baba, personally, I'm a Nigerian first person. If I was ever president in this country,
Trump
I
has
swear to you,
radicalized you, Abi. Trump has radicalized you.
woman, if I was ever president in this country, and not one bridge, not one road, not one anything will go to a foreigner, I will assemble the best Nigerians on this planet, abroad or at home.
And Nigerian go do you shege. Don't worry.
So it's okay. It's okay. There are Nigerians. Listen, Baba. There are Nigerian civil engineers abroad working at the best companies, building
I'm not
roads
saying
and
we are
bridges.
not qualified, but our attitude, that's my problem.
All right. It's not bring it home, and then we move the conversation around a bit.
Yeah, Baba. It depends on the person. What I've realized in Nigeria is the Nigerians you hire that will just be like that. This mentality issue. But the Nigerians you hire highly professional, highly accomplished. They will do a fantastic job. Look at all the tech companies that are owned by Nigerians. They are run by Nigerians. They're getting the biggest money around the world. Depends on the person. So at the end of the day, that is what I believe. Look, if we don't do these things, we will never grow. I promise you. These Indians and Lebanese and all these people that you see around over here, they will suck
But I
us
prefer
dry.
Lebanese to Indians anyway.
Nice one, Baba. Make I digress, Charlie. Make another person talk.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellence is on.
Thank you, Aizon.
If you've ever wondered why we are always pushing Izon to spend more time with us, that's why. So it can be that excellent sometimes when it's not being that separately water something that it does sometimes. But so that's the majestic Izon, of course, the mighty man. I was going to go to Prince Daddy, unless Ajan Lekoko is ready. Prince Ajan Lekoko started with me, but he doesn't often mind. If he doesn't mind, then Ajan Lekoko. All right, let's go with Prince then. I think Ajan Lekoko may be indisposed. Prince is also indisposed. If anybody is disposed, then let's carry on. Go back to his own. Baba.
Yeah. Does Baba want to take over? Baba can take over. I don't think Baba has spoken.
Yes, Baba has not spoken. I was trying to get to Prince because I think he was saying he was under the pressure of time. But if it's not with us fully, then let me go to Baba then. And Baba, so this one is from your field, the oil and gas, whatnot. This is probably the most ridiculous headline that I've yet seen. And they started progressing with this, by the way, Baba. Ghana begins construction of $12 billion oil refinery for regional dominance. So I'm not quite sure if they had only knocked on the door of their neighbor, they would have found out that one of the biggest refineries in the world is already there. So what is the complement of oil that Ghana is building? This refinery, by the way, has the capacity for 300,000 barrels per day refining. But what is the complement of oil push out of the Ghanaian space, their oil output? 132 thousand barrels per day. So what are you then making of this somewhat ludicrous? Why? It's not even a vanity project. What does this make sense, Baba? Oh, after all that build up, all right, so I'll pick it up then. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. What's going on? Where are all these guys, man?
Of course, it doesn't
Okay,
make
okay.
sense.
Oh no, I think Baba was muted. Yeah. So Baba, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. That I sent it to you just for the fun of it because I thought maybe some of our listeners and comment section people or panel will have sent it to you and be win or Ghana is doing that, Ghana is doing that. It's all politics. It's campaign period in Ghana. They don't even have this kind of money. And you've talked about the ridiculousness of it. How can you be pumping out 132 BPD and then you are building a refinery of capacity of 300? Where will the shortfall come from? Besides that, like Nigeria, you have the TOR, T-O-R, that's the Tema Oil Refinery. Moribund also, just like the Port Harcourt one. You are not even touching it anymore after you people have messed it up. And you wake up all of a sudden, a lame duck president that will be going away in the next 5 months says they want to build a $12 billion refinery. For what purpose? It's just for a laugh, actually. It's not going to happen.
But is his party down in the polls? Because you said there was a political angle, clearly, but is his own political party, I mean, the incumbent,
the NPP,
are they down in the polls right now? Is that why you think he's making this push to put something out there?
It's still head to head beat.
So very close, a very close contest.
Very close race. But Baumia is VP that is trying to push forward who will take over from him. If they win, you understand, he's always coming up with this kind of stuff in the last, if it's not one high-tech thing that will make Ghanaians' ID card be acceptable worldwide instead of their passport and all these kind of weird things just throwing out there. So this is the one that caps it all. Now we are going to build $12 billion refinery when your resources is just about one. Even at best, it was 200. At their worst of time, it was 120 BPD. Now they, for this write-up, they said 132. So they've improved a bit. And don't forget, some Nigerians run this thing there too. So that's just it.
All right, Baba. Let me do this. Let me rattle off the headlines for you, and then I'll play you a clip at the tail end of it as well. Acknowledge the super chatters, bailout, and hand over to Mike. But this were the topics we were talking about. Yemsen Wike, of course, I'll stay in PDP and fight battles. So that is Wike then telling Atiku Abubakar that you can forget it. You will never be president. Prices of Gari, tomatoes, others drop in Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, etc. This is a survey. So that narrative of they are hungry is not one that can sustain anymore. This one quite intriguing. I'm not quite sure why nobody is wanting to acknowledge this possibility. 10 Goodluck Jonathan will not defeat Tinubu in 2027. This is APC, but the fact that they came out is to acknowledge the potency of it, because the perfect storm is a Goodluck Jonathan versus Tinubu. He has one term complement left, and that pushes Tinubu out if Peter Obi collapses for him. They are persuading Atiku Abubakar to drop his ambition for that ticket. This one now, that child Gori that we were talking about just then, sons of Nigerian president and his tycoon friend own a company together. So this is the narrative of business dealings between Sheyi Tinubu and Gilbert Chalgori Jr., which is the son of one of the Chalgori brothers. So it's just so their father suffers you, and then the children will as well. This one, one of the biggest tracking things on within the social media space. Chinese company take over Nigeria's guest houses in Liverpool in a bid to recover $70 million arbitration award. So apparently, allegedly, I'm not quite sure if it's an obedient inflection, but apparently they've actually put it up on eBay of all things. So there is that. So this one here, I brought this one not because it's a sexy anything. But there's this particular guy called Shegun Olo. I'm not sure if you would know him. It's a social media influencer, and this guy has been pushing aggressively. He's been taking cameras around all of the bad governance of Adapo Abiodun, to the point that this guy almost singularly now forced the reconstruction of this road. Ogun government begins reconstruction on Lagos Ota Abeokuta Expressway. I actually know the guy. I might well give him a call tomorrow. But so that's a well done to him right there. So that's somewhat the influence of social media. Sowore still chasing that cloud. Having now not succeeded with his end back governance nonsensity, days of anarchy, he now wants to rinse and repeat quite early. So the latest inflection, the latest presentation from the guy, from the Creeks, he now wants to do fearless in October. So this now protest now is tagging it fearless in October, end bad governance in Nigeria, protest Mark 2 from October the 1st, 2024 till we win. So he wants a protest in perpetuity, and he's wrapping that narrative around what happened in Bangladesh, where they succeeded in forcing their prime minister to resign. So he's not actually protesting against good or bad governance. It's actually protesting against the regime change, which is by forceful means, which is a treasonable act. So this one right here, this is the narrative of that $150 million that was used to a derisory amount of pittance in terms of the significance of Nigeria and the spend. $150 million dollars used to buy that funky jet by Tinubu. Reno Omokri inviting you to form the contrast with the $4 billion being used to buy 2 jets for the American fleet. So we're looking at that. And then we had a couple of vignettes of video clips that we were rattling through as well. So I'll just play you two that especially tickles the Nigerian penchant for titles and appellation. It doesn't brook satiating. No matter how many titles they have, they want more. So watch this.
Project and as an activism and also feminism, Muslim feminism.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Liebe and Daud, thank you very much. So I'm in this very fortunate position to be the very first to congratulate Emir Sanusi on having passed the examination without any corrections. So the thesis stands and is passed by the 2 external examiners as it was submitted. So there is no further work to be done. This is a clear pass, which is one of the options as of the results of the PhD. So congratulations to Dr. Sanusi, I can say, Dr. Emir Sanusi, as a preliminary. This has not as yet been confirmed formally, so there's still going to be the award ceremony. And I want to congratulate your supervisors, in particular your first supervisor, Professor Mashoud Badran. Very well done to the two of you. So in terms of process and formalities, the examiners will complete a joint examination.
So there it is right there. Chief Dr. Alhaji Prince Emir, now Dr. Lamido Sanusi. So before I play you the last clip, let me acknowledge the super chatters. It was Ayo that kicked it off, and he rattled off a few in that conversation around limited liability companies that we're having. Ayo, of course, documents himself. So that's Ayo right there. That's Prince saying Bulabalu or whatever it is. And then here he is saying Bulaba. So that's Prince right there. So that's Choma clapping hands for the panelists. So that's Choma right there. That's Prince again. trying to encourage people to open up their wallet, and that's Choma saying essentially we're an obedient space. So if we are an obedient, I wish we were. I don't actually wish we were an obedient space, but if we were an obedient space, the place will be heaving, and we're telling all the lies that they like to tell themselves. But no, we stick with it. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I'll play you this clip on my way out. Baba, this is Barack Obama, as we know and love him. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
It started on Chicago's South Side. Tracing back the Obama story takes you along the shores of Lake Michigan to the corner of 53rd Street and Dorchester Avenue and the Kissing Rock, where it got romantic. Theirs is the African-American story still being written.
We are ready for a President Kamala Harris.
At the Democratic Convention, the first black president, the man who made history, spoke of the woman he said could make it again.
I am feeling hopeful because this convention has always been pretty good to kids with funny names who believe in a country where anything is possible. We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse.
DNC, turn out for what? They rolled out the celebrities for the roll call. Kamala. On a presidential stage, there was, some say, the best president America never had.
Who's going to tell him that the job he's currently seeking might just be one of those black jobs?
Please tell me the truth. I'm up at 3 a.m., no snooze.
Across town, we found them rapping in Obama's neighborhood. Here, their influence has been felt through the generations. As times change, so do the issues.
In terms of inspiration, I think it made a difference in terms of involvement. With him being there, it gave most of our people, and especially the young people, a reason to get up and go to the polling place and cast a vote.
Has he made a difference to your life?
I want to say yeah, but unfortunately, outside of the traffic around here, when he comes back, not much has changed, man.
Be nice to see an African-American woman be president if they weren't funding a genocide. So, yeah.
And that's your priority?
That's my priority.
There's been a cotton wool wrapping around the launch of Kamala Harris, presidential nominee. The endorsement of a party in Chicago was a given. So too from the Obamas of the South Side. It will get tougher. Her running mate Tim Walz has been doing a walkthrough before his conference address. He'll be joined by another former president, Bill Clinton. They are day 3 headliners with a tough act to follow from day 2. This crowd had shown adulation for the local boy done good, and with enduring influence. The history maker who came with the message that history shouldn't hurt. James Matthews, Sky News in Chicago.
Yeah, Mike. Okay, in the absence of mine, I guess I can carry on with the permission of the panelists. I think I'll stick with the Jonathan topic. I think the most formidable pairing that can really rattle the president will be Atiku Obi. I don't think the Jonathan pairing will even cause a dent to the presidential second-term ambition of the president. It is that Atiku that is very threatening if it happens. But
what if Good Luck picks a very formidable northerner in the PDP? No, I mean, knowing fully well that this thing goes back up north, we cannot. I mean, I agree with you that an article would be ticket would be very, very interesting going against Tinubu. That is, if we don't have a repeat of what happened, what we had third force that were able to pull away votes from the PDP. That would in case been OB. So don't you think if he gets somebody from the north, now we assume that Atiku is not running, right? Because the PDP, right? So Atiku is not running. So a good luck with a formidable former governor will give Tinubu a run for his money. I don't think we should just dismiss that.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, I think I'm.
Yeah, we can hear you. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So we can. I mean, the Atiku ticket will be more powerful, but with what transpired last time, I mean, I haven't been at the head of the ticket twice. 3 times right now, or twice, right? 3 times, right? 15, 19, and 24, 23.
20,
So,
yeah.
so,
You mean Atiku?
Yeah, so 3 times.
Atiku was, he's been there, three times,
Mm-hmm.
or even 4 times.
4
I'm
times.
not too sure now. I'm confused. BT. It's like he's been there forever, every cycle.
Mm-hmm. So there's going to be an internal struggle in the PDP. So it will be very hard for him to run again, then pull somebody from the Labour Party. Remember, if Peter Obi leaves the Labour Party, you're going to have the anti-establishment part of his obedience movement that might be pissed off and not vote for Atiku. Those that generally believe in change and revolution, whatever, the third force, is going to lose that voting block. They'll leave. Okay, he can no longer play the Muslim card anymore. That does not really work in his favor. So Atiku will, yeah. So let's not dismiss good luck. Yes, remember the South is the 4th largest voting bloc in the country, right? South is being the 5th. So yeah, so let's not dismiss good luck.
My take a bit in that Jonathan one. It's not an easy ticket because the northerner that will pair him naturally will be the next person to contest in 2031 automatically for the north, being a vice president. So choosing that person will be very, will not be an easy task. You understand? I think that fellow has to come from the northeast if they have to stand a chance, because it is clear, even though it's very early, that Tinubu will hand over either 2031, if he makes it to that cycle.
So for them to get
from the northeast,
the northwest buy-in, so the northwest becomes the deciding region now, because they have to play the card in between waiting for Tinubu to finish or supporting the bid of good luck, because whoever he picks at the VP might want to run in the next 4 years, right? After
exactly.
it. So, and they want the power back. You can see the way they've been acting, the L5s of this world. So
yeah, that's the northwest. Yeah.
So yeah.
So this makes it look nice in favor of the president. You understand? Because whether we want to believe it or not, the north is no more one. There is northwest now. There is northeast. No doubt about that. And Shetima is just not playing for granules. You understand? Even in the APC, I could see Ribadu and Shetima really fighting it out for the presidency.
I would not be surprised if Shetima runs after Tinubu.
You know what I also always notice? They historically really don't vote as one like that. Almost every election, their vote usually get divided, kind of. You guys notice?
Yeah, I noticed. That's why I'm saying that it will come to a head when power shifts back to the north. They will define themselves at that moment, because I could really see clearly that the northeast, because ever since independence, I think it's only Tafawa Balewa that has come from that area, and then it was not even termed northeast.
Okay.
But in the definition of today political
arrangement
space, it is northeast. Ever since
I have a question. So let's say Tinubu runs out, it's 8 years, right? Then you have, let's just say we have the PDP and APC being the formidable parties running, and you have the APC wing going with the Northeast. So my question is, a Northeast versus Northwest presidential election. It's just two of them. How do you think the other regions will vote? Now, I want to assume that, if Shetima is the one running, the Southwest will kind of align with that, since their son, quote unquote, was the one that was there. But the question is, how would the North Central, the Southeast, and the South factor in? So it's just a question. So a Northwest versus Northeast presidential election.
I dream to see that election. I dream to see that pairing out there.
But is that not what we saw with Obama? Sorry, I say Obama. Buhari versus Atiku. That election, was it not Northwest versus Northeast?
Yeah, but you don't forget Atiku is a Fulani Northeast. When we talk about Northeast, principally, I think we are talking about the Kanuris. So we have to redefine that space too.
Yeah, so not necessarily the region per se, but the ethnicity within that space. So Kanuri versus Fulani,
exactly.
Depending on who they pick down south. So that would be interesting to see, because if the Northwest loses that election, it will forever reshape the political space, the power grip that they've always had in the last 30, 40 years.
You're very correct.
Forever.
And I think automatically the Southwest will vote in block with the Kanuris.
Right.
So the only defining regions remaining, the geopolitical zone will be Southeast, South, and North Central. Who they will follow, I suspect the North Central having predominant Fulanis amongst them, apart from the Igalas and the Domas.
But I got a question with this Northwest that we keep saying they have been ruling for. I mean, how many leaders have really come from the Northwest?
Shagari,
Buhari,
Shagari, Buhari, and as VP, Atiku.
No, as president.
Okay, those two are from, in this present cycle, those two are from
even military, even in military, Baba. Even military.
The military, that's what I'm saying, including military.
Yaradua is from Northwest. Babangida is Nupe.
Even military, it was only what is his name? Buhari.
That's what I'm saying. So not this fallacy and Northwest have been ruling like that. I don't really think so.
No.
Go on is from North Central.
Abdulsalam, Babangida,
Babangida, even Abacha is from Northeast. It's the Kanuri man.
So
it's not really.
Abacha is almost like a Fulani, even though it's Kanuri.
So it's
you married a Fulani woman, and he's a Kano boy because he was born in Kano.
I wasn't
even
going that far. I was just saying the Fourth Republic, 1999 till now. So I wasn't even going.
If you call about 1999, it's Satanas have been running Nigeria. I'm sorry. I mean, Obasanjo, Jonathan, is Tinubu. So it's just Buhari is the only man that's really from the north.
Right, hold on. Because you are focused on the head of the snake. I'm talking about totality. Like we would, so I can put the Satanas there, but who's really running the show?
I don't buy this fallacy of the Santana that is there is not the one running the show. You can't tell me Obasanjo wasn't running the show, or now saying Jonathan wasn't running the show. Are you saying Jonathan wasn't running the show?
Hold on. Based on what you know now, your perception of Obasanjo should have changed. It wasn't really as controlling or in charge as we thought he was.
He was in charge, I'm sorry to say. Maybe he was pandering to different regions other than his own.
But like even in the Canaries, they've had issues with the other side regards to the power structure of that space. So the reason I asked the question is, it's not so much of those two, is how the other regions will vote if those two go against each other coming up, let's in 31, when you have, let's say, a Shetima against, give me a name, El-Rufai, for, let's say, El-Rufai, Shetima. That depends on who they picked up for the VP. That we can.
If you ask me that question, BT. Good morning, everybody. Baba, good morning, Ekaro.
Morning, Bomulero.
So it depends. Okay, let's assume that somebody like Shetimo is contesting under APC, and maybe you have somebody like El-Rufai. Whoever, believe me, whoever is contesting on the platform of PDP from the Northwest, it's not going to be easy. Because the Southeast will never vote for APC when it comes to that. I'm very sorry to say. They will never vote for APC. So they'll go for PDP. So if you so
the only Southeasterner
as a running mate.
Yeah.
Probably
that would be bad. That would be bad for APC now. APC cannot pick APC. Let's be honest, it's not really. They don't have Southeast in their political equation. It's more like a northern southwestern arrangement. PDP is more of their kind of. So PDP will do better in the southwest, in the southeast. I mean, so if APC picks the southeastern as a VP, that would be a terrible mistake. They can go south or southwest, but southeast, I don't think so. So Simba has a point on that one. I don't think they will go there. No. They won't get the vote. They won't get
but the Southwest, without having them in the VP position, will be satisfied already that they've had their 8 years. VP or no VP, they will go for Shetima.
The other issue is that it also depends on the performance of Tinubu. If Tinubu did not perform, people will still transfer the anger, like the way they are transferring the anger of Buhari on him. They will transfer it.
Honestly, the one we say Tinubu in this election is just based on the outcome. Like if people don't
performance.
Performance. That's what I don't see him winning if we don't see anything change. Like we don't see brighter days before the election. Like right now, the way things is looking, even a lot of Yorubas not vote for him. Like the way things is looking, if we don't start to see the result of, brighter days, better days, forget it, man. Even me, I won't even look up and say I want to support you, because for what? You understand? For what? What can I campaign for? Like if I don't start to see something, like right now, I can understand. Like we have to go through something for something to be great, and I see like taking subsidy off. Yeah, you need the money for something, but whatever you got to do if I'm him, I will focus on these long term things. Like maybe he's putting that money in something that will start seeing results in 5, 6 years, 7 years. You are wasting your time. You need to put that money into something we start to see in the short term. You understand? So that way you can see something. And if people don't see anything, I won't have mouth to even say I want to support you. I want to campaign for you, because you're just not going to win.
Mike, if I may agree with you, what he has to do now, maybe in the next 3 years that he has left, he should focus on something that will alleviate the pains of the people.
Exactly.
Probably by the time he gets the second time, he can focus on long-term things.
Long-term stuff, exactly.
No, Mike, you can't keep supporting that now. And the next person comes in and they want to do short-term again. Somebody has to take that on their shoulders and look into long-term.
No. What we are saying, so go ahead, Simba.
What we are saying is that he should the next 3 years for his first term, he should focus on short-term things to alleviate the pains. By the time he gets the second term, then he can focus more on the long-term things. By the time he does that one for 4 years, anybody that comes in, that will be like a short-term things for the person if they want to follow whatever he has taken.
Simba, exactly. Yes. If they want to, and how has that worked so far for Nigeria? Do they always follow up? Do they always continue the predecessors? They never. Everybody.
But even imagine. Hold on. Sorry, Simba. Even imagine if you put all this investment in a long term something, and then you lose, and that person that comes in, that thing begin to show during that person's regime. They be like, "Oh, is this guy that's doing it?" You understand?
But that's the way it's always been now, Mike. You take it for your. That's the way it's always been now.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what's the point of taking that risk? What's the point of taking that risk of just doing that when you are good? Yeah.
The way I look at it, Mike, is like easy stuff for him. The scholarship has kicked off. That is one. Then the CNG buses, if he can saturate all of the states with the CNG buses and possibly even label them shamelessly that New Hope Transport in all the states, like 500 each in all of the states.
But you can't say you are doing CNG and you are showing us only 5,000 for the whole country. That means you're not serious.
No, I say at least 5,000 in each state.
Now we're talking
500 in each, to saturate the state so that workers can go to work cheaply. You understand? That is number two. Number three, the agric. I see them as low-hanging fruits. Only one of them has kicked off. The CNG bus is easy. Then the agric will be the tough one because of insecurity. But if you can get those three rights, I think every parent will be happy. I can get food at a considerable good price. My child is going to tertiary. It's not bothering me. He even have stipend in his pocket he's collecting. And don't forget with that, there are state bursary awards for students too. So students will actually have enough money in their pocket because everybody will apply to that.
How many states are really doing bursary again? Baba, it wasn't like
My
before
state
that
has been doing that like forever.
Lagos State.
Yeah, like forever.
But Baba, you said that in short term, what you can do, I think, what even if you don't do anything amazing, you can do one thing as a government that you will still get people's vote. If you can crash the price of food items and just invest that you can get those things back. If you can crash, you will get people to. If food is really cheap, people will vote. I'm telling you, people will vote. Just
exactly. To me, if I were him, I would have pumped a lot of that money. First thing should have done. Hold on, let me say this. The first thing should have done is without subsidy money is kind of subsidize agriculture in a sense. You know what I'm saying? Like if you would have subsidized things that will elevate the pain of the people, whereby if you subsidize agriculture, the food price will drop drastically, and then that also increase productivity in a sense. That area is where you should have.
I see, Mike. I see it happening because those are low-hanging fruits, and if the agricultural thing is not thriving like he wishes, he will do massive importation under desperation, and the country will be awash with food.
Okay, on this platform a year ago, we said that they should have done it. You are still waiting to do that. It should have been. It's like followed the whole country with food now.
Instead of the student loan thing, how many students will go and vote?
Desperation, under desperation.
Baba, the two things that you mentioned, this agriculture thing and the CNG buses. Yes, it could have been good, but how do you think you can achieve that? Because let me tell you, we have been doing this for time immemorial and it has never worked. I've seen governments, states involved in transportation, buying so many buses, even at the time Nigerian Labour Congress, they were giving during Goodluck Jonathan when it started. This is a Shopee, whatever.
Even IBB time they gave NLC
so yes, it has never worked. Just give them some few months, all those buses will disappear. I don't know what really happened.
Curiously, so the BRT is working. Curiously, I use the word curiously because I never gave them a chance.
I don't think BRT is actually 100% Lagos thing. Believe me, I don't think so.
And by the way, BRT is at a state level, which is easier to manage compared to something you have to do nationwide.
And then you mentioned 5,000 buses. To me, 5,000 buses per each state will be too much for the government to be able to afford. Then when you talk about the
Mike,
you don't know how politics work, Simba. For that political period, just throw it down. Whatever happened after you won really doesn't matter or count.
Baba, why not we do what Mike has always advocated here? Why not allow the private sector to drive this initiative, then subsidize the private sector? Either give them tax relief or do the way America do their stuff. they give you I forgot what they call it, some credits, understand, just to encourage that sector. Why not do that instead of
You
the
mean for the
government?
transport?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. They kind of
Then
form themselves into
I
cooperatives
think
and
what
purchase this
Abdul
bulk.
just said exactly.
It has been
If
done
they
before,
give it to
though.
private
It has
sector
been
will do better.
It has been done before, but
Exactly.
most of them did not repay the loan back. You remember, particularly in the taxi,
No,
when
no,
they
no, no.
brought in this
It's not a
big
loan.
fool,
It's
It's not
not a
even loan,
loan.
sir.
this
It's not
Camry
loan.
big fool, they call big fool that time in Lagos State, where some of these cooperatives took the cars and then put them on kind of taxi something. I don't know how that panned out, but I don't think they recover most of
You
the
know,
money.
even
Okay,
before they have
but
used the NURTW, all these transport union, Ritian and all those things.
Yeah, all the system has been
The thing
tested
did
before.
not work. Yeah, it was. So that was why it could have been a good suggestion, a good policy. But to me, I don't know the model that they are going to use that is going to work. Then when you are talking about food, you said okay, maybe they should go and import food and flood the country with food. You
During
know, the
electioneering, that's what I did.
anything.
Simba,
Oh, just for short period.
you are missing the point. You know, remember I said it's a long term that the food. They said no, forget long term. Mike, it's for the 4 year. If that's the case, and you want to win second term, then just do the needful and just because you win. Just
And
flood
that's
the
what I
goddamn
mean.
place with food. And when you get in, come and discuss in the second term. Bang. But this one, no, just to flood the
You get my
goddamn place
point.
with food.
but Simba,
Again.
what
So
I was advocating.
is that a
You know
solution to
another thing. You know
you know
another thing I hate that.
all those patch. You people are can you imagine? You people are just suggesting patch.
This now. Simba, me, I agree. Simba, remember I pushed back and I said it's a long time thing. They said no, it's still it's not about solving the problem long term.
Babati, you know another mistake I think he made. Okay, when you remove subsidy, you started taking that excess money, just dumping it in the hands of governors, and I'm like, I mean, I'm like, dude, use that money, put it into something directly to the people, like where the people can feel something. You know, I'm like, this guy, what are you doing? You start increasing governors.
He cannot let me. You know, Mike. You are. This is a civilian government. The money does not belong to him alone. He
What
can't
do you mean?
just stay because
They are
they
you
have to
took away
share the
subsidy.
money.
So, okay, which law says you have to increase governors' allocation? Which law? There's no law now.
No.
The money, the so-called
There is
excess
law.
money that you are looking is not for
There is law.
subsidy. It's not for subsidy. The money is not for subsidy.
Simba, hold on. Mike, remember during Good Luck when they had the XX account, they took him to court. He got to the
Exactly.
court, and the court said, "No, you can't just save the money somewhere. You have to share the money with everybody." So there's a law about if you can't just hold funds from crude oil excess and say, "Okay, I'm holding it." You have to share it. Unfortunately, left to me, I agree with you, Mike, that the money should be put to use to something like agriculture. But our law, by me gone, only one I don't even know what they do there, but that's the law, unfortunately.
Doesn't make sense, man. So the money is going to. So it's a state government. So you remove subsidy now. You're not giving the money to the state governors. The same state governors are not doing anything with anything. They can't do anything. So you might as well put the subsidy back there because it doesn't make
why do you think he's fighting to get the LG autonomy? Because it knows at least if the money gets down there, those ones I want him more Shakara there. So I mean, he can still do bragado with them. But you're gonna do this and that. He can't do the same thing with the state governors. But the LG council, he can still kind of put pressure on those ones to do something.
You put everybody through pain just to give money to state governors.
That's the Nigerian law that Takura was about. You can't.
But those governors, are they human beings? Because the other day we were talking about VAT, and look at the kind of money they are getting from VAT. Even I was shocked that Sanwo-Olu received within 6 or 8 months over 200 billion just from VAT alone. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, God, Mike. So Tinubu going to give up on governors here. He's trying to find different ways with the LD councils to get his policies working. Or to give
A
up
lot of money going to their hands. And your governor, BT,
yeah.
supervisor,
it's too early.
You do that Abeokuta Road.
It's too early. It's too early.
It's too early. Okay.
Look at Sheyi, for instance, now. Look at the way the complain.
If you ask me, man, I think governors have more power than presidents.
They do.
In terms of development, like national development. You say the national development is more in the hands of the governors.
I think, sorry to interject, I think Tinubu have already given them a leeway, a 3-month leeway to perfect their book for the governors. So he played good politics in that way. He brought them back, give them 90 days to go shishagaru your book or whatever you want to call it. And by October ending, then they will start paying that directly to local government again. So that's what
you know what? If I'm the president, you know what I would do? Since I have the power of EFCC and all these things, I will hire more EFCC staff, and I will be on the governors, like constant daily investigation of the governors to be following. You understand? Because EFCC have power to be constant investigating politicians.
He also needs them. He needs them
will take
when
you to court.
For the election. It's not so.
Well, EFCC is watching them, see what they are doing with money.
Immunity can't do anything. You have to wait till.
No. You can still investigate them. So,
but
if you are a governor, if you know EFCC in your door every day, checking your books, you will be working. You'll be putting your money where you should be going. You won't be. You understand? I know they can't arrest you, but you know at the end, if EFCC start gathering evidence, you know that the day you are leaving office, they're arresting you.
And the land that you need for that agriculture that you're gonna need to come and beg me for. How are you gonna get those lands?
What do you mean? Are you gonna get those lands?
You remember when Tinubu was begging? When he went to commission that
Niger State chapter.
It's like, please, we need you to cooperate with us in this area agriculture. You can't do it without them, and they know.
So I'm not saying is you do witch hunt. You are mistaking me. I'm saying is I have more EFCs and then let them be busy just doing their work. So it's not going to look like he's witch hunting, but they will be more doing their work of like letting the governors know they are around, though they are around. But they won't look like it's the president that's sending them.
I will not cooperate with you. I will not cooperate with you as a government.
Let me tell you something that you guys have not factored. You have not.
Or you got to put something in place to make governors get busy, do their work. I mean.
You can't
do something.
You
can't force them. You can't. It's not for you. Put something in place. That's an example I gave you, where you know the security architect or investigative. You put that thing strong. Those institutions where they are strong, they are busy because those institutions are really busy. They are really on everybody. You don't make it look like you are sending after governors. You just make them get busy where they are doing their work. Because if EFCC are busy around. Everybody sit tight. Even Yahoo boys, they sit tight because you know the EFCC they around you. They are very busy. Like,
can I give you do you remember when OBJ was doing the same thing in and what happened in 03? She could compromise.
Let me tell you something that you guys.
No, BT, it wasn't so. OBJ was using it for witch hunt.
Exactly, he was doing witch hunt. Exactly.
OBJ was the one that compromised EFCC by himself.
Okay, let me tell you something you guys are not put into consideration. First and foremost, some of these governors are spending their second term. And if you are spending your second term, then you, as a president, they have more power this way because they are going to put a lot of new governors there. Those ones are going to be more loyal to the president. Those ones that are going to contest for the next gubernatorial election or senatorial election. When you look at the Southwest state, almost 4 of the state, the governors there are going for their second term. I'm about to finish their second term. So there'll be new permutation. And when you guys have been talking about Jonathan, blah, 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 you are not taking a lot of things into consideration at all. You are not taking state, which political party is ruling that state. How powerful is that governor of that state? Now you forgot one thing. If you follow the trend very well, the Hausas have waken up against the Fulani, and they are in the majority in the Northwest. And the North.
Where did you get that one?
What
Where
did you
did you
say
get that one for? Where did you get that one from?
You know where I get that one from is that it might look a little bit shallow, but I think I've read a lot of things and I've seen a lot of their guys on TikTok trying to bring that awareness to them.
TikTok?
So
Nigerians on TikTok.
No,
They are just doing
listen. To be frank with you, even if they bring Atiku and Obi, it's not a walk in the park. A lot of look at Atiku will be 81. Atiku will never step down for Obi to go. And if Obi go as vice president, it does not augur well for him also. He will lose a lot of that support, even from that southeast you are talking about. A lot of people will not be interested anymore. So you are a presidential candidate before, now you go for VP. So he is in a dialogue.
Remy, even what you are saying, even before they are already even asking that Atiku should come, that Obi should step down.
Maybe Remy didn't watch it when Kenneth came here, telling us
maybe you are in your own realm.
Remy, hold on. Mike, were you shocked when you heard Kenneth say that he was even going to go? Was it for Atiku or Good Luck?
That's what I'm saying. Now Remy missed it. Now
I'm not missing anything.
These people are so desperate in the Yoruba man leaving office. They don't mind if he's even if a Ghana man come to run.
God, man. I think you guys
BT, I was shocked on my bone when I heard him say
I could
that.
not believe it. I'm like, really? Because I was away.
I'm
like, wait a minute. Am I sure this is the same guy? I had to come close to my computer.
Okay, don't worry. That will be a shocker for you when the time comes. Every one of you go and write it on your left hand. Okay, it's gonna shock you. Because what you guys don't take into consideration, there are so many things you are not. You think the Northwest will just walk over the Northeast just like that? The Northwest have a big share of everything. When you are talking, look at the military head of state that come from the Northwest and their civilian president that come from the Northwest. And the Northeast have not had nothing. And they are coming on board as quickly as possible. They are becoming more powerful. They also have their own game plan. I think you just think that.
You think they're not really? You think the voters are not really like not this? Their voters are not thinking like they don't think like that. Man. You can talk about really two politicians.
You cannot say the North is one because it clearly shows now that everybody.
But they really don't vote on regional Northeast versus Northwest. They don't do it like that. They don't do it like that, to be honest.
But it's happening now, man. It's happening now. Out in 2027 a little bit now. It's clearly shows that the Northwest does not want to leave that power to the Northeast. It's a fight between them, okay? And it will rear its ugly head in 2027. So this Tinubu also is a very good strategist. It's not about supporting him. So it has clearly shown that the fight mainly is from the Northwest. If you look at it very well, they want that power. And if I were Jonathan, I will step away from it because they just want to use him. If they use you, and a lot of Nigeria will read
this Jonathan permutation, I don't think that one. I don't even know where they are getting this from. Because let us even forget about the.
Now.
Let's forget
these people are desperate for Tinubu to leave. They just come with different ideas. They went on the way to
how would Jonathan. They do the primary? How would
they are really in the situation room strategizing, man. They first came talking about Tinubu and they're thinking of Jonathan.
That one
they will bring a Bangida.
Say they will persuade the Atiku not to contest. That is the only time that one can work. If they can persuade the Atiku not to work and float Jonathan, let me tell you, if they can persuade Atiku, and that one, even Wiki will work for Jonathan. And then if they can persuade Atiku not to run, it will be, in fact, Jonathan can defeat Tinubu.
No, I don't
continue this way.
I don't agree with you, and I will tell you my reason. If they first and foremost, if they persuade Atiku to step down, some of those northern governors will step in. Do you know that Tambu also have that presidency in his hand? Saraki is
they will not step in like that. Forget about these things that you are saying. No, they will not step in. They will respect. They will respect the arrangement.
This is Nigeria. This is Nigeria. They will tell him.
But remember, if you say PCP versus PDP, then who is stepping? You're only going to have the Kwankwaso situation where you run on that one party that nobody knows.
No. This is Nigeria, and I'm telling you that go and write it down. Jonathan does not have a chance. Even for PDP, they are not going to pick him at the end of the day because this is just a one-person game.
Who's the most powerful person on PDP apart from Atiku and Wike? And Wike is no longer the relevant guy because he left. He's kind of like more of a PDP.
Is it not the Wike group that have the national executive in their hand today?
Well, who's more powerful than Jonathan in PDP?
Who is Jonathan? Jonathan is not a politics guy. He doesn't know something like that.
In terms of relevance in PDP.
And then Jonathan does not really have he doesn't have the clout like that. He doesn't have the money.
I don't think Jonathan is really interested. But if the guy develop interest, he can really come back. He can make noise.
He's not a strategist. It's only that if some people come together to come and bankroll him, just for maybe the cabal want to bankroll him, and then they just want to use that one to,
including Obasanjo and the rest. Now they come and
yes.
And if anytime he decide that he want to put his head in the ring,
actually, if Jonathan comes, it can actually be good for the country.
Why?
How can that docile man be? What do you mean be good for the country?
Let me tell you why I say that. I will give you the reason. I've been saying it. No Nigerian president has ever done anything to move that country forward, even including Obasanjo. Everybody has been banking on oil output, international oil price. If you are lucky, you have that 2.5 million barrel to ship out every day, and then maybe the oil price is ranging between $100 and so. You'll be lucky, and everybody will be shouting Yuri. And that was what happened during Jonathan regime.
For him and then
what will happen is this: by the time it becomes the president, all the unrest in the Niger Delta will die down.
And there are another unrest coming from another region.
Forget about those other regions are irrelevant.
Hold on, do we currently have unrest in the Niger Delta? Do we currently have unrest?
We still have pocket of it too.
But
you forgot it so soon. But okay, if you look at it, go and Google it, you discover that we were doing close to our 2.5 million barrel per day during Goodluck Jonathan, and oil was above $100, and that was why the guy was just spending money anyhow, and the money actually percolated down, and that was why people usually they will be referring to Goodluck Jonathan time as if it was a rosy time. He was not doing anything fantastic.
No,
it wasn't rosy either. Hold on, it wasn't rosy either.
We benefit of hindsight now, Abdul. That's what we do in Nigeria.
No. But every successive government is like that. Even look at Buhari to what is his name? Tinubu. Look at this guy, Jonathan to Buhari. Then look at Jonathan to Buhari. Then look at
Buhari to Jonathan. Just say Buhari to Jonathan. Just always going back. You always go back now.
Buhari to Jonathan. Then look at Jonathan to the one that died.
Yaradua, then Yaradua to Obasanjo, like that.
You will see successfully. They will tell you
the last one was better.
Exactly.
Even though back then they were all crying, they were crying.
That's the end. We forget so soon. So soon, and it's only comparison that we make, not knowing. And what is actually making it to look like that? Nobody is actually looking at it and address it. Why is it always like that? And it's the same thing. You understand?
People just always looking for somebody to blame for their life.
Do you know why?
Once you're no longer there, they can't blame you anymore.
The new
person is who to blame.
The kind of democracy we practice and the mindset and the orientation of Nigeria will continue to make it look like that. When it's all that, if you push it there, go and steal the money and go and spend it on some few people. So far we are eating, and we are that are into that politics. So far they can get that money. So
it's not even like that. Let me give you an analogy about Nigerian situation. Nigerian situation is just like a loaf of bread. That same loaf of bread, because everything is about our oil. It's the same loaf of bread that we have in 1870 that we are, in fact, we have less, even the loaf is getting decreased. Meanwhile, the people that are sharing the loaf are increasing. That is why our situation is getting worse. You understand? We have a loaf of bread being shared by people, a group of people. Meanwhile, the loaf of bread is decreasing in size. Meanwhile, the number of people sharing the loaf is actually increasing. And that is what is making our situation to look worse year by year.
So
Good
why
analysis.
can't we,
Good analysis.
why can't we Nigerians, if you want to protest or those one in the National Assembly?
No, we focus on the long.
Let me say this, so please, sorry. Why can't we all come together and say, okay, fine, that everybody run to this center to share this loaf of bread? Let Kuku cancel that loaf of bread. What you get in your state is yours. Just pay 10% to federal government. Why can't we do that? That one will solve all this wahala. Because at the end of
What we need to do is what Mike said earlier. I don't understand why BT is against that. All Nigeria needs are strong institutions. That's all we need. If we have that,
we do have
everything will fall in place.
No, let me tell you the truth. Even if you have that institution, if you still that, everybody still go to that Abuja to collect that allocation. It's the same thing. They will be lazy because they know that at the end of the month, money will come to the governors, and governors do whatever they like because the people in the state are very docile. They don't ask questions. But now, if you shift, sorry, Simba, let me quick. If you shift that burden of going to Abuja, you shift it back to that state, to the state themselves. Now, Mr. Ogun State, Mr. Oyo, Sokoto, Samfara, all the resources in your state is yours. All the thing, bring investor wherever you like. Government will support you. The little money, the money you get from it, just pay 10% to the government, and then you take the rest to your state and develop your state for yourself. Bet you, everybody that want to become governor, you will see the right people. Because you have to.
You know what, Remy? I don't know what are they going to do to our constitution. Okay, look at the present impasse that we're having between what these terrible Ogun people, BT and Co, cause for Nigeria now. We have so many and you. So you have so many reckless governors like that they will be so lazy. The only thing they will know is to go and be borrowing money and be sign useless contracts that will eventually, because
at least everybody in the state, we know that we are not getting money from Abuja anymore. So we will hold them accountable very well. So that is what we call democracy. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, please, Professor.
I mean, that's not going to. It's not like it's not going to work, but it's still going to be a situation, because if you look at what we practice now, it is modeled from the United States, right?
But it's not 100% like America, because
I understand it's not. I say it is modeled in that way. But if you still look at the United States, right? Yes, it's not like our own in a way, but they still share money to the subnational as well. So what happened is that a lot of all the state pays in, but so the national state have to support states. There are lots of states in the United States of America.
They support them, but not the way that they will be giving them federal allocation every month.
No, they give them federal. They get federal allocation. That's what I'm saying.
They give them federal allocation.
They are not doing that in America now. Do they have?
They do that in America. I'm telling you.
No, they do it. They get federal allocation, but the difference is that those people who put more, like state like New York, like Florida, like California, like Texas, those ones actually get less from the
Before
federal.
You go on, let me ask you a good question. Those people are living in America, Mike and Babati and the rest. The state resources that are investment you get in your state, do you pay royalty to the federal government of America? And how much do they pay? How much do they retain? So when we know that one, we can move ahead. If they have an idea about you, they can tell us.
Mike, I don't know in percentage term. I don't know how much, but I know that the whole point is to uplift those states that don't have, because don't forget it.
I understand you. They give them
all the states
to help.
You see, even this one that we are shouting, local government autonomy. Not all local government can survive on their own. Some of them they're going to struggle like hell
No, the Nigerian context is simple. They are still getting that federal allocation directly to the local government. It's not that they are telling local government to go and source fund for yourself.
That's what I'm saying. Even at that, some local government will not be able to make it. I'm telling you.
Of course, you are right. But at least we will see some.
Even in America, there are so many non-viable states.
So in Nigeria now, when you look at it, for example, look at a lot of non-viable states. How many states is even viable in Nigeria that can really say, okay, we can stand on our own? Is it not maybe more than 1 or 2 or 3? The rest are just
the best model I've seen around the world that many countries practice is the regional system of government. That for me, I think that one works better.
But that regional, I like that regional government, but my fear, I will tell you the truth. That regional government in Nigeria is just a leeway to go their own way in the long run, to ask for their own country. That is because
are you afraid? Are you afraid of?
No, I'm not afraid of that one. I'm just trying to tell you that is the only drawback about it. Okay.
Listen, Remy, go to Spain. Go to Spain, right? The Basque region, Catalonia, Catalonia region. Catalonia, a lot of them will be fighting to say they want independence, but it don't stop this country from moving, from doing what they want, whatever.
Yeah,
you will always have this kind of talk. Did Scotland not go and have a referendum wanting to leave the United Kingdom? So these things will happen. It's not for you to be scared of what people.
No, I'm not scared. I'm just trying to tell you the drawback.
What we need to worry about is how the country develops, how the country grows. That is what
I think if I were to do, I would just try my possible best just to go back to that.
Remy, that agitation is not what's holding Nigeria back. People agitate crying about I want to go. I don't think that's what's stopping Nigeria from developing. I don't think this is what's stopping us is just lack of productivity and lack of getting things right. So
Mike,
it's not agitation as holding our hands.
Mike, you look at it when you plan as a state, and then the population kept on increasing, and then those people you don't plan for, they just rush to your state for free education, for free medical, and they leave their state. Look at Lagos; there is been overstretched every day.
That was the dumb shit. What's his name? Jack Onde did now.
Yeah,
he just built schools and said free education. People started coming from Benin Republic, Togo, everywhere.
Everybody will just be dumping their children in your.
How can you put welfare in the city?
Do you know that Nasarawa State Governor said something in Channels TV? He said that the Northern Governor, they had a meeting that they should start taking care of the Almajaris and send them back to school. And then in his state, in Nasarawa, he volunteered all those Almajaris that come from Sokoto, Kano, and the rest. He put them on the truck, send them back to Kano, where he provides school for his own Almajaris in Nasarawa State. He said the second day, those governors, they just make sure that they brought more people, more Almajaris to the state. So he said he was overwhelmed. He said,
Remy, you know what I've always said? The Nigerian government they need to start putting opportunities and institution and investment in the areas where they don't need population to go to. Like, for example, instead of building all this stuff in the capital cities, build them in the rural parts. So people there'll be more opportunity in the rural areas, you understand? And people will more migrate to the rural area. But we only put all the opportunities in the cities.
That's not the job of the federal government, man.
It's the job of the states now.
No, what I'm saying, like certain institutions or institutions that they build, things that they build, like even state governors, not necessarily federal, even state governors and federal, they should stop everything they want to build in our country. They like to put in the capital cities.
Mike, look, this is where we're getting it wrong. Okay, the problem, even in this Europe that you live, there are a lot of villages. All of them don't run to the capital city to live.
Yeah, so
because in the villages, the government usually subsidize the things that are in the villages. You understand?
No, it's not. Look, our way of life, we've lost that. We've lost everything that we know to be our way of life. That's why you see our villages.
And that's what they need to invest in our way of life.
Our villages are getting empty. Before, who are the people that are doing the farm? I don't know. Are they not the villagers? So where are they
And
today? They all left. They
exactly,
left
because
villages.
government in partner with the agriculture, the farmers in the villages, and they're supposed to be in each villages now. They're supposed to register the farmers, all the farmers in the village, and some kind of stipends will be going from there to from the federal government or state government to the people, farmers in the villages. You understand? And it won't cost that much. Little money in the
Yeah,
village is enough for you to survive now. You
the
understand?
village economy needs to become viable again the way it used to be. That's all.
Because
If it
there's
becomes
if
viable
you
again, the people will stay.
people will stay because there's no government present in the life of those rural people. They just live in the jungle life. They don't know, and they have a way of life already. They have economic, ancient economic, whatever you want to call it. Government just got to go there. Look, okay, you guys there, you have something going on. Let's put some basic things here. Let's dump it there so you guys will stay here. And then a little bit of money is enough to survive in those villages. It's not expensive to live in a rural area. It's very
Oh
cheap.
no,
You understand?
it's very cheap. And look, it's very cheap to live there. If you
So a little bit of money that you put in those places, people will stay there now because that money is there.
yeah,
So
government just needs to make those economy more viable. Go there, do those farm produce, make sure they're able to take it out of the farm back to the market. Their schools, make sure they have schools, make sure they have healthcare system around there. Look, if they have those things, take electricity to them. That's all. You do those things. Even people will leave city now and go to the village because
they
do
will
you
go
know
to the
how
village. Waiting
do you
concern me.
know
I
how
want to go somewhere for city. I
you
can
know
go to
how
the village.
much
now.
The progressive, even
yeah.
even the villages. Let's not assume that they are all receptive to this so-called investment. Because I remember even at Go University, because they had issues with them bringing the school because the prices of things started going up, like rent and even though you had those schools or whatever, but they felt like okay, for the locals, they couldn't afford some of those things because you have students coming in that could pay top naira at the time. So let's not say that I think that everybody in the rural areas want some kind of development, but tailored to what they do, farming or whatever they do, but not what you do. So you can't come with
I understand.
the cities.
That's
You
what I'm
can't
saying.
come with
Government just needs to
that town mindset of saying, okay, let's be sent to the villages. They want you to come, but don't bring that attitude of that into
the
their own
shop
area.
right,
They don't want that.
and all those things. They
Yeah,
don't
they don't
need
want
those.
that.
They're not
They don't
calling
want
for
that.
those things.
No. So it has to be what they want. What
Yeah,
But
because
even the shop right won't stop it. They don't have the money to buy. You pack your shop right and go to the city now. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. So they already have way. This is the problem. We've lost a lot of things that lead that had to do of our way of life. Like if you look, Babati, the town where I live here, there was a time they wanted to construct the highway from all the way from Dublin. The people said no, we don't need it here, and they had to stop that highway somewhere, but some 25 something kilometers away from here. Look, that would have cut the journey from here to Dublin by another 15 minutes. But the locals resisted the central government. They said no, this is going to destroy our land, our farmland, our this, our that, all this bullshit excuse. I was like, what the hell is wrong with these people? But they know what they
do you
want.
know most white Americans, they don't even like living in the cities. They prefer they call it the countryside, like the rural side.
Yeah, countryside. They like
Yeah, whatever they want in the cities
countryside
is
life.
there. Even me going, at one point I started contemplating because rural side is so peaceful. They'd rather be there.
I
But
don't
everything
feel
is
Mike
there. What
living
they need in the city, the basic thing, the water,
Mike,
the light is there.
I don't see you living in a village. So it's only go by.
I'm a village street that I tell you, man. It's more peaceful. When I didn't know. I'm a Lagos boy. So I used to think village. But when I go there, it's so peaceful. You see nature, like you wake up, like you hear the sound of nature.
And look, you see,
The
there are
people there, the
places you
people,
will live.
rural people are very humble. They greet you well. It's not like
Mike,
Lagos. We are every day.
And crime level are very, very low. Very,
Very
very low.
low. Very cultural. People are
But
peaceful.
why is it low? You don't have anything to steal. What's stealing now?
No, they are well cultured now. They don't have too much to worry about.
Babati, I'm going to tell you something. Postman, it's been like 3 weeks ago now. Postman left the parcel in front of somebody's house. It's been over 3 weeks now. And I think they left it in the wrong address. That parcel is still there as I speak to you now. The owner did not, the owner of that house just left the thing there. Go in, come out, go in, come out. That thing is still there. If you go and try that nonsense in some area in Dublin, within 1 hour, that parcel is gone. That parcel is gone. So, you will leave your car open and nobody will touch it overnight. You do whatever you want to do, you come back. The car, nothing will run, nothing will happen to your car. In some area, Babati, just the highest they see a radio. There was a guy I work with. They roll his car away, come off out of his his front garage where he parked his car. They rolled the car and took the car away in Dublin. And this guy woke up in the morning, was asking his wife where is his car. Like he was shocked. You know,
he
almost started searching his pocket to look for his car. He was shocked. He couldn't believe his eye. So
stay with me now. This is what I'm saying. Part of it is also population size as well. When people start moving to anywhere, naturally the crime rate will increase. It's just that's just the way it is. The more people you have in an area, so let's not just attribute it to culture and people being nice only. It also has to do with population size. So if people are moving from other area to an area, different cultures, different beliefs start coming in, crime rate will jump up. Now, how you manage the crime is a different thing entirely, but the crime will go up. It's just natural because you're going to turn a small village into a town, then from town to a city. You know, look at Waco. I used to live in Waco like 26, 27 years ago. Who lived in Waco back then? Nah, Waco. Now it's Waco now. Then, you know, it's all expensive and people don't even want to, So that's just the nature of things, you know. So let's be careful of moving this so-called development into rural areas. So it comes with
that's what I'm saying. No, people just keep saying development. No, they don't. It's not like they want all those your bridges. I don't know. That's not. They want that their own village. The village economy used to be that those rubber tappers that would tap rubber, bring it to the town to sell to people. Those people, those cocoa farmers, your yam, everything. That was their way of life. So that is what government needs to take back.
Let me make you laugh. You know, I have some net connections in some healthcare practices in Nigeria. So we just, you know, and there was you know how they set up rural healthcare clinics, right? Of course, they kind of fund them and move around. And I was looking at some of the report. I'm like, wait a minute. So you don't know there's a difference between the way you set up a rural community clinic and the one in the city? It was almost the same template for everybody. I'm like, no. Person where they village, they get snake bite now. You didn't go farm now. It's different. So the way you will set up the clinic will be different from the guy where they should. You can't have the same template for everybody. So even people that are even doing your policy self, they're going on. They don't even know what they're writing down when it comes to healthcare for some of these villages. They don't know what they're doing. So it's a lot of. But you know, I'm not against it.
That was why when government is saying they are giving palliative, I just say stop this nonsense palliative of team. It doesn't make sense because you see these people. You say the poorest of the poorest of the poorest. It's a lie. Those people are not. It's a lie. They are not the one. They are not the one that.
They say you are poor. Oh, they are poor. We will give them money. By the way, give me your bank account. We want to give some money there.
Babati, these people, they are the least affected by fuel subsidies removal because most of them use bicycle to farm and come back. They don't drive. They don't have cars or motorcycles. They use bicycle. Most of them they already have electricity in their village, in their houses. So where are they being affected by removal of fuel subsidies? They get more 90% of the food that they eat, they produce it by themselves. The people who were affected were your normal average civil servants who had to commute to work every day, who live in
the people in the urban area now. They are the one. They were the one. I went to Nigeria now, like last 2 months ago. People in I went to spend on the rural side. Those people didn't even know there was all this crying thing, inflation. They didn't know anything about it. Those people were still living normal life.
Food come from their farm. A lot of the food they eat comes from their own farm. These people ride bicycles. They don't have electricity. So how are they being affected by the subsidy removal?
So is the guy in the city that is complaining about food that, but not the guy in the rural area. Is what you got.
Rural people never saw. They don't all these things about rural Nigerians don't have those problems.
They are giving. That's why you can tell that even the people that govern us don't even understand anything about the people that they govern in the first place. Because the people who suffered most were those in towns who need to commute to work, who need to commute to the marketplaces.
I beg to differ.
So those were the people that needed to be targeted. But then there's like Buhari government, like 5,000 naira for the poorest of the poorest. They were just stealing the money then. They were not giving nobody no money.
I beg to differ. The leaders know exactly the kind of characters the Nigerians are. The reason they can get away with some of the things, their excesses, is because they know that they can placate the Nigerians with subsidy and all this small, these things. They understand that Nigerians want freebies, and as long as they can give you some,
You guys
small
know that's
freebies,
what South Africa do, right? The rural part of South Africa, if you go there, they are living well, man. The government invests in those rural areas. You see them looking fresh, they peaceful life. That's what they do, Well, in Nigeria, we want to be on you. Everyone wants to be like, our colonial mentality leaders. They put everything in cities. When they want to build new theater, they put everything in the cities. And then they look at village people as animals. They don't even look at. They don't have a relationship with them. Even governors, there is the capital city where they be building everything, overhead bridge, blowing all the money, and the villagers
cost for one bed, no. Like, what would they be for them that will attract? I mean,
in a rural, I just need basic things,
I think the main thing that has destroyed the rural wealth is the death of the produce boards. Those people, a lot of them are not, they don't have, 50, 100, 500 acres they're using the farm. They probably are farming on small, oats that they probably don't own themselves, So there needs to be a produce board that guarantees,
Aro, thank you so much for bringing that up. Let's even address it now, Aro, because you're here. You know how people say, oh, let's go mechanized farming. If you go mechanized farming, it's going to screw them up further. Then what are they going to sell
big
to?
players will come in and just
And they mop them out. So let's be
That's
careful.
why you have to create policies now. Government got to create policies to defend. You guys don't even know, man. Government come in, they make policy to protect the smaller guys.
That's why the produce board and getting them to organize themselves into what they call these things into what is called this things when they get together the produce board is important, and getting them to organize themselves into teams, into small groups of and that's what they need. That's what
A lot of these things have their own. They have their own effect as well. Okay, if you go to say, I use a Benin, like Edo State, Benin City, to make example now. So the governor attracted an investors to come and build an ethanol factory, a big one, very massive ethanol plant. So what are the natural resources that you need to make ethanol? Cassava. So now cassava is very expensive in the state, because
I bet you they built it in Benin City, Abi. Where did they build it?
Just outskirts of Benin. It's still like
exactly
in Olugbo. So, but this is the problem now. These guys need to run that factory, and they need cassava. So now cassava is quite expensive in Benin. So you see, that is another challenge there. So the government have to come in and make sure that these guys or make sure that the state is producing enough cassava. If not, the price is just going to keep going up.
I think the government, whoever set up that ethanol, because I've been involved at the planning stage in the setup of a large ethanol manufacturing facility. Whoever is planning to do an ethanol, the first thing you should be really planning is your your stock. The stock
No,
food,
they have their own. They have their own where they grow, where they have hectares of land where the company themselves planted cassava. But the problem is, are you sure you can plant enough for to feed your to feed your?
No, that's where you reach out. There's a lot of farmers out there, and cassava thankfully is one of those crops that it's dangerously easy to propagate. Like it's not, it's so fantastically straightforward. And we do it very well in Nigeria. I don't think there's any part of Nigeria where that they can't grow cassava successfully, especially in the south. So,
In the south.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of land out there, and I think a responsible state government that's partnering with an investor that's going to probably put towards. I mean, a proper ethanol facility. You're looking at nothing less than $4 million.
I think they have two in Edo State now, two.
So I mean, if you're going to put that kind of money in the ground, $4 million, I mean, you need to go out there and really plan. So I know the ethanol business is big in Nigeria, and even at that, there's still. I mean, I think there's only 25%, 30% of what's consumed in Nigeria is what's being produced in Nigeria, ethanol and cornstarch. So, I mean, it's booming in Nigeria. There's a lot of money there. It's a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah. I think that's one of the things that the Edo State governor have done that I kind of like, because that company now is making cassava farmers to make money now. All you need, like even me myself now, I'm going into cassava farming.
Yeah, it's good business. Like there's like I said, the ethanol is still. I think the local manufacturers is only about 25% of local demand. And then there's also international demand and across West Africa, but also internationally. Obviously, the Brazilians dominate the industry, but still, the Nigerian local market for ethanol is quite something in Nigeria.
That at least that slowly the country will catch up. But I think
You
they
see
will have
this agriculture, I really don't want to go into it, man. I think I'll go and enroll in one like agricultural science course here in the US, and just to learn about this advanced agriculture. Because I think when I get older, man, I want to retire and just invest in this agricultural thing. Because
The ministry is failing. The Ministry of Agriculture is it's a shame, It's a terrible shame.
all these Nigerian in the diaspora, all these, I know many of them that are retired, they have money, they don't know what to do with their life. I know many of them got uncles and
Mike,
they don't know what to go and do.
No. There are some of them. I think I've said it on the show before, where they now invest in what is called off-grid living. It's like a community farming where you have your friends together, you have lands where you just plant, and everything is sustainable. Like you have solar, you have your Tesla, internet power service, you have security, and you live there. My question is, for people like that want to come back home, they look at policies. Okay, my favor me if I go back home to Nigeria, where can I live? Where can I stay? I'm still waiting for our Minister of Agri to come out and tell us their policy. Have you heard from Arrow? Have you heard from him yet?
Nah. Babati. It's not Minister of Agri.
Man. It's free. Nigeria is free to go and do whatever I want to do, man. I don't know about
I think the big issue around that is most of those individuals don't want to go into urban spaces, so they want to go into rural spaces that are not too distant to the urban space. So they want to be.
They
want to be in a rural space. They want to be in a rural area, but that is within commuting distance to a major urban center.
Exactly.
But the problem is this: in those rural areas, there's no guaranteed security. So it's important that the security, peace of mind, because the whole idea is.
And the road,
the best place I live in Nigeria is usually urban. The rural area. Are you saying the rural there's no security? What?
No, community, like the roads to those areas, for instance, are not tarred where they want to live. Like I've told you, it's off. I have some people from
Bati, trust me, man.
You're waiting for a tar road before you go and live in Nigeria, right?
No, guys. Honestly, you guys should visit Nigeria again, man. Why tried?
No, I'm saying that. Stay with me now. Remember, they are providing their own. Pretty much, they live on their own. It's off-grid living, but areas still okay. I won't mention like some areas in Ogun State now, Mokoloki and all those kind of areas. People actually do that. They actually pay money to make the roads look better for people coming from Pennsylvania, your Maryland that want to retire back home. People that lived in America for 30, 40 years, okay, that want to do that. But I'm saying that as a government, if you have the demand for that, those ones they would ask the question, okay, in regards to ABCD, remember they are also involved in agriculture. So they want to know, in the government policy at that in state level, local government level, that I can key into or help people out. They also want to help people. These guys have foundations that are helping people in Nigeria. So
I think
it's bigger than that.
It's a private. It has to be a private sector, initiative in a way.
Right.
What government can assist them with is to where they have government land,
Right.
they can either give them the land at a discount, okay, so that where a private venture puts a plan out, the private venture would also be the ones to go out there and advertise and advertise this and promote this. But the government might then be able to subsidize land or give them land, because they will need a lot of it.
They have some, okay, by the way, that they are doing in some parts of Ogun State, that they actually
Ogun State is ideal for that kind of initiative.
Yeah,
because it's within close proximity to some parts of it is within close proximity to Lagos State.
Some they built close to the Wasim area because they thought they were going to have that airport thing come years ago, but you know how that went. But so there are people that are doing that. I'm just saying that as a government, you need to then look at, okay, how can I, help these people out? The money is going to come with them. They're bringing the money on. They're not begging you for funds. They're coming with their own money, right, Aro? They are coming with their own funds. So how can you? That's what I'm saying. So,
but BT, this floating of the currency that Tinubu did.
Yeah, that kind
Don't you think it will encourage investment from outside? Because what I'm saying that is before, if you're gonna get dollars, you buy in the black market, right? To pull your money out. Sorry, no, you have to do the government rates to pull your money out, right?
You mean the previous arrangement? When it comes to business, I think it helps more with exports than imports. So if you're export doing business in Nigeria, this is good for you. It's better, it favors the exporter than the importers of goods and services. Now, if you have enough dollars coming in, it also helps you too overall. But the way it is right now, if you are an exporter, it helps. So it's
Babati, it is not the floating that is the problem per se. It is the stability of the currency that if it is not stable, it's still going to be a problem. Either way.
By the way, how much is it now? Is it 1.6 or 1.5, right?
Yeah,
how much?
1.5. It's been going between 1.590 something to 1.620, 1.630 in that range.
Good morning, Madam Zita.
Morning. So about 1.6.
It needs to be stable. It doesn't matter if it's 1,000, if it's 2,000. It just needs to be stable for a very long period of time. And if you achieve stability, then you can be talking about businesses. Because without stability of the currency, it is hard to plan. You
don't have much export. That's the problem.
And we import so much. With so much of our appetite is around imported items.
Like known, is the crude. And there should be more. There are several ways to make the currency stable, and no face, I beg. There are several ways to make a currency stable. Because discussing importation and local market is not it's not going to help it. Actually, what Nigerians need now is security, because my farm is growing. I want that country to be stable by the time you reach to the stage of harvesting. So that I can do export.
You have to secure your farm. That's all. That's what a lot of people do.
Madam
Zita, this insecurity thing is just it's just exacerbated. It's not really that bad. I'm telling you. Not like the way people put it online.
But we can do better in what the ability is saying. Not because it's that bad.
Let me explain what I mean by security. Security is a broad word, just like saying hunger. See, security in the sense that the export policy secures you, your business. Like me, my palm is in the southeast. All this idea of if something happened, somebody will use that opportunity to go and invade your means of livelihood. All those things, they are supposed to be a stern law on it. If I don't have any business going with whatever your agitation or your anger is towards the government, you shouldn't come to destroy my livelihood. All those things, the government needs to have a very strong stand on things like that. You get my point? So security is paramount in the
Are you talking about
country.
protesters?
Yeah. And then, you see, when a country is insecure, as Nigeria is now, people do a lot of things and get away with it.
But this is secure that you're talking about. I mean, I don't understand how Nigerians just think there's no police or no security going on, no vigilante. I mean, I spent time in Nigeria a lot. Like,
it depends on where you're spending the time.
I feel most maybe it's southwest. I don't know.
Those
maybe it's
figures
just it's just southwest. I don't know.
Mike, those figures.
So, Madam Sita, do you want me to shock you? Do you know that I feel more safe in Nigeria than I feel in America?
Listen, let me tell you, Mike, those figures are not fake. Insecurity in Nigeria is bad. I don't want to compare it with anywhere, but the way Nigeria is today wasn't the way it was 20 years ago.
Really? I thought it was bad. It was worse 20 years ago. I'm sorry.
People don't invade people's farm. What is happening in Nasarawa, KB, southeast, northeast, it wasn't there. We didn't have Boko Haram.
So we having a conversation here. We are not going to Nasarawa now. Who here was going to Nasarawa to go and invest?
But Nasarawa is part of
Nigeria
now. It's part of Nigeria now.
No, why would
but
no, when we are talking about we here want to go and do something, let's not talking about
Nigeria. If you see any potential anywhere, why not?
Okay, most diaspora, where are they from? Are we not from the south? Are we from Nasarawa? Most Nigerian.
Mike. You might not. The security situation now is not like that of 20 years ago. Though. It's worse now than 20 years ago.
Hold on. In the southwest?
Everywhere. Everywhere.
No.
Mike
I think.
Hold on. Let me say this. Simba.
Mike.
In the 90s, the level of armed robbery and all those things that I saw in Nigeria, I don't see it like that anymore today.
You know, there's nothing. You know why armed robbery is not fashionable again? Because those days people travel with money, because there was nothing like mobile money transfer. Armed robbers will attack you on the road, and they will take your money and take whatever the goods. But these days, once they attack you, they are not even taking anything from you. They will take you. It's you that they will take.
You are the money now.
You are the money.
That's a good one. They can't do
Mike.
the maker of the money.
Mike, look, it is true that it is true that the insecurity has reduced from when during the high time it was during Buhari. It has actually reduced. To be honest, but
it has not reduced. What are you talking about?
No,
it
has
reduced. Where did they reduce?
Even in the of war in the
because he hasn't got the level of insecurity is not bad in the southwest. That
no, we're not talking about the north.
Go and ask the northern.
Papa Jalikoko, hold on. Let me give you my own experience. I don't live in the north. Look, even at that time, many parts of Edo State, Papa Jalikoko, people were getting kidnapped easily. They will just stage a road, that Beniaoshi road. There's a station there, Papa Jalikoko, where if you dare drive your car past there, you are gone But the people, the community, the government, they all came together. There's no way you don't have vigilantes in Edo State
Okay,
now. Every
okay.
corner there are
Let me
vigilantes.
come with
So
what I understand by
that have
insecurity.
reduced insecurity in Edo State. I know a lot of other states are like that, but I don't live in the
Okay,
north.
let me tell you people what I mean by insecurity. I think we are looking at insecurity at only kidnap, armed robbery, and maybe
Exactly.
Boko Haram and all those things happening in Nasarawa and Kebbi and all those people invading farms, burning houses, and there are the very little insecurity in the country that nobody is looking at. From time to time, they will just flag it, and then they tell the story, and it ends there. This idea of humans disappearing, not by kidnap. You will go to somewhere, they will tell you this girl was the don't shop promoting head. Only in lifeless body did they see. And that ends the story. I remember a story of, is it a master degree holder that went to a hotel and then he died, or they buried him inside the hotel. The
Oh, the
hotel
Ife thing,
owner,
Abi. That was Ife.
I knew what it took for that man to be arrested and judged.
Yeah, it was in Oshun.
Let me finish. It took a jingo. A friend of his, fortunately, was a radio talk show. His wife, too, was dodged. They couldn't buy his wife. His friend that has a radio talk show keep mentioning it, keep talking about it. These are the insecurities in our country that we are overlooking. When you talk about
Madam Zita, Zimba, hold on. Madam Zita, we can't be calling when someone targets somebody, when after the person. People that know people are going and kill the person, do something to that person. We call it insecurity. Anywhere in the world, someone know people. Maybe that in America here, people target each other and they kill each other every day. Every day, just turn on the news. Someone that owes someone money, or two people that had a fight before, the other one is still mad, or this one that
Mike,
took
when I'm talking, listen.
that we can't call that insecurity. We can just call that.
Let me tell you something.
People
I don't know
targeting
what
people.
you understand by insecurity. I said, let me say what I understand.
What I'm saying is there's no country in the world that can stop somebody. That hold on, I'll let you go. I'll let you continue. Hold on. I'm just trying to make one. There's no country in the world that can stop an individual that's targeting someone. Premeditated crime. They can't stop it.
Yeah, I get you. But what I'm saying is, if such a thing happens in some places, I tell you that when I want to talk, I don't like comparing my country with any country. I want to talk with issues in Nigeria, which is very unique and peculiar. When such a thing happens, there is job to be done, from the justice to the police to the law enforcement agent. All hands will be on deck. If they find the person, fine. If they don't find the person, fine. But the important thing is that when the judiciary is working against the insecurity, the law enforcement agencies are working against the insecurity, it will reduce the insecurity in the sense that it can only take people who have liver to commit certain crime. Because like some places, like here, they will tell you, you don't try it, you go to jail. What am I saying in essence? What are they trying to tell you? It doesn't mean that if you try it, you might not even go to jail if you are smart. But they're trying to tell you that, look, the justice system is against this thing you are trying to do. The law enforcement agencies is against this thing you are trying to do. If you do it, they are going to do everything within their powers to unravel it, and then you get this. You get your consequences of your action. That's what I'm saying. Because I remember when I came here newly, where I was staying in Stavanger, then with a German family, I wanted to fly a drone. They said, do not try it. You don't fly drones that area. And I didn't try it. They said, that's red zone. You don't do drone here. So what I'm just saying, that one, it has nothing to do, it's part of insecurity. Because I never knew that you cannot just fly a drone where you are or where you are living. Okay? So, but in my country, nobody might eventually, not even the security operatives might not even see the drone when it's being flown or when it's taken off. They don't even have anything to tell them that such a thing is about to happen. So that's what I am talking about. So I don't want to compare my country with any other country. I face my country and I tell you what is security challenges in my country and how it can reduce. I'm not saying there is a country that has zero insecurity, nowhere in the world. Even the kingdom of God, heaven, if not that he's God, devil want to put start even. It was because he's God, he saw him on time and chased him away. So there is nowhere there is total security. But the important thing is,
even in Jerusalem, there is no security there.
So the important thing is you have to put something there to make it, at least put fear in the lily-livered ones. Because the way it's going in Nigeria now is like Banana Republic is even better than it.
Let's stop saying Nigeria. Maybe in some part of Nigeria. Let's specify the part of Nigeria, you know.
No, Mike, it's
not
everywhere.
everywhere.
It's everywhere.
It's not. I just came back from Nigeria. This is
hold on.
It's over, and the only people that come online to do this are Nigerians that live abroad. I don't know why.
It's not true. Hold on, Mike.
Okay. So,
Mike, you cannot tell me
Babajale Koko.
that.
Can you guys hold on one voice, please?
Okay.
Babajale Koko. Let me tell you this. Let me just give you my own experience. Not what I'm hearing or this and that. I go to Nigeria and I stay in America, and I'm telling you categorically that I feel more safer in Nigeria. In America here, there's some places when I got to, even today, there's a place I went, I had to carry my gun with me. You understand? Because I kind of know things that can happen there. You understand? There are some places in America I won't even go safe. I can't go there and step out of my car. It's all over the world. You know where to go, where not to go. It's everywhere in the world.
The basis of your argument.
No, what I'm saying is, anywhere in the world.
Secured in the United States, but what about your country? Do you?
What I'm saying is, allow me now.
Even in America, you carry your gun. That your gun provides security for you. You can't do that in Nigeria now. So,
good point.
The fact that you are allowed to carry gun is for you to get security. Eh?
Well, either way, it's still not safe. The person that's coming for you don't know you have a gun anyway. They will get you before you use your gun. So the gun is just the chance of you shoot back. I know how to shoot. That's why.
But
now the main point I'm making. Hold on, guys. Hold on now. The main point I'm making is when we are talking about investments, let's stop using security as an excuse why we should not invest. That's the point. That's why I'm presenting this argument.
That's where you are wrong then, because these things are tied together. They're all tied together, and you're not getting the point Matan Zita is trying to make. Security or insecurity is tied to rule of law and governance. It's also tied to accountability and transparency. If you don't have all these things, what are you talking about security?
We have security in Nigeria. Hold on, my brother.
Hold on, Mike. Can you compare rule of law in America to rule of law in Nigeria?
What do you mean? Yes.
You guys are
commit crime. Now let me get police people that want to arrest you.
Who said
rule of law is rule of law?
You are moving the goalposts now. That
rule of law is rule of law. There is rule of law everywhere.
To rule of law. From that is not the whole basis of argument. That the conversation did not go. The conversation is: do you feel safe? That was all the conversation was about. So the whole point is that when you go to Nigeria, what the chances of you being attacked?
Let me ask Mike a question.
It's less in Nigeria. It's less.
What was the basis of conversation?
Let me ask Mike a question.
No, that's not the conversation. That's
Mike,
not the conversation. That's not
you
what I
cannot
said.
tell me. You cannot tell me that when you are in
It's
Nigeria.
Mike that is taking the conversation.
One voice.
That's not the conversation.
Let me ask you a question, Mike. You can't tell me that when you are in Nigeria, your family or your relative, you can't tell me that they didn't advise you to be very conscious of your security, of where to go and where not to go.
My relatives in Nigeria,
Yes.
they don't even talk about it.
Oh, okay. All right.
They don't even know there's insecurity. I'm the one. They are the one that even telling me to calm down. Hold on.
Okay. Can I ask
you are visiting a different Nigeria.
Baba Jali Koko, I'm telling you that my people are not.
Sorry. Let me say this. Let me even back off what Madam Zita is saying. There are different type of. Okay, let me give you another dimension to what Madam Zita is talking about. Now, because of this hunger that people are crying about, you discover that you plant certain crop and people will go and steal it. If you plant maize, they will pluck it when it is fresh and when it is dry.
Baba Jali Koko.
Is that not a form of insecurity?
If you park your car,
that's a food insecurity right there.
Snimba, let me tell you something. Come to America here. You know what you find? Epidemic of drug addicts. If you park your car, they are looking for you, waiting for you to not lock it. If you don't lock it, they will open right away, take everything there and run away.
Mike,
Junkies. They call them junkies, crackheads. Go to gas station, leave your window down.
Don't do comparison. It's a form of insecurity.
Can I ask you a question?
We are not making comparison, but that
That's
does
not
not make it
insecurity.
right. Is it security now?
Can I speak, please? Mike, what is the police hotline in Nigeria? And what is the ambulance?
I have the phone number of the police in every place I go.
Like, okay.
But that doesn't stop anything.
Echo, Mike.
Good question, Madam
Police
Sita.
hotline doesn't stop crime. It doesn't.
You see, when we come here to speak, I want to make us to understand that we are not talking to ourselves like the panel. I keep saying this. I'm not talking to the remaining 9 of you. I am speaking to people, and I'm not talking to the people in the comment section either. I am speaking to people who are listening to us. And that should be important because most times
it's even more dangerous to speak like this because you are scaring people from going to Nigeria. Go ahead, finish.
I'm still saying something. When we are discussing, sometimes it's as if we are fighting on arguing or debating on whose opinion is the best. That's why I am really struggling hard. Allow us to have a conversation.
Okay, let's do that.
First of all, I said I don't want to compare, but you keep doing that comparison. I said I am talking about the issues in my country.
You have to compare now.
Wait, which is peculiar to my country.
It's not peculiar, it's the same thing.
Hold on. And you are still comparing. Now I ask a simple question. Fire service hotline, medical hotline.
But then you are comparing.
Police hotline. Because you are comparing.
Madam Zita, you guys have moved the goalpost.
Let me answer a question. Give me 1 second. Progressive, I'll let you guys in.
You moved the goalpost.
Understand what I am saying first, so that when you want to interject me, you will interject me properly. I don't want us to be on about the whole place because I have tried as much as possible to avoid the comparison. But you keep bringing the comparison. Now I want us to compare. Hold on.
Madam Zita, you guys have moved the goalpost. You guys have moved the goalpost on this conversation. If you go to Nigeria today, your main fear is kidnapping, is armed robbery. Apart from
now, I'm coming to that.
What worries you anymore? Nothing. That's it.
Please, can you calm down? Please, calm down. Let's get this conversation straight. Whether it's kidnapping or anything.
No, but you guys have moved the goalpost. We are not comparing. We are not going to compare Nigerian criminal justice system to that of the United States. There's no basis of comparison there.
He said he's
so there's no
safer in
conversation.
Nigeria. Hold on.
If you guys want to have a conversation, we have a conversation based on what is going on in Nigeria. That's all. We're not going to be comparing American justice system
hold
to
on,
the Nigerian justice system.
Yeah, just let her make that point. She's trying to make it.
I said we are not comparing. He keep comparing. And now I want him to tell the world, this global platform, police hotline, fire service hotline, and what is it called? Medical hotline in Nigeria. That you will pick your phone and call, say, look, somebody was shot, somebody fainted here, and within a specific time, they are there to pick that person. Somebody who is telling me that you are safe. Can you tell us that number? Because if you, no matter,
are you ready for me to answer it?
Finish. When you walk into a country, no matter how they tell you that you are okay, you should stop panicking. The first thing you have is you ask for is this 3 numbers in case of emergency. Now, I am sure because you lived in the United States, when you walked into Nigeria and you said you were panicking, your people were the people coming you down. Did you ask them for these 3 lucky numbers? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, one thing that you not put into consideration is the dynamic of the two societies. In this Western world, you're always isolated. You can be in your house, something happening. You can be buying your house for days and nobody will know in America here because your neighbors don't talk to you. Even in America here, when something is happening, people mind their business, just keep walking. It may take a while before the only hope you have is that somebody will want call one person out of thousands will be nice enough to call 911 to say, okay, come and attend to this one. I won't touch him. People don't care about you. No one have time for you. Whereas in Nigeria, once you live in a community, everybody know each other. Everybody talk to each other. Everybody check on each other. Our culture is we very anything that's about to happen. We all communicate. People look out for each other. You never live in Nigeria. You're alone. There are always people looking out for you. People talking to you. The community, the street you live in. Everybody talk to each other. Everybody see your face. If a stranger walking, you say, Omo, you're not from here. People know. Everybody know who live here, who doesn't live here. So you're always around your people. They are your police, they are your if emergency something, they come check on you. They if you need a of course it's a third world country. If you're someone like coming from the house where I have money, have your doctor now, have your doctor's phone number now. God damn it. If you need me, for example, every community I go in Nigeria, everywhere I live, I have the police officer's number, the DPO. You understand? Of that place. Hold on. Madam Zita, you are talking as if you are going to go and live the life of people in poverty. If you are going to Nigeria, you are already elevated. All you need to do is visit the local area commander, which is every area have their police station, the commander. Meet the police there, talk to them. If you need special anymore, get their phone number. Anything, you can call them. I have about 5 different phone numbers of different police stations, different areas that I spend most of my time. And I'm cool with them. And the people, I know them. I know the key people around there. So, and when I move, I know where I can't go by myself. Well, I know that there's a chance I'll get napped. And I know very well someone that wants to kidnap is not going to kidnap in front of everybody. It's not happening. So you already know how to move in Nigeria. Whereas in America here, trust me, they will be robbing you like this. People will they'll be working, minding their business. Nobody get time to even attend to you, say they care about you. That's the difference. So this 911 number is there. Can you call in there? Most people will not call 911 to help you. You're on your own. Some people just record you and go and post it. They don't even call the police. And if you're thinking because the number is available, that means something will happen to you. No, the thing already happened before you call the number anyway. So in Nigeria, people think twice before they go to a community to even do anything wrong. But in America here, they want to go, they will go there. Those junkies, they will just walk into that community because they know the people there won't even know whether they live there or not. Because people don't even know their neighbor. So that's the difference.
Mike, You compared the worst of America with the best of Nigeria. Can you imagine your comparison?
I have no. That's not what I did. I'm talking
That's
about
exactly what you did.
hold on. Abdul, understand the context of what we are talking about. We are talking about Nigerians that already have money that want to go back.
Mike,
Mike,
I want to
Mike,
thank
just one
you
second. Mike, the picture you
because
painted, the picture you
when we
painted was
come to this
was
platform,
almost.
hello,
Madam Sister, can you let's Peace
Let's
Daddy
let other
land
people come
his
in.
own
Yeah.
question
Prince
first,
Daddy
please.
coming. Prince Daddy coming.
Yeah, thank you. Mike, the picture you painted is not a true representation of the entire America. What you described there, maybe in the ghetto and some other areas, perhaps. Yes, we all know Americans are they're isolated people, or they're isolationists, whatever you want to call them, individualistic in a lot of ways. We know that. But they do pay attention. And because we have a working system, yeah, it is true. Something goes on around you, you call 911 because you don't want to jump in and be part of a situation that you shouldn't be. That's why we have laws and structures in place to take care of it. Unlike Nigeria, to compare it, but the picture, just like Abdul said, the picture you painted is the worst of America and the best of Nigeria. And by the way, why should you live in a society? Well, because you wealthy, you rich, right? You can go around collecting DPO's numbers. But I mean, Nigerians have that opportunity to do so. Mike.
Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy, I'm sorry. I think you are missing the context. We are not
Sorry,
arguing
Mike,
whether. Hold on. Sorry, let me. I will listen. Sorry. We are not arguing whether Nigeria is better than America or America is better. We are arguing that people on our level right now, like you and I, like what the level of financial state we are in right now, right? In America, you are nobody. When Nigeria, with this level amount of money you have right now, in Nigeria, you are somebody. You understand? We are talking of people at our level right now, where we have some little of thousands of dollars in our pockets. If you go to Nigeria, that's big money. That money can do a lot for you. But in America, here, you're just a average person.
I got you.
We are not comparing that the whole entire Nigerian person or entire American person. That's not the argument. We are arguing that
I want to talk with the common purpose.
this argument started from those of us here in the diaspora that want to go back and do something. And people are saying that, oh, because of insecurity and this, and I'm arguing that, dude, you on this level right now, you probably even more secure in Nigeria than in America, because a little bit of money you have can buy you a lot of security and things like that, and people looking out for you.
Prince Daddy, sorry, I just want to ask you a quick question. What Mike is saying, I understand. If you have your money, you can also hire a police escort to follow you everywhere you go. But the question I want to ask you, Prince Daddy, is this. America and the Western world, they have a good structure and a good system. Especially in, I want to ask a question about America. Why is the crime rate in America, if we want to put it side by side with Nigeria, why is it, I know that America have data, Nigeria does not have that data. Well, what we see in America, the crime rate continues to increase with all the organized structure, professional police, everything. Can you tell us why the crime rate continues to increase year in, year out? Thank you.
Well, okay. Quickly respond to that question. When the former mayor of New York, Giuliani, became the mayor of New York, right? Crime was rampant before he became the mayor. When he took over the office, it was deliberate in its action to go after the criminals. He actually busted the mafia. You can Google it. It's well known for.
I'm not talking about New York. I'm talking about the whole of the U.S. I'm talking about the single
right. So I'm trying to paint a picture for you. I'm trying to paint paint a picture in the sense that, look, the policy. The reason why, especially today, you're right. In today, why do we have a lot of crimes going on in America? Is because our politicians, especially the woke politicians that live in a liberal city.
Democrats, right?
Hold on.
Democrats.
It is true. The liberal politicians.
Democrats.
Where I live, I'm telling you, you can do whatever the heck you want to do, and even right now in America,
so you are
the
trying
police
to say
are even scared.
Democrats control states have more crime than
Prince Daddy,
Let's let Prince Daddy land now. Prince Daddy, what did you say? Say where you live, you can do what?
Where I live, in the big city, right? Not where I live, in the state that I live, right? Actually, that's not a good example. Well, Pansat where he lives in California. you can go and rob a jewelry store or whatever, as long as whatever you steal is less than $1,900. The police, if they take you to the court or whatever, to the prison, even the police don't even show up. They're not even going to show up to that scene. In America, it's a sad state in America right now that they are essentially promoting criminality. They are. I'm telling you, they are. It's major cities in America. Mike can even testify to it. In Houston, I hear about
That's
what
true.
happened
Now, if you call
in
911, it takes like an hour or two before they even show up these days. Unless you say, the first question they ask you is, they will say, is there a gun involved? Is anyone dead? Is anybody hurt? If it's not that serious, they won't show up until like 2 hours later. I'm telling you.
Prince Daddy, before you go
but
on,
that depends on the city where you live, and it's
Prince
mostly
Daddy,
happening in
before you
democratic control city where they are
Runway
cutting
safe,
stuff like that.
Prince Daddy, before you go on, does that affect investment or investor
I think
coming
you guys
into
are
America?
just you've moved the
No,
conversation
we are
to
not moving the
where it
focus. I
shouldn't
just
be at
want to
all.
do a very good comparison with all
There's
these
no
crime.
I love the
there are no
question you are
there are no
asking him because he has
comparison.
not
We are
answered the
not
question.
comparing. Okay, I just want to. In relation to what you are. Let me ask the follow-up question. Now that the crime rate in America,
Why did you why do you become a questionnaire, for God's sake? All your questions are usually simple. Good
okay,
question. Simple one.
just for clarity purpose, just oppose with Nigeria. You said the crime rate in Nigeria is a lot. It does not encourage people to go home in the diaspora. And now you mentioned that even if you commit a crime under $900, the police will not come in. Does that stop investors or investment not coming into coming into America? Does this stop it?
Let me answer the question.
People still open their business. They just buy cameras and
some are unlocking, some are moving. Yes.
And they buy burglar alarm. That's what everybody do. They secure themselves. Buy burglar alarm. Buy cameras.
So why is it you are now saying that you cannot go to Nigeria because of a simple crime rate?
Before you move on, let me answer the question. You guys allow me, please. Remy, to your question, actually, it's not even about bringing in investment to this community or the state. American businesses, for example, like Walmart and some other businesses, the big businesses, they are closing down, especially in those areas, those communities that crimes are rampant. So actually, they're actually losing money, losing tax base, and they're not really helping the community. Now, the so-called common people, average people now, they have to travel a long distance.
What happened to the insurances?
No. This is beyond insurance anymore. It's about loss of life.
They shoplift every day. They drug addicts.
They go into the
you know how many Americans are on drugs now? Millions.
And the lives of workers, of employees. It's not about insurance anymore. It's becoming so dangerous for liability's sake. It's becoming so dangerous for these companies to have their businesses located in these places. But in terms of big investment, that's not a problem. But this community is actually hurting themselves. They actually hurting themselves, and they get excuse me.
So you did not answer my question. Does it not
You
stop?
didn't answer his question.
Yeah, you didn't answer my question. Is that in Nigeria, that you guys you don't want to go home because of insecurity, and you are claiming that in America, with all this insecurity, invariably affected investment or sometimes.
Yes, I said yes.
So in Nigeria, does it mean that because of insecurity you don't go home, which is not as
what they are doing there? Let me tell you what they are doing. They are weighing their risk. You understand? They look at the opportunity and they look at the risk and they decide to say, okay, the risk is more than the opportunity is more than the risk. That's why they are there.
So that's it. It's all about the money.
Yes.
No.
1 second. See, Remy, to your question. See, Mike is
come and live where I'm living. You will not see any crime. No crime. Zero.
Wow.
Zero crime.
Even in your state, the crime is all time low.
Or your state where they catch people with a cocoish human being.
Where is
that
it?
the one?
But you spend too much time online, Madam Sita. That's internet
People
something.
spend. This is the problem with those of Nigerians in diaspora is that they become too enlightened for their own good. Because you would think like the way we speak now that there's no a single person that exists in Nigeria anymore. That everybody has been kidnapped, everybody
That's
has
not what we
been
are
banned,
saying.
everybody
That's
has
not
gone.
what we are
You would
saying.
think
That's
you would
not.
think that there's not
Don't
a
make a
single soul live there
caricature of the
anymore.
discussion.
They
That's
think
not what
everybody's
we
just shaking Nigeria. Everybody's scared of their life. Everybody. When I go there,
don't
everybody's
make
just living
a
normal. No one is even thinking about all these
As
things.
I,
But
something
me,
of
as,
this
I tell you,
magnitude,
as I
please.
speak to you,
People they say they are beginning to go buy something for store. We like 1 mile. They go.
no,
The
Mike,
picking go run,
Mike,
go run back on.
Mike, hold on. As I speak to
hold
you,
on. See, if my brother, one second.
my sister and her children just finished 3 weeks in Nigeria. 3 weeks holiday in Nigeria.
Where Nigeria? Where?
In Benin, precisely Benin. People go home every day. How many people
I
get
go home all the
kidnapped?
time now.
A
I
friend
go
of
to
mine
Nigeria all the time.
What is
A
it
friend of
now?
mine
What kind? What Princess? What kind of question are you asking? Am I not in Nigeria now? What is your problem? You say where?
Everybody is gone already in
Simba,
Nigeria.
you are
Let me
deep
tell
in
you
the village.
something that
You're
is
deep
funny.
in the village, Simba.
Prince
What
Daddy.
you say?
I think you are too deep in the village where you live, so there's no
It's so
crime there.
unfortunate
Prince
when they
Daddy.
bring
There's no
this
crime in the
stuff
village where I live.
address and you make mockery of
There
it.
is insecurity. We are not
Please, you are
arguing
not
that.
serious.
But the
That
way
I'm
you guys
living
are
in the
saying it,
village.
like
Simba, let me even tell you
I'm
guys
just
a
kidding.
story.
I'm just
My
playing.
mom see, right? My mom see, she lived in Nigeria most of her life. And I remember even when I was growing up, she don't come back home until like maybe 1 a.m., so by 2 a.m. because she don't go different, go and she rather cut that part. And we are living in the ghetto, like I'm talking about Papa Road.
No,
Ghetto of Lagos. Hold on now. She never for once had any robbery or any kind of attack on her because she just come home. She was never panicking in Nigeria. She wake up in the morning, she go and say she never had
This
any of
guy
these things.
said,
Hold on. In America, he had a forced armed robbery, gunpoint. Bah! One black American guy put gun on her, put her inside the car, tell her to drive her to the ATM. She maybe that withdraw money, took everything. Even when she came, my mother is a very light-skinned woman. When she came, I could see the gun mark on her neck. It was so red. You could see it. The guy put the gun on her neck for a long time. Since that time, till today, my mama know they come off and she doesn't go out at night in America here. She's going somewhere, she enter a car from a garage, they drive. She's so scared to even go to places in America here.
Mike,
But hold on. My same mom see you. Hold on, my same mom see you. If I tell her, let's go come to Nigeria now. No insecurity. She's scared to go to Nigeria. And I'm like, so now told her, I remember in Nigeria we're all living together. I never see you for once worry about have so much fear like you have right now in America here. We are always scared. Even she always call me to check to be careful where I'm going. In America here, but all of a sudden she's been in America so long now. When it comes to Nigeria, she think Nigeria is like the place where we have to, everybody is scared. And I told her, I said, I just went to Nigeria. Even your sister, my auntie is there. They're living normally. They're not as afraid as my mom here in America. They are not afraid to go out in Nigeria. But my mom's here living in America. She's scared to go out.
Mike, let me tell you, I promise you, I wasn't in Houston around that time. It wasn't me. So let's put that aside.
What are you talking about?
No, but it's just the conversation. They've moved it to 911 emergency call. Those were not the point of what we're talking about.
The issue here, Makim, the issue here is there's no doubt that there is insecurity in Nigeria, but it's over exaggerated.
It's true.
It's not as bad. It's not as bad as the diaspora people put it.
In fact, when you listen to
you guys are missing the point we're making, especially what Madam Zita is saying. There is crime everywhere in the world. That is not the point. The point is, what are the tools available to you when you fall a victim? That is a bigger point we're talking about. That's why when Madam
we shouldn't be having that conversation. It's irrelevant because the conversation is about going to invest in Nigeria. Why do you have to go to?
We understand the difference in that area. We're not stupid. What we are saying,
Abdul, okay, you can see the question that the way Prince Daddy is looking at it as if Nobody can walk. Anytime you walk on the street of Nigeria, you'll be kidnapped. You know, when I told him I'm in Nigeria now, he said I'm in my village. That in my village there's no village.
I told you, a lot of people go
Let
home.
me say this though. Actually, I was just there a year and a half ago. My brother that lives there, that parades the streets of Lagos up and down with his band. Every time I try to go out by myself, just to step out, it's always like, hey, I can go out. If you just go to Admiralty Road, it's through
you know why he's doing that? Let me tell you. Even me, if I have a visitor, because you are not used to the situation. You don't know how to maneuver your way. Do you understand what I'm saying? So he just care for you. I don't want a story that his brother has been in America, for 20 years, just came back home and something happened to him. That's why he's doing that to you. Nigerians are doing their business, they go out every day, nothing happens to them.
Hold on, crime is real. See, my same brother that was driving somewhere, I don't know, from Ikoyi to Shule or wherever he was going. That the armed robbers, what they do? They jump in front of his car, and they were trying to rob him, and it happened more than twice. Actually, happened to him. So, and he lives in Lagos. There now, he lives in where?
When was that time you're talking about? How many years ago?
Oh, maybe at least 10 years ago. When that happened.
Things have changed in Lagos. Even in Lagos, a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers, there is already a lot of police. It's not easy for you to go and rob in Lagos anymore.
Lagos now they have emergency number now.
Remy, I agree with you.
Do you guys know that they are kidnapping in
Lagos? You told me
Lagos?
about that, what they call the rapid response team. Is that what they call them?
Yes. Mike, Madam Zita was the one that asked you a question. You guys should allow her reply. She deserves the right to reply.
Because we have moved ahead. We cannot just stay in one position.
Well, you have moved ahead. She has not moved ahead. She wants to talk on it.
What she's asking is which number do you call? This and this. And I already answered the question. Can't get the number. There's a number to call.
If you see this Abdul say,
Abdul, Nigerian police, they have phone number. If you are interested in the police, go and get their phone number. But most Nigerians don't need police. They know their neighbors look out for them. In Lagos, hold on. If somebody snatch your bag, you shout only. That person is in trouble. Hold on, they will give.
Your point. You've heard your
Madam Zita, let me hear something. Abdul, give me a second now. Abdul, in the middle of Nigeria, everybody don't want to be thief because say if you go and steal in public, they will shout only on you. Now juggle justice, you go die. So nobody. That's your police right there. Once somebody snatch your bag or somebody just shout only, everybody will come out and surround him, and they will, and less likely the person that wants to steal is less likely to carry a gun. It's not that many guns in Nigeria like that. Yeah, we know few armed robbers, they do that, they do the operation with gun, I know that. But in America here, the person that's coming for you is like 9 out of 10 he has a gun before he's coming after you. So in Nigeria, he's just hungry boy. Maybe you want to pick your pocket or snatch your bag or something. You don't need 911. Just shout ole. That's your 911. People go catch and go help you chase them, and they go burn out for street for you. So that's your answer to your 911 number. Okay, ole.
Jungle Justice 911. Right?
Can I respond?
Now my picking goes.
Can I respond?
Go ahead,
please. Most times, I like putting my voice in certain things. Because when we come here, sometimes we just talk. 2 things are important today. Mike, you have actually told the whole world that having emergency number in your country is not necessary. And that's the same country you are trying to compare with the United States. You have told the whole world that your people do not deserve to have emergency numbers.
I didn't say that. I don't put one in my mouth.
This Madam Zita is a politician.
Can they allow me to
I'm not even comparing Nigeria and America. I'm only showing you like the different dynamic of the culture. That's what I'm showing.
I don't know why you don't want me to talk.
But yeah, I'm making wrong accusation now.
When I finish, you can attack me again if you want to. But can you allow me to say what I want to say? You said they don't need it. All they need to shout, ole, people will gather them. And this is a country we come here every day and look and speak on how things should be better. Remy, you are saying that Nigeria, that in America, that investors did not run away because of the high rate of insecurity. I don't know where you got that one from, but you have to look at their statistics. It used to be an industrial hub. Today it's not. Most of their companies.
Don't you think it's
Hold
because
on,
of
let me finish.
of
You people,
China?
finish.
Let her finish. Well, Madam Zita, it's not because of insecurity. It's because of cheap labor. They left because of cheap labor, not because of insecurity.
Or 2 minutes.
Okay, finish.
Some of their companies has even left the country. But you said that insecurity does not. And in this platform again, this night, one takeaway, you people have made it categorically clear that Nigeria is very safe and is even very safe for business. Thank you.
Madam Zita, what you just did now, what you just did now is just like you are blackmailed them. Nobody said that it's total, that the country is safe. Nobody is saying that. I think what Mike is just saying is that people have actually exaggerated the thing as if whenever you work, whatever you do,
and somebody
everybody
on
is
this
not safe.
platform said this morning.
And Madam Zita, by the way, before you say that, by the way, the companies in America that left, it's not because of insecurity, it's because of cheap labor in another country.
With Nigeria not having hot numbers. Oh, really?
And no one said they are comfortable. Whether what we are saying is,
but even the hot numbers that you are talking about, Madam Zita, occasionally you see them.
Madam Zita, I don't know about that, but if you go to Edo State, there's a odd number in Edo State.
No, they distribute it. I have nearly all the state hot numbers on my phone. They distribute it every now and then. The only thing is that if you have them, if you are in distress, would they come? That is another question.
Can they even make it there on time with traffic and everything? So what do you need hot number
for? What is the hot number in Kwara State?
Okay, look, this is what I'm trying to explain to you
but
guys.
Abdul, hot number will not stop crime now. The hot number does not stop crime in America.
Mike, one second, let me come in quick. Yeah. So you see the way it is in Edo State now, right? It is not. Look, they have vigilantes, and these vigilantes are registered vigilantes. So when you call the hot number in your community to say, "Oh, there's a crime going on," what they normally do is that the line, they don't really go to the police. They call the vigilantes in your community. Those are the people that will come there and try to address or tackle that crime there, because those are the people that are very close to you. Those vigilante boys live in the community 24/7. They stays there, so they have vehicles. They have some little weapons with them as well. So the way it works, you call 112 or 173 in a door. If you are in contact with any form of crime or accident, you call that number and then they will speak to you, what area you are, then you explain to them, then they will contact vigilantes. The vigilantes will come there. And if you are in a very close to the police area where there are police, they will contact the police will come there. So this one, for me, for sure, I know it works in Edo, because even if you watch the interview on Arise TV between Kassim Afegbua and the other PDP guy, the guy even confirmed in the studio, the guy that was interviewed both of them, he said, look, I called that number and it works, and there was somebody who answered the call in Edo State. He said just to fact check, that works. So that of Edo State one, I know that there's an hotline number you can call, but in other states, I don't know. That's all I can say. But what I'm trying to say is that the conversation we have, we started this insecurity by saying, look, when people go home, what are their chances? We talk about if you want to grow a farm, insecurity is one of the reasons why people do not farm and things like that. But we did not go to say America, Nigeria hotline or the criminal. Of course, Nigeria criminal justice system, you cannot compare it with what you have in the Western world. The difference is, like, it's not that they don't commit crime in the West; they commit crime, but the chances of them being caught is higher than it is in Nigeria. If you commit a crime in America today, there is a chance that you're going to go to jail. But in Nigeria, if you can commit crime and nobody even know that you're the one who committed the crime and you get away with it, the chances of you getting away with crime in Nigeria is very high. But the when people like Bajali Koko sound sometimes, it's almost like an Armageddon going on in Nigeria. It's almost like there's not a single soul that lives in that land anymore, that everybody has disappeared, everybody has been kidnapped, everybody has been killed. But this is what I am saying. No, that is not how it works. It's not like that. Yes, when you go home, because you have come across money in your life, you are now wealthy, you become super security conscious. Rich people, they're ordinarily like that. When I was growing up in Benin, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock at night, we just finished playing gamble, we're rolling dice, we're walking to a Yaro to go and have some food to eat. We don't care, like we're not bothered about insecurity at that time. It was even as worse as it is today, because the level of armed robbery at that time was astronomical, especially in Benin, because of those buses that come from Lagos at night and stuff like that. But we didn't like it. Those things didn't bother us at that time.
No, Akim, I can remember in the late 90s, early 2000 in Benin, you didn't even come out at 7 o'clock.
So,
but I remember
we were
those times.
I remember in Lagos now. I'm was rampart. Even PC came out. I didn't even, despite all that stuff, I wasn't even afraid. It didn't affect me because
we were not even afraid. So the younger people there right now, the way we've become security conscious. Those people don't care. They just walk about. They live their life. They do whatever they want to do. They just go about their life. But you, because you have money in your hand, you are worried about your life now. Your life means a lot more to you today than it was 30 years ago, 20-something years ago, because then you were broke.
Akim, I think it also depends. When you arrive in Nigeria, how do you flaunt your wealth?
That's what I was about to say. Don't show off. Don't go me during party. Oh, I'm there telling people what to do.
Listen, I've seen people come home when I was growing up. I've seen people come home.
They'll start working different.
I've seen people come home when I was growing up and they flaunt the tea like mad. No, nothing happened to them. They will they will flaunt it like mad. No, it's not even then, Remy. It is where you live, the people you live around.
Yeah, people around you, you know.
Exactly. So if
you have to be smart. I don't think anybody will look at you and just say, "Oh, this one has money." I mean, people that do those things, they plan it, they know who the person is, and they know everything about you.
What are we even saying here? A lot of Nigeria are even richer than you, and they never step outside. So when you go to Nigeria, you see a lot of people that are better off, and they have not even left the shore of the country. So what are you bringing to the table that you want to
you go there, you go there, you go to bars. Those bars, you will not even see Nigerians abroad. You see like local people who live around, who have money, who can afford.
Who have money, driving Lamborghini. When I went to Nigeria, now I see people driving expensive cars.
What are we talking here?
And they are living normal life. They are not afraid. Nigerians in Nigeria driving expensive. They drive to crop. Big boys. They are driving, living their life. You that you are coming from Yankee, we don't get anything. We're going to touch it. Okay,
Mike and Progressive. Are you guys saying? There's no real crime or insecurity in Nigeria? Is that what you're saying?
It's everywhere in the world. It's what we are telling you, but don't try to make it like it's just so bad that
you can't say obviously it's everywhere. The water is everywhere in the world too. But the point here is that are you saying insecurity or crime in Nigeria is really it's a facade? It's not a real thing. There's no high crime. Is that what you guys are saying?
No, please, that it's a real thing. Okay, it's a real thing, but we're saying
but is it a high crime?
It's not high. It's not as high. You guys are painting it.
It is not to the point whereby you have to lock yourself inside your house. You cannot come out of your room.
Akim, that's not the argument. No one is saying that. Nobody is saying that. That's not the argument.
That's the argument.
No, that's not the argument. The argument was what is the impact of security on people who want to venture into businesses in Nigeria? That is it, especially farming. That's what we're saying.
No, I don't see any big deal about that one. So a lot of diaspora are into big farming in Nigeria. And they can watch their farm through CCTV camera. They have their people who are looking for them. They employ people. I think the high point of what you should say is that because if you continue to discourage people not to go home to invest, that is not good for the country. No matter what you say here, there is insecurity, but it's not up to that alarming rate you are painting it. We in the diaspora, I've said it yesterday, we are the one killing that country. Because when you talk about hunger, they paint a picture that everybody is a walking dead in Nigeria. You just see a lot of people that are into Ethiopian civil war with big tummy. People are so hungry, they were picking food from the dustbin. Come on, it's not happening like that in Nigeria. We sit there when they see the protest. We see what they are doing. We see a lot of people recording. We see a lot of people going their normal way. I think is if you want to do service to that country, you should promote people. You should encourage.
That's a straw man argument. That's a straw man.
It is not a strong
Hold on.
argument. It's relevant to what
No,
we are saying.
let me just build a case now and argue against what I'm not even arguing against. Nobody is saying
it's the same thing. It's indirectly. What you are saying.
No, it's not the same thing. You're the one making it up in your head. It's not the same thing.
Oh my God!
It's not the same thing. You are painting a picture of that everything is you can't even survive in Nigeria when you put your leg in Nigeria. No, that's not what we're saying.
Hold on, Abdul. Remy is not saying that's what you said. He's saying Remy is saying Nigerians in the diaspora. The way they are making it look, that's what he's saying.
Fair enough.
And that's what we are trying to. That's exactly what we are actually saying too, because it's crazy the way you go on YouTube when Nigerians in diaspora are gathering, the way they would talk about Nigeria, and most of them have never been back then 20, 30 years. They don't know.
Okay.
And then the Nigerians that actually live in Nigeria, those ones will come on like, what are you guys talking about? When I'm turning to those shows, those Nigerians in Nigeria are not saying it, but it's the one that don't live there. That the one that will tell you about, in the farm, they are killing like 9 people. We can't even drink, we can't even come outside. We can't even. And when I ask them, where do you live?
No,
I live in the UK. I live in Canada. I live in everybody that comes to tell you about the insecurity in Nigeria. If you ask them where they live, they will tell you they either live in Europe or America.
People in
that's
Nigeria
not good for the country if that's the case.
Exactly. That's what we are trying to say here.
About their economic issue rather than security issue. They worry more about economic issue.
It's more economic than exactly. Most Nigerians in Nigeria worry about economic jobs. They don't think about someone robbed them the next day.
Today, how's things now? Hunger day, there's
hunger day, exactly.
That is the first thing they will tell you.
They don't tell you I can't come out of my house.
It's just the normal Nigerian slogan. Even the person might even be richer than you, and he will still be saying hunger day.
You see, let me say this. What I noticed about Nigerians is
I cannot come out of my house.
Progressive. What I notice about Nigerians is once they leave Nigeria, they live in America or Europe, they begin to feel like they are different. They become a different race of people. Like their skin color don't change. They don't turn to Oyinbo or something. I don't know. They just have that mentality that now they are no longer the same human being as the people living there again. Like you, I will see some Nigerian will tell me, I mean, we are the cover Yankee. I'm like, guy, you look like a freaking Jebu man. You are talking as if you don't turn to one white man or something. I mean, come on now. And the what annoys me.
You mean Jebu man like Baba Jeli Kuku?
Baba Jeli Kuku things when you go there, they go say, is that a woman?
Look, Mike, look. The way
Mike, okay. Yana mama
you think when you go there, they will say,
the attack on Ogun on this platform lately is every week.
I don't understand. I don't know what we have done.
You people are an embarrassment to us in Nigeria. You are an embarrassment to us.
Just for the simple thing
Look, don't let us deceive ourselves. Nigeria have security problem.
We admit, but not in the way you are taking it.
Hold on, you don't solve your security problem, you can't get your economy right. Both are tied. Security is the backbone of every successful economy. Every economy in the world that you see that is running well, that is growing, go and check the security in that country. You know that they have a very strong security that
like South Africa.
Akim,
Baba
let
Jali
me
Koko,
give
are any Nigerians in Nigeria telling you that they are no longer
Babajale
doing
Koko.
business because of
yes.
Babajale
insecurity?
Koko.
let me give
Yes.
this
Which are the country? No, just Remy. I want to ask some question. Babajale Koko. Which country do you think has the best security in the world? I'm not talking about military power. I'm talking about security of life and property.
Well, I can say maybe UAE.
Middle East, most of the Middle Eastern country. And what do you think is responsible for it?
No. That's what, if they don't have security, they can't. They will not. They won't be able to have economic growth.
Why did they have that security? That's the question I'm asking.
Oh, it's a effort by the leadership.
In what?
Usually the culture, man.
Strong security now, rule of law.
No, believe
Enforcement of
me,
law.
Babajale Koko. It's not. Let me tell you, you people don't live there, and that's why I'm asking the question. Let me tell you.
That question, I don't know what kind that kind of question.
cannot
Why did they
Let me
have
tell you. Hold on.
Let Remy say, let Simba say.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. One is because since I've been in Saudi Arabia, I've never seen any AK-47 in any of their police or even soldiers. The only thing that you see them, they can have this small pistol that they will attach to their trouser. And not even all of them. Even if you see them on the road, you don't see them with gun. I think it's because of their law. Then two is because, the best way to tackle insecurity is to make people to be comfortable. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is the best way, not putting guns in the hand of anybody, not having millions of policemen. It's because there is no need for people to go and be stealing, because most of the things that people require in life, education, health, and most of these things are free.
That is it. When I'm preaching free education and this thing, they will say, "Oh, it's a socialist." So
what about
the one for Nigeria. Oh,
also the culture too.
So the law. What we know, I mentioned law first. Let me finish, please, Daddy. The law there is not all these things that I used to preach. Freedom of speech, freedom of all this freedom of is that forget about it. You understand? In fact, you cannot even fight ordinary fight. You cannot engage in a fight, whether you are right or wrong. If two people fight, the two of you will end up in jail.
Yes,
and I like it. You can walk at any time of the day. You can leave your house open. Nobody will dare go there and take anything.
Simba, if you sign a contract with someone, wouldn't that person be afraid to cheat you or break the contract?
If you break the contract, you know the consequence now.
Exactly. So that's exactly the thing I'm preaching
But if you are
to.
now.
Hey, Simba, Nigerians want freedom. Nigerians want freedom.
Simba, an average Saudi Arabian is a lazy man. Is that not the case?
So you see, they are fighting back. So
where he's twisting it. Look at this guy. Look at this Yankee guy. He's twisting the thing, eh?
But to be serious now,
you have to consider one fact, Simba. They are homogeneous society, so they don't have. They are not multi-culture, multi-tribe.
They are tribes, so they are tribes, so they are tribes.
Okay, but
they are tribes.
I mean, religion and the mind one together.
You always talk about freedom. You don't want your freedom taken away. You want to be free to do whatever you want to do.
What you say?
You always talking about freedom of speech. So you wouldn't want to you wouldn't want your freedom taken from you if you live in Saudi Arabia. So
I cannot live there now.
You can't have your cake and eat it. It sounds like Saudi Arabia is a docile society for the most part, and there's a lot of immigrants that come. See, they have a lot of is it welfare you want to call it, or subsidies in their lifestyle. So the drive, I guess, unlike Nigerians or maybe Americans to go get things out there may not be there. they have so much money, I guess, they can afford to make sure
What about the
most of the
population?
citizens are comfortable, right?
So Prince Daddy and Babajale Koko, America is known to be.
So the reason why the reason sorry, Remy, the reason why I made this thing, I think if we want to really tackle insecurity in Nigeria, it's not only because what is actually fueling it is poverty. I'm very sorry to say. And if you don't tackle it, there is no amount of soldier, there is no amount of weapon that we can get that can reduce insecurity.
In addition to what
Believe
Simba
me.
has said, most of the Asian countries, especially even you talk about China, they follow the pathway of Saudi Arabia. But the only difference here in China is that they don't have that religion. The government is so powerful that you cannot criticize, but they give you that freedom to do your work, to make money.
Yeah,
They
but
exactly,
Remy,
that's what we're saying. They give you that freedom. So if you are gainfully employed, what concerns you to criticize their government? So
I don't even know what is your problem. What is your own concern when you are doing your things and you are making your money and you are living your. So nobody, you don't have any threat to whatever you are doing. So I don't know what.
If you want to criticize,
not how the human mind. Listen to me. That is not how the human mind should function. That is not how the human mind should function. Okay, the human mind, you should be able to express yourself. You should be able to
if you
express
want that
yourself.
one, then that's what Prince
I don't even know. Akim, if you come, you will enjoy yourself. Just come and try it.
I'm not saying enjoyment. I mean express. You should be able to express yourself.
Express
Look, everybody
know what
What are Nigerians even expressing that's so important? Like I wish they can take away that freedom of expression in Nigeria. Because 99% of their expression is rubbish. Either propaganda or some lies and
everywhere you go, any leader that cannot take criticism from any quarter of the public.
I wish you can go back to Abacha days, man. But Nigerians are not criticizing. All they are doing is just propaganda and
Akim,
you can see where the people have the freedom. You can see the chaotic situation. Look at, you are talking about America now. You are talking about it's all this useless.
I'm telling you.
Forget about it.
Okay, like what Simba said now, when you look at America, you said they have the best of everything. But why is it that crime rate continue to increase every now and then? And when you go to like country like China, I bet you can work at 2 a.m. in the morning. You can.
No, crime is coming down crime is falling in America. It was so high under Trump. Now it's falling down.
As you know, it's under Trump again. And then Prince Daddy said it's
yeah, who told you crime is falling?
You said that, he made that statement deliberately to Prince Daddy,
Yes, under Trump. No, it's not deliberately.
He's spoken
it's not deliberately. It's fact. It is factual. Under Trump, crime went up.
Akim, you will agree with me that with the so-called America have the best of everything. Why is the crime rate? Why is the gun crime?
They don't have the best. They don't have the best of everything.
No. They will an average American will tell you that is the best country in the world. You have freedom.
What do you want them to tell you?
No, I'm telling you, like all of them are here now. They will tell you that in America, if something happened, the police will come within 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
People regurgitate what they hear.
So many stuff they will tell you that everybody is interested. Oh, this is a very good country. But I've lived in. Let me finish, Hakim. Let me quickly finish. I've lived there in Scandinavia. I've discovered what we call peaceful lifestyle with nature. Everywhere is green. Everywhere is so quiet. Everything is so organized and structured. You cannot even see homeless people in the street. You cannot see people without no home or they are hungry or food or something like that. The crime rate is all-time low. I'm telling you, all-time low. It's nearly up to 0. Even percent. It's not even up to 1%. What are we talking here? Although we might not say that the population is compared to this big country like America, but at least people still live a very decent lifestyle. And
but you don't have the level of populations, the level of
I agree.
The level of diversity and population like
what about China with 1.3 billion population and people still obey rules and regulations?
But Akim, even if you want to compare all the indices, let me tell you, all the indices of life or whatever, America is not leading in any.
No, in any. They're not leading in any. No, the thing is, the thing about America is that America is this this kind of capitalist country whereby you can like if you have ideas, your ideas can be brought into fruition, and then you can make so much money. That's America for you. That is the hope for me. I think that is all I see. But America is a country whereby if you have an idea, you feel like, what, with this idea, I want to put it into fruition. If Elon Musk never left South Africa, there will be nothing like Tesla today at all.
In that aspect, I totally agree with you. It's a land of opportunity. It's a land of
that idea that the fact that you can be imaginative, you can be creative, and then you put it in, it becomes a reality. That I have to give it to them in America. But for me,
I am not here to jettison America or to talk to them in a bad light. But I'm just vis-a-vis with the crime rate. But in terms of opportunity, in terms of expressing yourself, you have a lot of ways to give you that kind of freedom to really express, whether you're talking rubbish or whatever, at least you can say it. But in some other client, you don't have that kind of opportunity.
Exactly, you don't have that kind of opportunity. So that's for me. I think that's apart from that.
Both pros and cons very well.
Can I ask Baba Jaliko question?
Baba Jaliko is already sleeping because when he hear that they are bashing America or their crime rate is so high, he will not talk. Maybe channel your question to Mike and Babati and the rest. Madam Zita, you can go ahead.
Where's Babati?
I'm kidding.
Babati is abaniting. He's abaniting.
He's abaniting. Keep quiet. Because it's American bashing. I think Kulata is here.
Bring that. Prince Daddy.
I just wanted to ask.
I will not talk. Kulata is there. Prince Daddy is there.
All I know is
Mike is there.
God bless America. America is the biggest country in the world. God bless America. Y'all haters, and that's it.
I was just trying to ask them how the election is going. That's all.
Oh, they are doing the Democratic Convention. And they are
I just finished listening to their next vice president.
I have to be honest, progressive. I'm a Republican, full disclosure. Everybody knows that. Not MAGA, make clear distinction. But I have to say that the Democrats, the convention was amazing. The speech by Michelle Obama. Even though I don't agree with
she always on point. Yesterday
that was not.
I think Bill Clinton is speaking today now.
I don't buy what
how is the opinion poll going? That's what I'm
no,
asking.
but no.
We try not to believe in that.
That's my point. I'm trying to make here. But I mean, for me, hold on, please. For me, I'm not buying the BS. But for those that are very liberal, that will push them, that will drive them enough to want to go vote for Kamala. That was the reason she showed up for women, especially. It's to turn
how is the opinion poll going? That's what I want to know.
I don't. No, Madam Zita, my own local opinion poll with people around me. Honestly, Republicans needs to work harder because this Kamala Harris, the fact that Kamala Harris is the one that is running now has changed a lot of minds, honestly.
No, I'm just asking the opinion. How is it? What's the percentage?
Nationally, right? I don't know.
Nationally, is between 4 to 6% for Kamala.
You see, when we talk for 4 to 6% or 4 to 6 points.
Both 4 to 6%.
They do it points, not percent.
Yeah, it's both percentage point.
Okay, let me say this. I sabi talk nonsense. But after every my nonsense go come make sense. Well, you see, when you have almost 92% positive media coverage, and your opponent have almost the same amount negative coverage, and you're running with him as a convicted felony, with all manner of gadgets and crime put on him, and in some areas he's leading you, And where he's leading, you are leading him, you are leading with 4 and 6. Then as it seems like you have a long way to go. You must really be a very bad candidate. That's all I have to say. You must really, really be a very terrible candidate. Because from what I am watching, the 2 candidates now, because there are 2, because I heard this afternoon here that the other guy, the Kennedy, wants to drop by Friday. So the 2 candidates, one has a terrible, you know what it means? For the media to give you almost 92% negative coverage. And the other candidate, without even doing anything, he has 92% positive coverage. Then talking about the other guy, he's a criminal convicted, though, according to you people. And still, you are not beating him blue-black. You must really be a terrible candidate.
I think, Madam Zita, your understanding of your understanding of the political sphere in the United States is, I think, I don't want to put it that way. Maybe you are just distorting
you
the
know
whole.
Say I be idiot now. I sabi talk
No,
nonsense.
I never
Listen,
use such word. I didn't use
something.
such. I didn't use such word.
No,
What I'm trying to say is that
hold on. I'm using
there are
it
a
for
lot of
myself.
things.
Let me finish before you
go
go
ahead.
along. I'm using it for myself. You know, say for life, I sabi talk nonsense well. What runs in United States is election. For more especially for Democrats, is they run on election of a campaign of emotions. And if they are doing that now, and the other one, you can still beat him blue-black, you must really be a terrible candidate. But if you think I'm idiot, I don't know what is going on.
Madam Zita, I'm sorry.
Fine.
You cannot
No,
talk.
let me hold on 1 second.
Let me one. Trump is the former president of America, and that he also have his own support base. And okay, go ahead after you.
Let me 1 second. So, Madam Zita, I didn't use that word to make you to call you to say that's not what I meant to anyway. So, the way
Hold on. Let me say this. Please do not speak on what I just said. You can discuss whatever you want to discuss about the election. Don't speak on what I just said that if you are a candidate, you have 92%, I'm repeating myself again, of positive media coverage because I'm a dumb. And the other candidate have the same amount of positive, negative coverage. And then he's a convicted felony. Written all over the place, mob jot, everything. And the sitting president couldn't carry the same aura. And you have a lot of ex-presidents supporting you. For those who say he was an ex-president, supporting you. And you are a sitting vice president. And you are not beating that candidate blue-black. Then you are naked. But please don't discuss on that too. I beg you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Because I don't want it to go about
talk
anything.
about the election.
That's my opinion, and I end it like that. But it's a
I'm going to
question
talk
I
about
asked. I just wanted to know how you guys are doing in the United States. So you can continue. If you want to continue on the election going on in the United States, fine. But to pick what I have said and start debating in it, please don't do that. When I say such things, I like to put a period to read. Thank you.
So when the way the election is going, in my opinion, it doesn't matter. The polls doesn't really matter in most cases because America don't practice what you call true democracy when it comes to their election because it's not about who wins the popular vote. It's about electoral college. So Trump have lost election twice, combined total of more than 5 to 6 million votes. But in one of those elections, it was the winner. It's only in America where you lose the popular vote, and you can still be declared the winner of the election. So it doesn't, in my opinion, well, you could be 10 points up, you could be at whatever point up. It comes down to those swing states. If you're not doing well in those swing states, you could amass that was what happened to Hillary Clinton. She amassed a lot of votes in the state where she didn't need to win those amount of votes. She was getting more votes in California, more votes in New York. You don't need those extra votes in those states. At the end of the election, she won the election by over 3 million votes. Trump lost that election by over 3 million votes. But you have to win the number of electoral colleges to win the election. That's what matter. And she lost the so-called blue wall states, they call them, the Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and that was how she lost the election. So regardless of whether Trump is a bad candidate or whether Trump is whatever people attempt to look at him, but since Trump came into the presidential race the first time in 2016, he has awakened certain part of Americans, people who never participated in elections before. These people who felt like this person, this is the person that is speaking to their mind. There were people who have been looking for an outsider politician, quote unquote, which I don't think Trump is. And a lot of these people believe in him. They stood by him. They follow him to death. That is what you call the MAGA, the MAGA court. People like Prince Daddy, to some extent, Babati as well. I don't know how much involved Babati is inside. So he has these people. You cannot just brush him aside and say because there's conviction and all those things, then he should be doing poorly. No, for other politicians, yes. Trump is almost like a Teflon in certain areas. This guy said, "Look, I can stand in the Fifth Avenue and shoot a gun at somebody, and I still won't lose votes." He said it years ago, and that is like, give him credit for that. That is the case. There are people, it doesn't matter what he does. There are people who still will just be for him. They will vote for him. They will follow him. They will defend him all the way. So,
I think it's about the wokeism that's going on in America. People are becoming anti-establishment. That's why Trump capitalized on that. That just like my brother
said
just
it before.
he even
He
said
said it before.
somebody on the streets because he played that anti-establishment against the establishment kind of role. That's why he has so.
Mike, go and listen to Trump's interview many years ago. He said, if I want to
Mike
run for
is
president,
also right.
he said, if I want, let me hold on 1 second. Trump said this one. He said, if I want to run for president, I will run as a Republican. He said, because you can tell them anything and they will believe you. He said it with his own mouth many years ago.
Yeah, but a lot of the anti-establishment people, a lot of them are more on the Republican side, are more conservative people because a lot of them don't like what's going on, the whole and gender, so many things that's going on that people are just sick of. They just tired of politicians, and most of them are conservative people. You understand? They don't like
So they don't like the wokeism, but they like the wokeism when it comes to telling women what to do with their body, right?
Yeah. No, I think at the end of the day, the election is also too close to call. At the end of the day, so no matter how you say, you cannot predict how Americans will vote.
Well, we can predict something, Remy. It's the economy, right? So
yeah, but you can see during the first time of Trump, people already gave it to Clinton.
No, Remy, you know, attention. Hold on now. In America here, there's some layoffs coming up. Okay, people, you're not paying attention. So people are actually losing their jobs. Healthcare, like they're cutting jobs. So it's about the economy. Inflation is high. People are struggling to pay rent. House mortgages. People are behind their mortgages 2-3 years. We haven't paid since COVID. So if the demand for housing, the equity in housing is coming down because people are not buying as much anymore. The market is flooded. So it's about the economy. All these social issues, which I am also against as well. Immigration is also part of it as well. But it boils down to the economy. And Biden hasn't done very well in the last 4 years. He hasn't managed that space very well. And you have Kamala coming out about, oh, I'm going to give you $10,000 more for you for housing. Ask yourself that very question, which is kind of dumb to me. If I cannot afford to pay mortgages because of high insurance rates, if you live in a flooded area, your insurance rate is going up. If I give you 10K to pay against your capital, not interest, against the down payment, I will still be struggling to pay the mortgage regardless.
Yeah, but down payment means that you're entering into the housing market, so you don't have to enter if you cannot afford it.
No, it's progressive. Remember that 15K that they used to give them was because the rate was at 4-5%. Now it's about 7% now.
November. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, Babati. Down payment is like in this. It's like where we are here, right? If you cannot afford your deposit, there are government scheme which you can key into, right? It does it because if you are paying rent, imagine you're paying rent. Your rent, you'll be paying rent for 5-6 years. Rent that is higher than the mortgage rate. It means that you can afford to pay your mortgage. You just don't have enough to put savings.
What I'm saying is, in America here, progressive. We have in America, you pay taxes on your properties every year. So what the government is paying that extra 10K for is for you to move in, but then they're not addressing taxes for properties going up, insurance rates going up. People's insurance rates are going up on those houses. That's the reason why they cannot afford to pay. So even if we cannot live in rent anymore. Okay, move in. So people are going to move in more, right, into those houses. Oh, good. But what happens after 1 year when they have to pay for their housing, flood insurance, for roofing, for HVACs, and for community stuff? They can't afford those things. That's the reason why they can't. Nobody's buying anymore. People are leaving their houses to go rent again.
But what is the inflation rate 2 years ago and now?
See, it's not okay. I
just want to know whether it's dropping or continuing to increase.
It's stabilized.
It's increasing.
But that was started price of everything went up.
But the income of Americans is not keeping up with the rate. Is the problem. So it's going up, but what people are earning is not going to keep up with that. So people are having to do 2 or 3 jobs.
Are they not doing 2 or 3 jobs before?
Huh?
Are they not doing 2 or 3 jobs before?
Well, at least they were paying. No.
More people have to now.
More people are being forced to do that. Before it was like a luxury. Maybe I need extra money. Maybe let me work just for a year to save money for
so
house.
Are you talking about like 10 years ago, or where people
even barely 5 years ago? People are even working to just to pay their bills.
See, inflation is everywhere. Even where in my place where we live now, right? Where I live, you guys in America, you guys are living a luxury, man.
I don't mind.
They live in. Do you know how much we pay for petrol? Yeah, is €1. I want you to listen to this: €1.70 for 1 liter, not gallon, or 1 liter.
1 liter. Sometimes close to €2. Sometimes.
1 liter. You people are paying $3 for $4 for a gallon, which is 5 liter, and you guys complain every time.
Yeah, I enjoy it, man.
Akim, before the war, how much were you guys paying?
Before the war, we were paying around that kind of 110, 120.
No. You try to explain to him. During the COVID, after the COVID, around 2021, 2022, we are paying almost €3 per liter. €3 per liter. It is after 2 years, about 2023.
No, Remy, that was when the Russia war just started. The Russia, that was when it went that high. Yeah, it went that high. I remember paying €2 something. Though I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah. But still, Mike, does America subsidize our petrol or fuel?
I think it's subsidized because that money you are paying is just to.
In America, no, it's not subsidized.
It's not subsidized. No, it's not subsidized. Just that they have America have a lot. They have huge amount of.
They have a reserve. And what happened? Hold on, Prince. So, what happened is when fracking happened under Bush, they were able to do like local. That was the first time they didn't need to import as much anymore. So they had enough reserves. Each time they had any shortfall, they can also cushion that, like during the summertime or the winter time when the demand for energy goes up. So that's why they were able to stabilize it. Do they control the price behind the scenes? Yes, of course. Goddamn it, they do.
So when the demand is high, the price still remain like $1 point something per.
They have enough reserves to cushion that. They have enough reserves in America. They have that.
That is good. Then, if you are paying roughly
No. I don't think they subsidize fuel at the pump. I don't think so.
No. But no, Prince, when I say subsidize, I'm saying true reserves is the way they kind of prevent the price
And they
jumping.
give those oil companies, they give those oil companies, they give them huge tax breaks as well, in billions of dollars.
Okay, well,
I think government is subsidizing.
One second, guys. That and the abundance of energy in America is part of the reason, perhaps, why the price goes down. And also, if I'm not mistaken, America also imports actually petrol from other countries.
Can you fix your mic?
Baba T, those cars you people drive in America, you cannot risk it here. You cannot risk it in Europe.
No, it's a different.
Okay, I was. Am I better now? I was leaning forward. Is it better?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay, progressive. You can't say because by your metric in Europe or Africa, we're not suffering because we make people. No, it's an American issue. So what you can define as rich in your country might be middle class or poverty in America. We have to go by the American.
I'm telling you, those you see all those big truck you guys are driving in America. If you bring it here, nobody will buy it off you. All those
yeah, but we're not discussing your country. We're discussing America. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If your petrol is that, if you are paying what we are paying here for petrol, if you are paying what we are paying here for petrol, you will not drive that car, Babati.
I'm telling you that in America, Biden effed up the economy. That war, just listen to what I'm saying. That war in Ukraine, he shouldn't have got into it. Because
he didn't go into the war. Nobody goes into the war. The war is Ukraine versus Russia.
No, don't tell me they couldn't have done something better. Trump would not have gotten.
But see, no, the war in Ukraine between Ukraine and Russia is mutually exclusive to the price of gas in America, because if the whole world was going to war and America was isolated, we can still afford to have a very cheap.
No, I'm saying the overall effect. Look at what happened to wheat. You remember the biggest producer of wheat.
Yeah, okay.
There's more
to different ballgame.
Ukraine than just the oil. There's more to it. So there were other.
That's a different ballgame. So the question I'm trying to ask is that we always make an argument that the price of PMS is standard across the globe. Therefore, there's no way Nigeria or Dangote can sell or make PMS cheaper at the pump. Is that a true case? Because if America is selling it much cheaper than in Europe and perhaps other parts of the world, where is this standardization you guys are talking about when it comes to the price of PMS globally?
It's all relative based on your own economy. But my point is, Prince, you agree with me that Biden hasn't done well with the economy. That's common sense. I don't know why people make it a big. For me, because I'm okay. Personally, I'm good. But for people that are making below $100,000 or $150,000, people, please, if you make $100K today or $120 today, it's like making $70 or $80K 7-8 years ago. 6 figures doesn't mean anything anymore. 100K is nothing a year anymore, like it used to be like 5-6 years ago.
So Babati, let's get some facts. Let's get some facts.
Before you get the fact, Remy, Babati, I was disappointed that you said you were impressed with Michelle Obama's speech. Did you say that?
No,
or I heard you wrong.
I'm saying that. Hold on. I'm saying that for the targeted audience, the reason why.
So what's wrong with the speech?
Progressive,
what's wrong with the speech?
Progressive, hold on. Let me tell you. I'm saying that looking at it from. I said for me personally, it's BS, but for the targeted audience, that the reason that they brought that out is very effective.
So what was BS about the speech?
Hold on.
It was a horrible speech. Of course, it was terrible.
The dog whistling about, it's a black job and you want to take the black job. That's bullshit.
It shows how disconnected the Obamas are.
What is a black job? Who used the term? Who used the term black job?
Progressive.
I don't pity.
I don't
even know that you are really liver like this. Why you are withdrawing your statement just because of Big Daddy?
But
Krista be bully you, and you are retracting your statement.
I can't even talk.
Why are you like this?
Can I finish? Can I even finish talking? Guys, don't interrupt me.
I don't know that you are like this. You are afraid of Prince Daddy.
Baba T, hold on. Baba T, hold on. Who used the term? Who used the term black job? Who used that term? Who created the black job?
Trump did.
Exactly.
But let me
what
finish.
So they asked him, what is a black job? What did he say? What is a black job?
I beg of you. The man asked me a question. Let me finish, please. God. I'm saying that for the targeted audience, the black women, that's the reason why they brought Michelle Obama out there to push for them to come out. What she said was very effective. Remember, they're doing they want them to come out. Why? Because she's going to be the first black female president. So for that targeted audience, she was very effective. That's what I'm saying. So for who they want her to focus on, she did a good job for that. You have to be honest with that. It's not about me supporting what she had to say, but for that targeted,
you went ahead to say using the word like black jobs and things like that. So
no, I'm saying for the people that they want.
Are you done, Baba T?
It's dog whistling. Just pay attention. If I want to show you red meat, I'm going to say A, B, C, or D that works for that demographic. For that demographic that they want to target is very effective.
Yeah, but she used the word. She used that word because Trump went on an interview where he was saying where he said he created black jobs, and they asked him what is black job, right? And he said, black job is anybody that have a job. What kind of dumb ass is that?
You're not listening. I'm saying that for people that it plays better with single black females. It's dog whistling. So I'm telling you, forget
it's not dog whistling. It's not dog whistling. It's calling out Trump for what he says.
Hakeem, don't mind the two of them. Why? You don't need to be engaging. In fact, I'm disappointed in BT. Why are you now wasting all your energy now trying to explain yourself to Prince Daddy?
Because people like you, Simba, pretty much you don't get American politics. So
me, I'm not even interested. But what you are doing, why are you retracting your statement? If you do it, what will it do to you? Why are you now saying, okay, this is what I mean, trying to explain yourself? You don't owe him any explanation.
What's your problem?
You really owe Prince Daddy any explanation?
I am not. I was even talking to progressive. Okay. You're not listening.
That's what happened. The MAGA branch always bully the centrist one.
Progressive. I have said I'm not MAGA. People know I'm not MAGA on the platform. People know that. So
that's what I just said now, Baba T. That's what I just said now. I said the MAGA branch always bully.
No,
always bully the centrist.
They don't bully me. What happens is we agree on most things. So if you talk to me about small businesses and taxes, me and Peter, we agree on that 100% of the time. Family values, we agree. But when he talks about abortion, I don't go as far as it does. When he talks about Israel, I don't go as far as it does. So we have differences. What happens is when we have conversation about politics or American politics, we agree on most things, but we have things that we differ on. And I engage him on that. He knows that. So when you say I am backing that, I know what you mean by that. Easier, he can tell you when it comes to Israel, we had that conversation all the time. I don't agree with him when we discuss foreign policy.
So what is black jobs?
What do you mean by what did you say?
What is black jobs?
Once again, for people, for the reason that she said that was because he plays well for a certain part of the Democratic Party. So when she says that, he attracts more black women voters that hate Trump to come out to vote for Kamala Harris. They have to make her look at our first black female president being attacked by a white man. So
no, that's not true.
Stay with me now. It plays out well for that base. That's the reason for saying that. Look at the political angle of what she said is the point.
No, so that's not true. What she's trying to explain in that place, what she said, let me tell you what, not what she's trying. She says is that Trump is vying for a position to be the president, which it was the president. Say, well, that could also be a black job because you've had a black man be president. So when Trump had that interview, he was talking as if there are certain jobs that are limited to black people only. That was the whole point.
That's your interpretation.
But that's not.
That's
No, it's not. It's not my interpretation. It's not my interpretation. That was how Trump. That was how Trump said it. They were coming in. Look, listen now. Listen, they were coming in. They were taking black jobs. Like, thank God, how is it that migrants are taking only black jobs only? So are those jobs are they for black people only? They were coming in. They were taking black jobs.
You live in
let's put it in
Iceland, so
context.
you wouldn't know exactly what is going on here.
And you guys have
no, because I don't have ears. I cannot watch TV. I cannot listen to what somebody say because I don't live. Is that
taken out of context?
It's just sad. Progressive. That would make more sense if he'd never been president before. Remember, he's a former president.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So hold on now. So it's been there for 4 years. What you're saying will make more sense if you were never president before.
No, because look, he said
for 4 years.
Listen to me, Babati. Trump said, when those people that are coming from Mexico and other part of those illegal immigrants, when they're coming in, they are taking black jobs. So in that interview, then I asked Trump, what do you mean by black jobs? What is black job? And he said, oh, black job is anybody that has a job. So it didn't make sense anyway. So when Mr. Obama was saying the office that Trump is vying for could also be a black job. You understand? It means that a black person can also be a president. It doesn't mean black people are not restricted.
I was going to say something, but you guys are not hearing me. Give me a second. Babati, hold on. Give me 1 second. First of all, the context in which Trump made that statement. First of all, he was having a conversation with a black crowd, right? It was a black event. It was called the Union of Black something. Is it Black Journalists or something like that? And then it was a black organization. So there he was having a conversation with them. Like, okay, this illegal whatever these people taking a black people's job. Black job doesn't mean a particular kind of job.
What does it mean?
It means jobs, black people's job that black people have or something.
So there are certain jobs that are
not certain jobs. Hold on.
Why are you guys trying to defend something that doesn't make sense in the first place?
Bro, do you live in America? First of all, who are the people that have been complaining about black job being taken by immigrants? It's not black people.
You sound like a racist. Are you a racist?
No.
No, I don't even think I can't. Do you live in the US? Oh, you live in Europe.
Yeah.
So you don't know. Okay, so that's why you don't get it, man. In Europe,
what do you mean I don't get it? What do you mean I don't get it?
Akim, hold on now. Let's have a conversation.
Okay, wait. Let me put it this way. In America, they have black community, they have white community, right?
It doesn't matter what is black job.
Wait, calm down. Black jobs is the jobs in the black community.
Come on, stop it now, Mike. What are you talking about now? You're sounding like somebody who did not even go to primary school. What kind of talk is that?
People talk like that in America. That's why you find it strange. That's why people talk all the time.
Hey, come on, man. Stop it, man. There's nothing like black job.
Akim, calm down, please. My thing to you is, once again, so when Michelle Obama says it that way, Mike, you're here. Does that play well with single black women? They love that kind of talk, right? Taking our jobs. They love it, works for them. So when I say she did a good job, that thing's going to help them turn out votes when they're ready to. That clip will be played over and over and over again in the black community. Trust me, they're going to use that clip. Like,
they're not even playing that. They're not even using the clip. But what I'm trying to explain to you is this.
I'm telling you how it works in America. You're in Europe.
You can easily say, okay, Trump. You can easily say in his defense, you can say, oh, he misspoke. Okay, I don't know. Even when they ask him, even when the journalists ask him straight away, because good for them. Like they even ask him straight away. Sir, what is black? What is the meaning of black job? He himself, what did he say? Oh, black job is anybody that has a job. That's what he said. That is all.
Exactly. So that's the answer now.
Anybody that has a job is a black job. So anybody that has a job is a black job. What kind of talk is that, man? Come on, stop it. You can say Okay, he misspoke. That he shouldn't have put it that way. I understand.
He did not misspeak.
You're trying to defend. You are trying to defend that kind of trash, man. Come on, man. That is the person you want.
That's what I was asking. Let me chime in, guys. So, that's what I was asking a question. If you're racist, because you sound like a racist.
Please, I beg of you.
Okay, I'm not a racist. I've answered the question.
Hold on. Do you know what's even crazy? I was not even addressing Obama. I never even brought up Trump. I never even said Trump said it. I was only addressing what Michelle Obama said, and I will play that with the Democrat. You are the one that brought up Trump and what he said.
Yeah, I'm telling you the origin of that comment she made. I was telling you the genesis, what led to that word she used there. She's trying to tell people that look, a black person, the presidency can be a black person's job. Computer science can be a black person's job.
Why are you being
not just those people coming across the border. That is not just the kind of job a black
this is
person
the problem of black people in this country. See,
no.
Let's not. No. Let me land.
Is Madam Zita here? Oh, she left. I was trying to. I pull up these statistics of gun death in America each year.
No, Mike, hold on. Well, we have a conversation going on right now that we are talking about. Put that gun aside. Crime. We'll talk about that one.
I know. Okay, you guys get this to a point. But I just wanted to stick it in. I was trying to pull it earlier, but
Trump could have said in that interview, these illegals
even Choma is still there.
They are taking American jobs. They are taking American jobs that Americans should be doing. They are coming here to make it harder for our people to get jobs. What is wrong with that?
But she was having a conversation with black people now.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. If I'm having
How do you mean it matter?
Okay, if I'm having a conversation with particular people in a group and I'm talking about their
interest. Ask you, so what is
hold on.
Are there certain jobs that are restricted for just black people only?
But he's talking to black people and he's talking to them about their interest. He's saying, hold on, your jobs is being taken by these illegal people here. So there are black people that he's talking to. He wasn't talking. If he's talking to a different audience and he start talking about black jobs, then in that context we'll say, how can you? He was having a conversation with the black crowd.
I don't know. You don't know the effect. You don't know the overall effect of illegal immigration in the black community in America. If you knew, you're not going to be talking the way you're talking. See, the Obamas, Michelle, they are elitists. They don't know what is going on out there in the real community. They don't know. For example, you can Google yourself right now, go on YouTube. A lot of black people in Chicago right now are complaining about the illegal immigration in their community because now, guess what? They closed. They took over schools in the community. Let me lie. They took over schools in the community and they housed illegal immigrants there. But and guess what? Now black children have to travel like miles and miles away from their home in order to attend the nearest school, school to them. The impact.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Before we continue, man, let me just get this out of the way. So, Choma, you say you are here, right? So, look at the statistic of the gun death in America each year from, this is from 2009, 2021, each year. In 2009, 31,347. 2010, 31,000. And then around, so each year is with 30. And then 2021, 48,830. Do we get that amount of gun death in Nigeria every year? This is not banditry. This is not terrorism. It's not Boko Haram. We're talking about community, just community. Each year, tens of thousands of people get killed. And you guys are telling me that, insecurity is so crazy in Nigeria that you can't, come on, man. It's everywhere now. Like in America, it's so completely safe. There's no insecurity. That's what Chama will be telling us here. It's so safe. It's 100% safe.
Okay,
tens of thousands of people each year. There's no year where it's less than 31,000.
Okay.
30,000, 39,000, 45,000.
We're not discussing. Let's move on from the gun.
Okay, guy, continue with this thing.
Okay. Akim, here's my point.
Yeah.
Just calm down. Even the liberals, the Democrats, when they campaign, any political party that goes into so-called black areas, they will campaign on black jobs. It's an American thing. Maybe you don't get it. Hold on.
Okay, progressively, when Democrats say black vote, do you have a problem with that?
No.
Wow.
Oh, you don't have a problem with black vote. What do you think black vote and black job?
Wow. Okay.
His vote, not vote.
Black vote is easily defined as vote from black people. That's all. That's black
So
vote.
it's not job.
Are there jobs? Are there specific job for black people in America? This is what I'm saying.
Ownership of okay.
Are there black babies?
The progressive. Can I just say something real quick, please?
Hey, Joe, Alpha, long
Joe,
time.
It's been a minute. Yeah. I have something going on there, but I just decided to breathe. I listen to you guys every day. I'm coming back with a stinker for every one of you.
Joe has been meeting with Good Luck Jonathan and Atiku.
Including Mike, Ajele Koko, all of you, Simba, all of you, even one man, all of you will get it. But let me just address this issue just real quick. And the progressive, this is the issue. You see, we've been talking about slavery. These days, nobody puts chains on you no more. What they do is that they control your mind. And I have every problem with the Democratic Party. I used to vote Democrat. I used to be a Democrat. But the issue is this. When you see there is this euphoria, there is this thing that comes to you that, oh, I'm going to America. When you get to America, then you start walking. You start having a feel of the country. You now say, okay, even if you're talking about your enemy, you start seeing that there are certain things that are not fair. Now, so the issue of immigration, I'm just going to talk about this and I'll be out. On the issue of immigration, Trump was talking about black jobs, and he was right. He also talks about Hispanic jobs. He is also right. Why is he? When this immigrant comes in, there are sanctuary cities. And these sanctuary cities, to be fair to the Democrats, did not start with them. It started with Bush. I mean, I know that Bush did it. I don't know if it started with him, but I know that Bush really did it amongst the what they call it, among the Republican states. So in the city of Nashville, for instance, there are streets. When I came into the United States, there are streets, where they came and they dumped them. Today they've taken over all those places. Right? Now, the issue now is that when they bring in these immigrants, the sanctuary cities that you have in the United States now are the Democratic states, or mostly the Democratic states. And when they bring them in, they don't send them down to the hinterland. They bring them to the cities. And now, with the way they are bringing them in their millions, they send them to those poor cities, because those poor areas, because you cannot just send them to places like Asokoro. You will push them to places like Kubwa, right? If you were in Abuja. Unfortunately here, where they have the ghettos are mainly in the capitals, right? Because it was a design in the past to be able to get these people to live closer, and most of them were afraid of living in the hinterland because of racism. So most times, most of them stay within the cities. Now, for these areas we're talking about are poor areas. They are ghetto. They have government social services given to them, but those are the poor areas. Those are the places they are pushing these illegal immigrants. Now, this is the catch. If you have been following the news in the past a week or two right now, you will find out that some of these immigrants go to buy stuff at the store, and they find that they have like $13,000 in balance for their food stamps. I have never gotten any food stamp for all the work I have worked in the United States. To the tune of 13,000 in balance.
How can that happen? What do you mean by they will give them 13,000? Where did that happen? You have proof.
Babaja.
They gave them 20K in New York. What are you talking about?
And Babaja,
gave them 20K.
Babaja, There are receipts. It is not, on the EBT cards, right? When you buy on the receipt, you're going to see the balance, right? That is what is sparking the rage right now in Illinois, in Chicago, in New York, and in all these places. In fact, there was a lady that was a veteran that wanted to sell her truck. Two guys came up to her and asked her, oh, they wanted to buy the food truck. So she said she collected loans. She worked her ass off for over 5 years. She could not get a loan. So she worked and bought that food truck. Now, these two guys walked up to her and told her that she was there and that because she put it up for sale and they wanted to buy it. And she was surprised. And when she was like trying to inquire, because she has to go to the bank, it happened to be that they are giving them business loans to the tune of over $50,000. And how did she know this? The bank, because she asked them for money. They told her, "Oh, look, you see, we are expecting money. There's a way we get this money, right? We get it from the bank. It's from the government, but we get it through the bank." So the bank now was like, "Okay, lady, if you're going to sell, give us 2 weeks, and we're going to get the cash cleared." This lady came online and started crying. She's a black lady. And Babaja, I think whenever I see that clip, I'll send it to Woma. Probably will post it for you guys.
I don't understand what Joe of Nashville is saying here. Like, I don't get it. So what you trying to explain that the
we
bank is
understand
giving
because you
loan
don't
to
live here.
illegal
You don't
immigrants?
understand. What is quite clear?
He said, what I'm trying to tell you right now is this: they are not only pushing them to their communities, they are also empowering them more than those of them that have been here, the homelessness, the people in the hood, and all that. Hold on, let me finish now. They are empowering them. The disadvantage of this move is this: they are not only filling up their cities, they are also empowering them economically. So, in the next 20, 30 years, that place you see, because they have kids like rabbits, right? They can have 5, 6, right? But in the next 20, 30 years, that environment will be taken over by them. As
What do you
it
mean by
stands right
them?
now,
What do you mean by them?
by the Hispanics,
everybody in
because most
America
of
is
them,
immigrant.
90%, 90%.
If they have kids, Joel, if they have kids, their kids are going to be American citizens. What are you talking about them? Why are you saying by them?
No.
But Joe, you're talking as if all the children of immigrants, we're talking accent and we
No.
I don't understand. That's what Joe is trying to say.
What I'm trying to say is this, right? Pay attention and the progressive. I'm getting somewhere. The issue right now is that if you come into my community and you dominate me in terms of number and in terms of finance, what does that do?
Whose community?
How is it your community in the first place?
But whose community? Joe, who's the owner of the community? Describe the owner of the community now.
These communities are predominantly black communities.
Okay, black. Okay, so another race of people.
Yeah,
but that's
so
already
now
done, and there's no community blacks dominate. Blacks are always.
They do. No. They still do have their communities.
They don't, man. They never have communities.
See, they do, right? So, but my point is this, right? The kind of jobs, some of them that are not able to do, businesses are able to do, like maybe like plumbing and all these, we call it Oracle jobs in Nigeria, right? They are taking over. Even the Hispanic that are staying here, it's either they take over their jobs or the rates that they pay them in the past have been greatly reduced. So when Trump was saying that, Trump knew what he was saying. But the last thing I'm going to say before I leave is this, Mike. The reason why these people are getting these places populated is because they need those numbers. The day the Hispanic numbers far outweigh.
I don't necessarily think that, because Hispanic can change vote anytime. It's not guaranteed that they will keep voting.
Anybody can change, and it's not Hispanic. Anybody can
it's
vote
not
for
that. I will tell you what's really going on. I will share a screen with you in a second. I'll tell you what's going on.
an immigrant in
Right.
America.
Mike,
Papa T is an
let me
immigrant in
tell you,
America.
Mike, let me tell you. Do you know
Prince Daddy
with
is an immigrant in America. All of you are all Republicans. So what you are saying does
hold
not
on.
even hold water in the first place.
Listen now, listen. See, I will tell you for free. Over 70% of Nigerians in the United States today are voting Democrats, including my mom. Right?
Look at their
But let me
choices.
tell you, do you know the reason why? Hold on now. Do you know the reason why? Because then they were doing, most of us came in with the lottery visa, right? So they owe for most of us, right, that knows the history of the lottery visa, it's like a payment. So while some of us might change to to Republicans, majority of us will align with them. So that is the game that is being played. I don't have problem with people coming into their country. I mean, it's not. I mean, I'm not an American, but I don't have problem with people coming. But if you want to come in legally. Remember,
There's
we
nothing
had
like
this conversation.
there's nothing as such. There's nothing as such coming legally. You was fortunate. You had the fortune to come in a different way. You are not different. Nothing make you different from those who came through the border. You both came in for the same reason.
No, illegal.
There's a
No
huge
one's ever
difference.
asked about illegal immigration. It's not good. But
There's
anyway,
a huge difference. There's a huge
No, there's no
difference.
difference. There's absolutely no difference. Both of you is the same. You came there for the same purpose. One, you came in because you were fortunate to have your own way to get there. They don't have that same fortune as you,
yeah,
so they have
actually,
to find their
yeah,
way
right.
there.
We came for the same purpose. To be honest,
You came for the
let's
same
accept that.
purpose. That's
No,
all.
We can agree. We
hold
can
on,
agree that it's not good to do illegality. Is not good, but we came for the same purpose.
hold on. The issue is not about the opportunities that are found. The issue is about the process through which we came in,
It
and
is
that is
not
a
the
huge
issue. That
difference.
is not
Yeah,
the issue.
No. And
we
that's
can
the
agree on
issue.
that, though. That's the
That is
legitimate
the issue.
the process.
The
Yeah.
issue is about legality versus illegality, and
No,
you
there's
cannot
nothing
say the
legal.
Okay, guys, hold on,
Joel,
guys. Give me 1 second, man. Just give me 1 second. Joe,
All
there's
right.
something I'm trying to make you understand. Why you see that influx of those immigrants? The government actually purposely opened the door for them and brought them in. And in fact, yeah, it was something deliberately done. If you look at this graph, this is a drug. You see this map. This thing as it goes up. This is
Yes.
2022. The amount of drug epidemic that happened in America, it is spiked in 2022. And you know the area where this drug problem usually happens is those poor communities, right? And what does that mean? When people are on drug, they become unemployable, right?
Yes.
Now you have factories in those places where people that are supposed to come to work, a lot of them are hooked on drugs. So now there's no people to employ. That was the reason because that thing happened. There was a spike, high epidemic of people hooked on drugs. Like that drug really, they were even talking about it at one point. Now the factories are in trouble. They can't go and hire drug addicts. You know, in America, they do drug tests. They can't work. So when they have people in the community failing drug tests, they can't hire them. And the factories cannot close down. That was the reason why they went and opened the border and brought those people in to come and fill those jobs.
Mike, I respectfully disagree, and I'll tell you why.
That's what happened. I'm telling you.
The spike in drug cases was as a result of the open borders.
You can't. You can't. That's not true. The
Joel,
drug laws just they have their way.
when the government intentionally hold on 1 second. When the government intentionally create a lottery system for people from outside the country to have access, is that not an open border?
It's not an open border.
Let me ask.
Of course it's an open border.
Wait. When was Donald Trump in office? Look at his time now. When he spiked began, 2015. That was when this new drug, what they call it, there's this new crazy drug like that. I forgot what they call it, ice and this one that one. Like the drugs have become even more deadly now. And
that's what it's the fentanyl. The fentanyl, right?
Yeah, exactly. So the spike started in 2015 and rise. It took a peak between 2019 and 2022. So from 2015, so Trump was in office now. I mean, there's no open border now when the thing began to pick up. So the thing just took over the black community, it took over those communities, and the government realized that wow, the people, that community, those are the people that usually work in those factories where they manufacture, they make all those things, and that will really mess up the economy. They had to go and look for people, man. They have to go and find those workers.
Mike, I do not think
The
that
drug
I
laws
do
are
not
the
think that
one.
America.
It's not the people crossing the border just bring those drugs. It's not like you put it in your pocket now to come and no, those drugs they have a venue where they come in. Even the one they claim that civil killer, I mean, they say it's coming from China self. They say it was from
Listen,
China.
No,
all
no,
those drugs
because
came from South America. Man.
Mr. Mike, see, this is the thing, right? Even there have been investigations because Chinese now are coming, they are bringing it because they know they cannot bring it. It's hard to bring it in through the ports. Now they are bringing it to Mexico. The thing there is
Yeah,
that
drugs have always come through Mexico.
you must control 90% of drugs coming to the United States coming to the southern borders.
So you feel
So
you think the
It's not the immigrants that are walking in, crossing the border with drugs.
No, they are. They are.
The drug laws have their trust me, they have their route.
They do
It's not
as
that guy
well.
that's crossing the border looking for a better land that has drug in his backpack. No. The drug lord, they are very organized. The drug cartel are organized. They are not using. It's not the guy that's crossing the border looking
Yes,
for a
they
better land
are.
that carries drug on it.
Mike,
Those people
bro,
have their. Trust
those
me.
drugs in the back
They
are
have
not
the
even
drug
from
they
India.
cartel have
are.
their way. They are connected with people. I'm telling you on ground. I mean, they have
Those
their way.
drugs
The
are
underground, the sea. They have their
they're
ways
not
of.
coming from Mexico. They're not coming from Mexico. Okay, fentanyl are drugs. These guys are not used to those kind of drugs in Mexico. Those fentanyls
Well,
are drugs that come from.
the drugs, the fentanyl especially, is coming from China. Is well documented and recorded. The source of
So
fentanyl. Hold on. The route is through Mexico and into America. And it is true that many of these illegal immigrants, they become what they call coyotes. Coyotes, right? I think that's what they call them. They yeah, coyotes for drugs. These people, these illegal immigrants, they become a vehicle for transporting illegal drugs into America
Prince Daddy,
quicker.
let me help you. Let me help you. The people they use to bring the drugs are people that can easily access, go back and forth, and they're usually American citizens. Trust me. I'm not talking about the
But
blacks, so
say,
they're
but okay,
Hispanic
I'm
citizens.
not saying
First of all, hold on, put yourself in the position of a
you are
drug
not
lord.
wrong, Mike. You're
Give me
not
a
wrong,
second now.
but
Give me a
it's not
second.
one way. It's not a one way street. You're
Yeah,
not wrong, but there
hold
are
on. Let me
multiple
say this.
ways.
Let me hold on now. Hold on. Let me say this. Put yourself in the shoes of a drug lord. You need someone to be helping you to bring drug into America. Is this somebody that doesn't have document that you be using, or a person with American citizenship that can easily come back and forth? It's the American. Why would they be using illegal guy that trying to go look for a better life?
The immigration are catching them with
It's even
drugs
more
now.
risky to use those illegal guys because those one will run away with your drugs, man. Because they are
Somebody that
broke.
probably could be stopped at the border. Is that the person you're going to give
Exactly.
your drug?
It's the Americans that they use now. The Hispanic kids born here and their children, they get American citizenship. They can go in and out
So,
anytime. They are the one that look for different ways.
Mike, hold on one second. Mike, hold on. You see this mindset that a lot of foreign migrants who become either residents or citizens of foreign countries have. That, because I came into this country in a different form, I am somehow better than somebody who came in a different way. It's not true. Look, the purpose for which you went to that country.
Before you go further and label us, that is your own assumption and conclusion.
No, it's not my assumption. It's not my assumption.
I tend to align with progressive on this one. How can you come here and then you want to stop somebody else? It just doesn't click, man.
Yeah. So it's not my assumption.
Nobody's stopping anybody.
Hold on. What kind of argument is that? I came here, so I'm not stopping anybody. But
no,
if I
to be
ask you, like,
fighting against them is what we are saying. Like I'm against them. I'm not going to go out and be fighting against them.
Mike, do you want them to in a nice neighborhood? Do you want them to come and drop a bunch of illegal immigrants in your neighborhood with drugs? Would you like that?
Would
you like that?
Prince Daddy, if you want me to be honest with you, I fear the American children more than I fear anybody else. I'm telling you, because that immigrant guy, most people that come here, even Nigerians, will come illegally. The last thing they want to do is be deported. So they are least likely to go. Hold on. Most of them know. Hold on. We see them. They only come in. They have plans to have a better life and get opportunity. That's the number one thing in the minds of people that migrate to America, whether legally or illegally. Hold on, the people that we all know the fact that the people that are coming, most of they are spoiled and tend to be involved in gangsterism, crazy things. are the children born here, the
Mike,
citizens.
yes, I understand. You're stuck to the old ways of
So if you're telling me that
illegal
I'm more
immigration.
afraid of illegal immigrants in my neighborhood, I know I run away from the Americans themselves.
Do you want to Google and see how many illegal immigrants have killed innocent Americans? Do you want to see
Yeah,
assault
there may be
on
criminals among them,
American
there's no
cops?
question. But the chance, the percentage of people that do most crazy crime are American born children,
What?
people
Yeah, well,
born with
this is
single
their country.
mothers, and they're these spoiled kids now. They don't want to do anything with their life and
This is
joining
their
gangs
country.
and
We're
crazy
not talking
shit, man.
about that.
They
We're
are
not
the one.
talking about
You,
that.
of course, you will find a statistic of criminals among every demographic, whether illegal people, legal people. It doesn't matter. They are legal immigrants that commit crime too. So you can't say because among them they are criminals or whatever. That
It's just
throw
the
all of them.
stigma. It's that stigma to try to label some people
Exactly.
evil. That is it. It's just a stigma to start to label some
No,
people
see,
evil, and which is wrong.
I
At the
can
end of the
tell
day,
the way you guys are talking. You don't have a full grasp of the
Prince
whole
Daddy, trust me, I'm a
situation.
businessman. I'm in the construction industry. I employ people all the time. The people that are scared of
See,
commit crime,
I
they
know
know.
you
Hold
do.
on.
I know you do, but
Trust me, I interact with those Mexicans all the time, those illegal guys. They don't speak English, all of them. They
see,
always want to be humble. They are
Mike.
scared of getting in trouble. Most of them just they don't the fact
No,
Mike
they
is
want to
let me
lay
land my
low.
point.
cheap labor,
See,
from cheap
No,
one of
labor.
the
Okay.
hold on, Babati. One of the hardest working people.
Cheap labor.
Babati, all of them they always try to
Cheap
lay
labor.
low. They don't want to get in trouble.
They go by defend you when they're he's been using cheap labor for his
No,
construction.
I'm not defending.
I know that. I
I'm
know
just
that.
trying
He
to
already said that.
debunk that
Mike
argument
already
that
said that. I
their
know that.
head
But
just come and be
even Trump,
criminals.
the
Mike is
Trump
one
not
of the
use the
employers
Trump
that
not use cheap labor.
the president
Was
the
Trump
wages
company
in
not
this
fined
country.
for using cheap labor, for
See,
using illegal immigrants?
the hardest, listen, Mike, the hardest, one of the hardest groups that work hard in this country are Mexican Americans. You know the ones who tell me. I know that
Exactly.
they are successful. Okay, so but you're mixing it up. Okay, I know that. But the level of illegal immigration coming from Southern America, we're not even talking about Mexicans. You don't know the people coming from Nicaragua or Honduras and Ecuador
They
and
are all
even the Middle East
hardworking.
and
The
China.
Nicaraguans, Mexican, they're all the same. They're all hardworking. We just call
They're not the
everyone
same.
Mexicans.
Well,
We tend to
see,
call all of them Mexican, but they are different.
So,
They are different.
no,
Prince Daddy,
See,
Prince Daddy, see,
most of
Prince Daddy, see. You
hold
see the
on.
way
A
Prince
large
Daddy,
percentage of these people they have been released from prisons and being dumped into our country. Even
No, get out
Castro
of here,
in
man.
the 80s. What are you saying?
Who's dumping them? Their government put them on a boat, on a car, and drive them to the
No,
border
no,
and
no.
dump them.
They
it's those
released them
languages.
and
You see, you
they
see those
joined
language Prince Daddy use now,
they joined the
dumping
illegal
them.
migration coming to this country. The same thing
Dude,
Castro did in the 80s in Cuba that released criminals that came to America. It's well documented also. So,
So who is
for
releasing criminals now? Which country is releasing criminals?
El Salvador is one good country that's well documented. The El Salvador president,
Venezuela too.
Venezuela,
El
exactly, Venezuela
El
also.
Salvador that just built one of the biggest prison in the world to
BS.
house criminals.
You can't take everybody, of course,
That's
obviously.
the propaganda. That's what we thought
Even
also,
if they
but
build,
it's now
even
been
if they build,
revealed
hold on, even if they
that
build
a
the
lot of the
biggest in the
criminals are being
world,
dumped into America.
Progressive,
See,
even if
I
they build the
came,
biggest in the world, it cannot
you listen to a
contain
lot of
everybody as
CNN
criminals.
and
I mean, so I don't know what the point you bringing that up.
I
I don't
don't
know.
watch a lot of CNN. I do research. I research things online. I see a lot of things.
well,
Okay,
Well,
no.
you don't live here though. You don't live here, so you don't know
Yeah,
some
but
things.
I
You don't live
it is
I
here.
not
came.
by
You live in
living somewhere,
hold
but
on.
it's the
You live in
mindset.
Iceland. You live in Iceland, and you
No,
watch
I don't live in
CNN, and you
Iceland.
want
I
to
live in
tell.
the Republic. I don't live in Iceland. I live in the Republic of Ireland, where you have a city called Dublin.
Okay,
They cannot take
Iceland,
it.
So bro,
and Ireland,
you dey stay for
pretty close.
Dublin, Steph. You stay in Dublin. Chai.
Yeah, I live
And
in the
you
Republic
can't
of
argue
Ireland.
with us. Okay, no wahala.
So,
But see, Joe, you see how surprised you are now. You thought I live in the US because I have so much knowledge about your politics.
Progressive. Here's the
Yeah.
thing in America: skin color, race is on the top of the list with the way people are perceived in everything. Even me, as a healthcare professional, some Black Americans think I stole their job because I'm Black. That's the mindset.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is the way they think. So we're telling you. So when you say Black jobs, not personally that I think is Black job because it's just common, it's not. But we're talking about hold on now, progressive waiting now. The way they reason is what I'm trying to tell you here. There is a thing called black jobs, even to black people.
That's so what kind of job? What kind of job is it? Tell me, what job are black jobs? Tell me what.
Okay, let me tell you simply. Let me tell you simply quickly. A black job is any job that should have gone to, let's say, an African American. That is a foundational black person, born or ancestry in America, being taken by somebody else, be it a black person from Nigeria or Nicaragua or Ecuador. It don't matter. It's a job for an African American foundational.
So what
black
job is it?
American.
Mechanic? Is it organizer? Is it what kind of what job is it?
Well, Prince Daddy, they don't specify a job for a group of people. They don't arrange job for anybody.
They don't.
When they are employing, they are looking for the best candidate. They don't say this. They don't reserve job for a group of people.
Mike, no. Hold on, guys. What we're saying is that I agree with what Mike just said. I'm saying the perception of the African Americans, even Nigerians or Jamaicans, we go through the same thing with them as well. So when Trump is speaking to them, remember, it's about getting their votes. The same way Michelle Obama would do with the single black women vote, where she will say some few things about women's rights and civil rights to get their votes, is the same thing that Trump is doing with the African American vote. So it's not about anybody black necessarily. It's about this so-called FBAs. The FBA is a big movement in America now. If an FBA, it's a big.
It's not a big movement. It's a low life people that are doing.
No, but it's very effective in getting votes. That's the whole point of politics.
So you guys be able to know what's the black job?
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. This is the belief.
There's really no black job. It's just easy to trick low life people that don't have job. You tell them that someone took your job and your black
hold
job.
On now. No, it's not okay now. Hold on. Let me put to so let's use a university for instance, progressive. So here in America, there are opportunities to access some things in that field in education, where if you're Black American, you get grants, you get opportunities, you even get slots, even though your grades might not meet up to standard, but you get access to it because you are of slavery descent, whatever they call it, FBA, like Princeton. So there are opportunities in America specifically for Black people.
Which opportunity? Hold on, that's not.
Now we're talking about job. Job.
I just told you that's their perception.
No, we're talking about,
but it's not real.
Being able to have access to education.
Just let me flesh it out so you know where I'm coming from. Hold on, just stay with me. So let's say for a minute now, I go into medical school, for instance, right? Let's say the cutoff is 3.5 GPA. They will say, if you're Black American, you can get in with a 2.9 or 3.0 because you all those A, B, C, and D. Let's say they can't get enough of them or they have issues getting in. If I finish school, I finish medical school, or I finish whatever. If that Black person sees me, he believes that opportunity that I had to go in should have been his. That is his own perception. That is the way they reason. So hold on,
talking about now.
Stay with me. No, I'm telling you what I'm saying. Just stay with what I'm saying. So each time you see the Black person, either Jamaican, African, or whatever from other part of the country that has any opportunities that perhaps they need Black people in that area, but it's filled by somebody else, he believes you stole his spot. That is the way they reason. So when someone that is running for office wants to get their votes, he will then exploit that and say, okay, look at that guy taking your job because it's Black.
Do you know why?
That's what they do.
Babati, do you know why I've been just trying to drag you people saying, right? Because you see, in nations where the government are lazy or they are corrupt or they have been bought, these are the kind of dog whistles they give to their people. Okay, so you see, like in the country where I live in Ireland, if you, a company, employ an illegal immigrant, it's 30,000 euro fine. Do you understand now? So the company will not even risk it in the first place, giving a job to somebody who don't have papers. They will not.
America have that law too. They have that law too.
So if you do not enforce your laws, and then you try to take a cheap route to kind of scapegoat certain people, what kind of a leader are you? Go and enforce your laws. But you know why they cannot enforce the law? Because those companies are the ones that are funding their elections.
I agree with you.
Exactly.
I agree. See, I am not Akim.
There was no need for him to say that
not
word.
even listen to what I'm saying. I said on the show before. The Republicans want cheap labor. The Democrats want cheap votes. It's like they are building a new voting block. So everybody wants something from these migrants. It's just they are playing cat and mouse. This has been going on since the Bush the first days. Now it's nothing new to America. I lived in the past for 3 years. So I've seen it before.
Look, do your job and don't play politics with it. That is how I see it. In this country where I live, the government deports people every time.
This immigration is not about jobs. Akim, it's not about. If I heard it correctly, it's not about not enforcing the law. It's not about that. It's about trying to use illegal immigration.
They're taking black jobs. That's why I say they're coming in. They are taking black jobs. The reason why they're taking black jobs is because the companies are employing them. That is why they're taking.
No, progressive is politics.
They are taking black
jobs.
We
don't know that.
A lot of black people. A lot of black people, they work independently. They set up their own stores in their neighborhood. So there comes this illegal immigrants competing with the black businesses in their neighborhoods, and they're easily overwhelmed because now they can get easy access. They can get easy access to loan and support from the government. Then
easy access. What do you mean by that?
Hello, Mike.
Talking about, man.
Hello, Mike. Sorry, I have a quick question.
What you say, Mike?
I have a quick question for Prince Daddy and Baba T. If we keep saying there's a black job, please, you need to explain to us what is a white job. Please do that. We've been talking about black jobs.
Okay.
This is what's a white job?
There's really no black job.
Let's not play this game of let's not play the game of this white or black guy. This. I just made the point here. It's any job that other immigrants or other people take away from black Americans. What you
Prince Daddy, you are an immigrant. You are also an immigrant.
Legal immigrant. Legal immigrant.
They came through the border. They were checked at the border.
They came through the border, right? They came over
forget that
the border.
They walked through the border.
They over the border, okay?
No. Those one getting those food stamps. They didn't come over the border. They came through
you don't know
the
what you're talking about, Biggie. Obviously, you don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on, let me say something real quick about this job thing. Prince Daddy, because the job exists doesn't mean you are qualified, though. You know that, right? Because a job exists.
We're not talking about that.
Hold on. There's no something that someone taking job from anybody. That's a lie. A job, not everyone can do every job. Because a job exists doesn't mean you are qualified. Hold on. If a electrician, let's say electrician job exists, because you are black doesn't mean you can do it. If you don't have the skill, you don't have the experience, you know nothing. You are not qualified for the job.
I don't know what you mean by that.
So you can't say someone is taking a job.
We're talking about I said a job that should have gone to a black person, African American, being given to somebody else. I didn't say.
Hold on. Another thing is this.
I'm not saying
hold on. This
qualified black person a job. I didn't say that. So don't bring that into it.
Another thing is this. If a white man create a job or a Hispanic man create a job, who the hell are you as a black to be saying it's your job? You own it. You don't own it. If you want a job, go and create a job for you. And then the job you create is your job. If someone else cannot create a job and say it's your job, if you are black, you can't say a job a white man creates.
No, let me tell you. The way you hire illegal immigrants and pay them depressed wages, okay, rather than hire.
It's not your business. It's my job. It's my job. It's not your job. So don't come and tell me.
Rather than hire an American. See, if that
bro, it's my job.
That immigrant wasn't available to you,
it's not a black job.
An American,
why are they able to employ illegals? This one say, why are they able to employ illegal immigrants?
Because in economics, there's something called wage depression. As a business person, the same reason why American corporations went to China and Asian countries to
So
set up their
whose
shop.
fault is it? Whose fault is it? Is it the fault of the immigrants or the
That
fault
is
of
not the
who?
argument we are making, Akim. It's like you're making different points here. Nobody's saying that
See,
it's somebody's
See,
fault.
look, Babati, hold
if
on.
you look
Babati,
at
let me say
Caleb,
something to you.
the same reasons for crimes. If people will commit more crimes, if there's no enforcement or policing to curb their excesses, they would do it. There's no doubt about it. So
Okay.
the same thing goes. If you have
So
illegal immigrants, people will be forced because they want to pay cheap labor under the table to those workers. In so doing, overall, they depress the wages in the country to the citizens, and also they don't pay taxes. So people that hire illegal immigrants don't tend to pay taxes.
Prince Daddy,
And if you don't
Prince
pay
Daddy,
taxes,
do you know that the employer lose more by paying someone under the table? You know that, right? Because first of all, that money you're paying
they
that
don't.
person, hold on, that money you're paying that person, you can't write it off as a liability or sorry, as a expenses or what the hell?
Mike, but it's
Nah,
like
it don't work, Mike.
oh, Mike, but they gave you no, Mike, but they provided. Okay, Mike, stay with me now. So they worked for you. They gave you a service, right? You pay them for the service. Sorry, you're underpaid for the service, but
Right.
you're not. But now you're not dismissing the service provided and focusing on what you pay them. Come on now.
No. The point, actually, the point I'm trying to make is that I'm trying to debunk the fact that Prince Daddy is
No,
thinking
they
that.
work
Hold
for you.
on. Why I make that placement, if you allow me to finish, I'm trying to debunk the idea that Prince Daddy is thinking we hired them because we want to pay them low. No, we hired them because they're highly productive. That's the only reason.
No.
Easy,
Mike.
bro. The wage is nothing. Trust me. The wage, even the wage we will pay America. Listen, man, bros. I run company here. What I'm
So
paying you is not. In
what is
fact, I'm willing to even pay you.
Can somebody ask you that question? What is a white job?
Forget
Since we
about
have
white
black
job,
job now,
man.
Job is
what's a
job.
white job?
A job is
I
the employer wants to
think
hire a productive person. We are looking for productivity and skills. That's what we are looking for. We're willing
hold
to
on,
The
pay you.
problem we have, when we try to defend the indefensible, we get stuck. And this is what have happened here tonight, because you guys try to defend Trump's comment. Babati started this whole thing by saying Michelle Obama's comment at the convention was like a dog whistle, and I tried to say to you, look,
Very
this is not
effective
this
in
is
very
it's
effective
not
political
dog
campaign. Yes.
it's not
So
dog
I don't
whistle. It's
know
just
what
trying to respond to a
you were
racist person,
responding. Really, soundbite.
a racist person
You
in
don't know how Americans
I came. You're too far away to be calling anybody a racist in America. You're too far
don't
away.
know how
Yeah,
Too far away,
you
bro.
don't know anything about him.
A
You don't know
racist
anything
person.
about him.
What do you mean? I
Too
don't know
far
anything
away,
about
bro.
him.
You don't know anything
What do you mean?
about him.
Trump lived his life on the public space. His life is he lived his life on the public space.
Progressive. This is my point to you. Personally, to me, if I ask a candidate or somebody supporting the candidate to tell me about the candidate, tell me about policies, issues. If you tell me to vote for
exactly,
I can't do it progressive. It's just not me. No, stay with me now. What they are doing is that they are focusing on that. If you ask the average Kamala supporter right now about our policies on any issue, they will tell you. They don't know what it is.
Babati, hold on 1 second now. I'm very happy that you want to
Before Mike run away.
I'm very happy. Babati, don't run away. Don't run away, please. So what is Trump's policy on healthcare?
You want me to answer that?
Anybody can answer that. What is his policy on healthcare?
Okay. I know that for one, he is talking about reducing the costs of healthcare, especially in the area of the insulins, the medication. I mean, he made that case when he was in government. In fact, Babati, if I could remember, I think under his government, they brought up the price of insulin because it was reported that they were selling insulin here for about $40 to $100. Then
some idiots were trying to make more money from that by jacking up the price because he owned the rights to it. But they had to stop it.
So he had to stop it, right? So the issue there is that the cost of
for your information, it didn't stop it.
Hold on now.
Babati, you work in the healthcare industry, right?
Sorry, Can you
You asked the question now.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry,
No, because he just gave first answer. I said Trump reduced the price of insulin.
No, hold on. But what was the original question? What was the?
My original question was, what are Trump's healthcare policy? What are his policy in terms of health?
Okay. So Joel finish, and then I'll go after Joel to address.
Okay. So secondly, it's protecting private insurance, right? The insurance for all is not working. It has not worked in many countries, and you're not going to say it's going to work here. Secondly, America has the highest amount in maternity mortal rates in the world, 50%. And with everything that we have, so there is an issue about personnel.
How many
training
percent?
of personnel.
How many percent did you call it?
50%.
50.
50, yeah.
Okay. I don't have any proof, so I'm not going to argue, but I don't have any evidence. Here,
No, you can look it up, not from just normal Google, just from an academic source.
So Joel, I'm going to put a link for Progressive to read in when Trump was in office, because he said he didn't lower it. So he worked through Medicare to reduce the insulin cost for seniors. So I will put that will be under Medicare Part D. So I will put the link there for you to read, Akim. So because you said he didn't reduce anything.
No, that's
he did actually. So
seniors. I'm talking about overall in general insulin.
They are the majority. No, don't try to move the goalpost. You said he did not do it.
I'm moving the goalpost.
I'm going to put the link there now. So
Joel,
go ahead.
In general terms.
No, there's more. There's Akim, there is more. I will tell you more. I'm just giving you bit by bit. Progressive.
All right,
Joel, go ahead.
But just go ahead. My somebody just came in here, so I have to talk to the person.
So as somebody in healthcare, I'm going to tell you why I support Trump. Okay, so I actually own business. I actually have to make payroll and pay people. Okay, so I'm going to link it to the Black community, the one that you don't want me talking about, because we are all people, but specifically to Black people. So one of the issues that they have, if you own a small business, is because they are competing against people that will come from Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, China, that already have capital, right? They will come into the poor neighborhoods, have stores, 7-Eleven, blah, blah, and they set it up. They don't have the same access to those opportunities because of so-called, there's some kind of discriminatory practices, but just because they don't have enough credit to set it up. So Trump's plan was, listen, you guys in this area, and also remember, some of them have criminal records. They've been to prison for 4 or 5 years. When you have criminal records in America, it bars you from getting some kind of loans in some areas because of the rich reward and also the area you live. Trump's plan for small business in that community was, I'm going to overlook that if you can have some guarantees. He was willing to work with the community to get Black people that own businesses already. Remember, not the new ones that already own, that wanted to expand. If that worked for a while, then they expand into new customers. Like if you're a barber now, for instance, and you work with somebody for 3 or 4 years and you want to then create your own, then we can say, okay, through this person, even though you have criminal records A, B, C, and D, we can give you loans to begin you start your own business because you work with someone that actually got the loans. The Democrats didn't want to work with him in that. I remember one of the House of Rep members saying that it was off the record. They can't have Trump be the one to give Black people this victory because, if it's supposed to be Black people doing it, they cannot block that. But to your question about healthcare, so let me address the healthcare thing. So
what the hell are you talking about?
So let me address what am I talking about?
This man passed a tax cut of over $1 trillion for wealthy people, and you're saying the Democrat didn't want to work with him on that one. He had the House and the Senate.
I didn't bring that. No, you don't listen. I never brought up that.
Hold on. He had the House and the Senate for the first 2 years of his government.
I did not even bring anything about tax cut. I'm talking about what he wanted to do for Black businesses.
You said the reason that policy did not come into fruition was because the Democrats were not willing to work with him on that.
Yeah.
And I'm saying to you, in his first 2 years as president, he had the House and the Senate under Republican control. So what are you talking about? He was only president for 4 years.
But when that bill come up to do that?
I don't. You are the one saying that. I don't know when the bill came up, but
Exactly.
he had the house for the first 2 years.
Listen, time like you, I specifically told you who was in charge when this came up. Okay, that's who was in charge when it came up. So that's why it didn't pass through. But to your issue about insulin issue, since you do want to go with the Medicare Medicaid thing. So do you know what Medicaid is called in America? Part D. That is a part of your insurance policy if you're over 55. That covers your medication issue. That covers your medicine. Okay. So something called the CMS Act, Central Medicare and Medicare Act. That is what Trump actually worked on, to lower it for seniors. Okay, because they kind of got screwed with that policy. So that is one part. Number two part for healthcare providers, because you said tax cut for the rich. I happen to be in some kind of interesting bracket. I won't say I'm rich, but I do well in America Progressive. What that enabled me to do is to expand my business and hire more people. When I hired more people, I made more money because I was able to cover. I was having issues covering the north side of my city. I didn't have enough people to cover. So I was able to hire 2 nurse practitioners, 2 nurses, and 1 office, what's it called? What is it called? But anyways, I was able to hire 5 people. Okay, because I was able to write the tax back, and they made me more money. I paid more taxes. Okay, that was what that did. You lower taxes for people, they can expand their businesses, they hire more people. Those people make more money for the business. Those people pay taxes. I pay taxes. The government gets back more. So that is the whole point of court. So when people say, "Oh, they cut taxes for businesses," no, you look at the benefits to the society. Look at the benefit of tax cuts.
So Babati, this is where you get it wrong, right? You are not among those 1% that we're talking about. When you are cutting taxes for Google, for Amazon,
it cut tax for me too. It's my you asked me healthcare. No. You asked no. You said no. You said as a healthcare provider, I'm giving you my personal account of people that I enjoyed tax cuts from the Trump administration too.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, okay. So you did not enjoy any tax cut from Obama administration.
Not to that degree. No, I did not, because we also lost. Remember, during Obama, they changed the healthcare insurance policy changed.
Okay, so, that's true. That's true.
So the first couple of years of Obama was happening that the whole plan was, oh, you have insurance now, but your copay was ridiculously high. So on paper, oh, Akim has insurance. So until you go to your doctor and say, oh my God, this is your copay. This is if you got sick, your copay was too high. So they didn't that 4-5 period. It wasn't the best of insurance. It was just like saying that you have insurance for having it, and they had to cover some diseases that they added to the insurance rates that jacked up the private pay. Remember, they had the Obama care pool, right? Where if you are poor, you could go to.
The whole point. But the whole point was that.
But what happens is it jacked up the pay for everybody else.
No, but the whole point was for a period of time the price will go up. Then later it will start to come down.
Yeah, but what do you think happens to specialists? People who are shying away from seeing they didn't come as much for that while. So
yeah, which would you say is better? Is it the current system or the old system?
I mean, prior to Obama,
the old system.
What Obama? No. This is the one credit I would give Obama. Obama's system took care of fraud in home health because people are doing a lot of under G on that. The issue with
explain.
So let's say before when I used to work with home health, because I used to be their medical director. So let's say you're diabetic and you're at home, right? The old system was they will send somebody to you 3 times a day to come and check your blood sugar. and they will pay that person maybe $30 an hour to come and check it. But that's about $90, right? Obama is like, wait a minute. What if, instead of that person coming to you 3 times a day to come and check your blood sugar, how about we buy you the machine to check it yourself, and that person will just come and look at the numbers? Because people did not even go to those people to go and check the numbers. They were just faking up figures. Because you can't track it if they did it or not. It's their medical records. They can't put anything. So what they did was, okay, we will buy you the machine at home. You check it, then that person will come maybe once a day and come and check the 3 numbers, and they go home.
Babati, you know, but even in Tennessee, as we talk now, as we speak, we still do home checks.
Right, but
because they found out that most of them were actually doing the blood sugar, and most of them were also dying from high blood sugar or low blood sugar, whatever it is. So
yeah,
it's either you have a nurse. It's either you have a nurse in those homes.
Yeah, okay. That was I'm saying the intent of the whole thing was to reduce that.
Okay, gotcha.
But you know, that's after the issue with Obama's strategy was he focused too much on the sick. Like, okay, because remember, people are getting sick, losing their houses and paying for surgeries and stuff like that. But it then dumped the burden on people below 35 years old that were healthy. So what did you notice back then? Those youths and young guys, they refused to be in the pool anymore. Nobody wanted to have insurance if they were healthy. And guess what Obama did? He had to make a law. If you remember, if you're in America, you remember, they made a law that if you don't have insurance, when you file your taxes, they will fine you. You remember, Joel? If you don't have insurance when you file your taxes, you are fined. They will ask you during your tax filing, do you have health insurance? If you don't have, they will put some kind of fine on it. Because they were like, wait a minute, I'm healthy. Why am I paying more for the sick guys? So they dropped off their insurance coverage until the government said, no, you must have insurance. So what they should have done was to have a pool for the sick and use part of Medicaid Part B to cover it. Okay, that way, if you are still young, you can still join. But they were so like, why am I doubling my pay? So even though everybody had health insurance, it served for the sick only. But what happened was like health care promotion. The numbers came down. So instead of you going to your MD yearly, you didn't go anymore until you had issues. So guess what? Chronic disease management went up. So it kind of screwed that up as well. So it wasn't the best, but they're getting better now because now they are not involving private healthcare providers. Before, the plan of Barack Obama was to move everybody into Medicaid, if you remember.
Exactly.
That was the plan.
What you said about taxes was
that
right.
was the plan. Now we all know this. Akeem, stop arguing with us. That was his plan. Everybody on Medicare was the plan. If you do,
that was never Obama's plan. That was never Obama's plan.
My God, this guy, Akeem, I'm in America. I'm in hell. Hold on. Hold on. Listen.
Babati is right. Babati is right. Why are you arguing over things that is not necessary?
Akeem,
Babati is right.
The model of Obama's care was modeled against Mitt Romney's state insurance. Remember, I live in MA. MA was the first state to have their own insurance for everybody in their state. Mitt Romney. That was, and it was modeled against Medicare. That was Obama's original plan. It was supposed to be, we put everybody on Medicare. That was his plan. But because of pushback, they had to go with private insurance company. But they were losing money over time because people didn't want to have insurance at all. Like, what's the point of having insurance?
But my question is this: is it better now than before? Which one is better? Before the Obamacare, before the Affordable Care Act, or after the Affordable Care Act? When would you say you have the better system?
It depends on who you ask. It depends.
Okay, so let's put it
if you're asking who is sick and who has been going to 20-30 surgeries, then they will say yes. But if you ask someone that has been healthy and been in shape all their life and they will say no.
And
So
also, Baba, see, you have to see before Baba Care came to mess up things. Some states have or had very good health care plans for the citizens. And when Obamacare came about, it messed up a lot of stuff. It made things complicated. I know not all states, maybe especially in the southern part, they don't have the best healthcare coverage, right? But some other parts we do, and Obamacare messed up things. So it all depends on who you ask or which state was affected.
So, Babati, you talked about the benefits to the business. I'll
right.
ask you what is the healthcare plan? I'm not talking about the tax cut that the businesses are benefiting from. I'm talking about what are Trump's healthcare plan. That's what I'm saying. What are his plan in terms of healthcare?
So
So
you,
you
you need
see,
to
like
know the
some
American
people will say they
system.
want to expand. They want to expand Medicare. Some people will say they want to make sure they reduce the cost of drug prices. Some people will
Mhm.
say they want to. So, but what are Trump's healthcare plan?
So like
This man,
I gave you respond based as a business owner, right? So that would be my perspective.
yes.
Because so in terms of the nitty-gritty of what he wants to do, of course, lower drug prices. There are embargoes that are put on importing cheap drugs from Canada, for instance. Not even China, Canada. You can't even bring up some drugs there. Okay. Now, should Trump have worked on that the first time? I had issues. Of course, there's politics involved, which he should have done. He should have done that. He should have done better. Two, that people don't talk about expanding the practices for like MPs and PAs in rural areas because we're short. That's one thing. One of my mentors, I used to work in Austin. She used to go to the sit down there to have conversation with them because in some areas they have limited practice. We don't have enough people. If you expand the scope of practice for some medical providers, then they get healthcare services like in the rural areas where we don't have enough doctors or whatever they use over there. So that they were working on that one. That one I know for a fact. Did they push it through enough? Probably not. So in terms of expanding coverage, Trump is very big in that. But that ties to being a business owner at the same time. Because if you expand practice, that person is going to have an office, is going to have to hire people. More people come in. Now, the way you address healthcare in the rural areas is different from the way you address it in the cities. If you remember, during Trump's time, they had something in NH. They were having the cocaine epidemic. People were dying of New Hampshire, right? The pandemic with fentanyl patch
So
issues.
they had drug
Yeah.
epidemic during Trump time.
Yeah.
Wow.
No. That's been brewing for a long time, but it kind of got out of control. So the plan, if he had won the election, was to pour more funding into psychiatric treatment. Psych in America is mostly run by state and local governments. They kind of run that because if you have it as an independent practice, it's not a lawsuit. It's a very fine line. When somebody is mentally unstable, the way you treat them, so they are very hands-on on it. So his goal was to pour more money into it, have more people go into it, expand the network. That was his plan. So in terms of actual practice for psychiatric treatment, he was very big on that because remember, that is also tied to your healthcare, tied to your jail system as well, to your judiciary system, because you must change laws to address detention for mentally deranged person. I think, Joel, in your hospital, I think is it 48 hours of detention? Somebody's psych imbalance. I'm not sure, Joel. You can correct me, Joel. Is it
Yeah. It depends. It depends. It depends on the type of mental
right?
illness. Yeah, if it is if you have it like maybe like if you're in a manic state,
Right.
especially, yeah.
So the reason why they are doing all those things because you don't have enough psych facilities to hold people. So they are forcing people that are not really trained to handle psychiatric patients to hold them. But how do you hold them? By tying them down or doing we call chemical restraints, by just giving them meds all the time until they can find a bed for them in that very limited space. And also in prison as well. Trust me, Akim. I've done some medical stuff in the prisons.
It's
It's not
huge. It's huge over there. It's huge over there.
right.
It's very. It's huge.
You're just. I just asked. I asked. Trump policies. What are his policies
That
regarding
is that. I'm giving you. That is what. What do you think I've been saying? I'm giving you actual how it works. So this is my thing with healthcare. I just don't discuss policy. I give you how it actually is supposed to work when implemented. So you can visualize it, you can picture it in your head when I'm talking about it.
So you
I can
don't
tell you,
you don't know what Trump's policies are in terms of healthcare. That's what I'm saying.
I just told you about psychiatric right now. His plan is to pour more money into it.
His plan.
I'm telling you, were you listening at all?
I was listening to you, but those.
I told you. Hold on now. Let me be I told you about expanding hospital stays, and I asked Joel of Nashville, what is the whole period? He said 48 hours. That will be changed. That is a policy because you were not listening. This is how it works in healthcare. You have to actually talk about how it works.
No, but he wants you to tell him that he's going to build a hospital. You know the way they do it in Nigeria.
No. That's not how you're getting it wrong. Babati is telling me. Babati is not telling me Trump's.
I'm giving you guys. Am I crazy? I'm telling you how this is implemented. I'm actually giving you how it works. There are laws barring people from keeping people that are okay. 17. We had K2. Was it K2, right? Joe, that drug that came out in 07 or
K2.
K2 was K2 that came out. People are literally biting people's faces off. K2 that was given to high schoolers. What did the government do at the time? Oh shit, what's going on here? We can't handle it in the ED. Let's change the laws. You cannot hold them for 7 more days now, pending transfers. Where is the spot of the? It's mostly Florida. What's going on in Florida? Drug movement from
anyway, before you guys continue with your healthcare, it's kind of funny, Prince Daddy, and you guys, like the first black president and the second black president, they are not FBA or indigenous black American. Those guys,
I need to flog my. I'm talking about policy, and you're going to come up with this. You raise.
Body is boring.
Babati, what this thing Mike said right now. I had this argument last week. Right? I'm telling you, it's huge.
Shame on FBAs.
Because I would say shame on them. I would say shame on them, but it's really affecting them.
Let me just before you go on, Akim. So maybe somebody, for me, when you're discussing policy in healthcare, I'm very passionate about it. So I will give you details. If you want me to, we can have it one on one.
When it comes to
healthcare policies as it stands right now, or things that need to change. But you know what
I told you what it changed is what I've been telling you for the past 5 minutes. Everything I'm telling you, changing.
Okay, let's leave policy, man. Let's go to
I don't know what to say to Akim again. Joe, go ahead. Sorry.
When this man was trying to revoke, he was trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act without any plan.
I can't. From a layman perspective, let me tell you, with Trump's policy now, you are able to keep your own doctor. That is, we're not trying to abolish. We're not trying to abolish.
This is a huge. Like, Mike, progressive does not see this thing.
The Obamacare policy, not Trump policy, please.
That was whose policy?
That was under the Affordable Care Act for you to be able to keep your doctor.
Okay.
I beg.
Obama went around campaigning, even saying the same thing.
You are going to lose it. You are going to lose it. What are you talking about? You're going to lose your private. Many people lost their private doctors.
Can I ask you now? Can I ask you how is your network insurance going? You still can't move around, Rabbi. If you go somewhere, Trump didn't like that because Joel goes to New York now. And something happens to him in New York, he gets
You
say, okay, if I do, it's not in our network. They don't cover you.
They rather fly you. They rather fly you in a helicopter,
That's the
which is an
problem.
added cost.
That's
No,
something
that
to your
like that.
state.
no. You see, this you guys are not being honest here. That's not true. The reason why it's like that is because a lot of states did not accept the Affordable Care Act. A
That's
lot of
been there
Republican
before that.
a lot of Republican states were not implementing it.
Akim, hold on. That has been there before Obamacare even came in. The whole issue of networking. So
yeah, the issue of networking was not down to Obamacare.
They made it worse.
Hold on. Lack of expansion from states.
Hold on. They made it worse. Obama made it worse. Because, like I said, his whole plan was to put everybody on Medicare. Because he thought if we put everybody on Medicare, then if you go anywhere, you could be covered. That was the mistake he made.
But hold on 1 second, please. Did Obama ever put forward any law at any point that shows that he wanted a Medicare for all?
Okay, let me find you the first draft. In fact, I might find there's a rough draft. Okay, I'll put the link in here so you can go read it. I'm surprised you didn't know all of this.
I know all of that. I followed
why
everything.
do you think? Hold on now. Why do you think Palin kept saying dead panels all the time during the campaign? Did you remember dead panels? Because the
Affordable Care Act as it stands. Obama took the Romney Care.
You asked me a question. No, Akim. Now you said, was there any part of anywhere where he said
where Obama proposed a bill to the House?
So I'm going to
let me not even.
Which one is it now? I mean, you just said.
I bet let's move on to different conversation. I beg. Yeah, Akim doesn't even live in America. How does he? What's the?
He's telling me Obama had a press conference with McCain in the meeting, and they were arguing on live TV for about 3 hours. Like,
okay, well, that other rubbish, dude, bros. Let's move on to something else. I beg, man. This is healthcare policy shit, man. Who cares? Let's move on to something else. I beg. Different conversation. You
know? Mike, if you have something you want to discuss, you can put it out there. We discuss it. You can't be saying let's move on to
something. But you guys are stuck. I didn't reject something, maybe to try to move the conversation somewhere else. I said the first 2 black presidents is not the indigenous black.
No, they don't have 2 black presidents. They've only had 1.
The one that's about to come in, Jamaican. I mean,
the election is not held yet, so you cannot say that.
Well, she become president.
I hope she wins. I want her to win. Like, nobody wants to see that orange man anywhere anymore.
So you want from Ireland, you want to impose a leader for us. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not imposing. I said I hope. Do you know your wife? I said I hope she wins. I didn't say she must win.
I mean, the fact that you're even hoping is a problem, all the way from Ireland.
Why?
Why can't we choose our own leader, our own president here? Why should it be hoping for us?
You guys say you cannot choose your own leader. I'm just saying I have a preference. That's all.
No, because you're biased. You know, all along.
Prince Daddy, he has the right to wish for anything he wishes for.
He's pushing a liberal propaganda and all this stuff about this.
Prince Daddy, everybody's not gonna be on your side in every conversation.
I know, boss. I know, but when it comes to some issues,
it's not about being on side. It's about saying the right thing.
What is the right thing? Who is judging? Who is saying? Who is going to tell? What is the right thing?
I don't have a dog in the race, but I wish Kamala to win. It doesn't matter if she wins or loses.
And that is your dog in the race. Biggie.
No, I don't have a dog. No.
Yes, you do. You just said it. Kamala, you just said it.
I might not even vote. I might not even do anything. I don't care. It's just a wish. Wishes are. I mean, wishes.
Okay, Prince Daddy, in your household, are you the only man there?
Well, Prince Daddy, how would you not want your black woman to win? Come on.
Boy, wow, Mike, wait.
Remy, come on now, Mike. Remy, Mike. She's not black.
Remy, Mike.
Indian.
You know when they call you. You know when they call you a man.
Your Jamaican brothers are not your brothers again.
She's not Jamaican. She's Indian. I just told you.
And that is Jamaican. What are you talking about?
But she claims.
What happened to one drop rule?
What about that? You want to deny that?
She never claimed. You see, this is exactly the same thing Trump said. And you're saying exactly.
You don't know. It's very simple to find out. Just Google it. I watched the video when she was introduced when she came to the Senate. She said she was an Indian. She was introduced as an Indian, an East Asian, an Indian, not a black woman.
Oh my
But
God!
she still got Jamaica in her.
And HBC, is it HBCU in college? That's what you're saying. It's not black.
But Prince Daddy, you know American rules. One drop rule.
Claimed to be
and Trump is
Indian
Scottish German.
Well, but
Indian
to
from
me,
India.
I still think the
She's
election
not
is
black.
supposed to call.
We don't want her. Nobody
Prince
wants her.
Daddy, don't worry.
Prince Daddy, I have a question for you. In America, they have a one drop rule, right? If you have black, have anything, you're black, right? In America, that's their system. That's their rule. Am I lying?
Mike, I hear you. I hear you. But when they ask her, hold on. When they ask her herself, are you saying she's stupid? She doesn't know any better. They give. She was asked
Prince Daddy, can you please pull up the video where they ask her that question, please?
You might have to do that homework yourself. But when they ask her,
why? Because you're making it up. It doesn't exist.
In fact, she is there. I watched it. They asked.
But regardless what they ask her, I'm telling you about the American.
She was introduced.
But hold on. Prince Daddy. When the police pull a person over that's half black, half white, when they have to describe that person, they will say that's an African American. They will say it's a black male, black female, right? So what I'm telling you is, even if that person is, whether you claim that to you are white, but the American society she has black.
Mike, she's never claimed to be Indian.
But she's not.
I didn't say she say. I'm just saying, even if I'm just saying like if anybody that's mixed, that's half black, half anything in America, in America,
can't tell.
But even if that person choose to claim to be white or anything else, the society sees you as black.
But she doesn't look black.
She doesn't look black. Are you kidding me?
She doesn't.
If you see Kamala Harris, let's say you didn't know she's Kamala Harris, who would you call that person? What would you call that person?
I would think she's an Indian woman.
Come on, man. That woman is.
That's what I would think.
That's a black American woman.
Oh.
Do you guys think that?
Listen, Mike, let me tell you, there's a whole propaganda going on right now. She's been putting up a lot of makeup lately, trying to look like propaganda.
Guys, can I say one thing? Progressive. I put 2 links in the comment section in regards to the single payer system. Go read it up and follow up on that. Okay, let's move on. I put the link in the comment section. You can read up the whole single payer system from 03 to 09 Obama. Let's move on, guys. Yeah.
We go back to Nigeria policies. There is enough of Americans.
But in Finland, go out.
Imagine that this is exactly the same thing Trump said. Oh, she used to claim she used to be Indian. Now she turned black. How can you turn black? What kind of talk is that? She never. Oh, she used
in
to
the
claim
political space. That's what she was saying. She said she was
a progressive right in front of our eyes. She turned black. We saw her.
She said she was the first.
You know the only reason I want Kamala to win.
Black.
So these FBAs can cry like a tether became president again.
Over for one stroke in here on it. Professor Black and all this anti-black, they hate African than even white people say.
So they can cry.
Progressive.
But Akim,
sorry. Okay, Babati, 1 second, please.
Yes,
Prince
sir.
Daddy, why does it matter to you that she says she's black? I'm a white lesbian. Why does it bother you?
Well, it's possible.
How does that bother you?
We don't like people that are deceptive, people that lie to us. People that say one thing.
I can choose. I can claim to Prince Daddy. Are you an African or are you an American or a Nigerian?
Mike asked Prince Daddy just now if Kamala looks black. Prince Daddy said no.
If it helps you better, I'm a Negro. If it helps you better.
No.
Are you an African or an American? It's a question.
Biggie, let me address that question real quick. Let me address the question. It will not be a big deal if she did not make it a big deal. Democrats tend to.
When did she ever make it a big deal?
Hold on. Once again, I'll put a different link for you to go and read up again because trust me, man, Akim, you have a lot to read up. She was the first Indian American to be in the Senate. I can put the link there. That was celebrated by Democratic Party, by the way.
Eh,
The first
that's what I just told.
Indian
That's what I was saying right
American.
there.
She didn't say black. Hold on
I
So
now.
she can be
that.
both now. In some
Hold
occasions,
on.
she can say Indian American. In another occasion, say black American. I mean,
But
the reality
I'm
is,
saying, Mike, hold on, please. I'm saying that if she did not make it a big issue, it won't be a big issue.
How?
but Obama himself say he's Irish. Obama talk about his Irish blood now.
If you make if you make it no, Akim, listen now. Listen to what I'm saying. You can't control the way people perceive you. It's what you put out there that they will react to. If her being the first this or first that was not make the same thing with Obama, people will not make it an issue. I don't vote based on that, but people do in America. They do. First woman, first black, first this, they do. So if you make it a big issue, those against you will then poke holes into that to for their own political gains as well. It goes both ways.
So so you see this is problem when Hillary Clinton won the Democratic nomination.
She's not black.
Did they not
I
say
don't
she
care
was
what
the
Biggie
first
says.
woman to
She's
claim
not
the
black. We know
nomination
she's not black.
of the major party?
Okay. Let me put the link so you can read the when she was celebrating the.
Don't run away. Look,
I am not running now. I'm here. I'm not running.
When Hillary Clinton won the presidential ticket for Democrat, did they not use the word the first woman?
So she didn't. She almost broke the glass ceiling.
No, they did not say the first woman to ever won a presidential nomination ticket for the major party in America in district.
Yeah,
exactly.
I came, like I said to you.
But Prince Daddy, Davati, come on, Prince Daddy, you got to allow the Caribbeans to have something too now. Africans already have their own.
Mike, this is
let the Jamaicans have their own first American president.
Why do you hate
Jamaicans
like
celebrate now?
No, Mike, why are you doing Sekushe Lale? I don't know where you are. I don't know. But
the only reason, honestly, whoever become president, I won't lose anything. My business continues.
Exactly.
Though I was leaning towards Trump versus Biden, but with this Kavala, I just want to see Jamaicans celebrate.
Yeah, man.
Mike,
I want to see Jamaicans celebrate.
Mike, you want some
guys.
Mike, you want some
You're a business owner.
Guys, no, guys, I beg of you now. Listen to Akim. Listen now. Let me shock you. No.
Don't shock me. Don't shock me, please.
No, let me shock you. I have said on this platform because if I want Hillary to win because Hillary had more conservative principles in her, even more than Trump. She's originally Republican. She's Republican conservative. Go look at her history. So when you were asking me about her, like I said, I don't vote based on her being woman or being. That's not me. I don't vote like that. That's not. First black person to vote. That's not me.
That is not what I'm saying, Babati. I'm trying to say when you say Kamala is making an issue, she's making it a big issue. I'm saying, no, she's not the one making it a big
issue. No, that's just my own voting. Compared to Trump back then. Back then, I would have voted for her.
No.
So I'm saying Prince,
Joe Biden, out of all those Democrats, Joe Biden is actually the most conservative of them all. Real conservative, Joe Biden.
Hillary was actually the most conservative.
But
I think it was Obama.
Look it up now.
My point here is that you don't
look it up. I'm saying
Obama, they call it first gay president.
No. I said conservative back then in 2016.
You mean
now it's different.
Any Democrat that becomes the president, it's always led by the administrative state. They don't make decisions. Look at all the decisions that Biden made. He didn't make it by himself.
Prince, let's not go to that deep state stuff because that's a different conversation. Deep state argument.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah. Biden. I know the whole. We can have that conversation about. We know that.
Babati, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. So when Trump became president, right? Trump brought in. He appointed that man called Sutherland. You remember him? As an ambassador to European Union. Trump never knew that man from anywhere because that man donated $1 million to his inauguration committee. That was how he got that job. Trump made what's it called? The former mobile big man, what's it called, as the secretary of your former secretary of state. What's his name again? What's it called? This big man. What's the name of your former secretary of state?
The guy,
yeah.
the guy that worked for the oil company.
Yeah, that worked for the oil company.
His name starts with P. What's
yeah. I know what you're talking about. I know him. I know him. Yeah.
Is he the only Ali Button?
No. He used to work for this oil company, but
he used to work for oil
Bush.
company.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
So this man, you remember when Trump was campaigning in the election, drain the swamp. When he became president, just go and look at his cabinet. Go and take a look at Trump's cabinet. They were
he called Bush. No, his cabinet was full with Bush loyalists. Yeah, I get your point.
There was nothing like draining. His cabinet was filled with the swamp. This idea that